Hey, Warren gets a belt on a Friday. Congratulations, Warren. What's good? Russ Dog and Casey Tucker. Who else is here? Wheezy's here. That's tight. What's up, Jose? Salute. David Jackson. Hey. Good morning, everybody. What's up, Pecubed? 90 seconds.
What?
What's up, Donovan? What's up, baby daddy? Mrs. Mac, good morning. Oh, man.
What
Friday vibes.
Join us. 3, 2, 1. We have a busy show today.
That's a ridiculous play. That's such a ridiculous play. God, I love baseball highlights. See,
that was just a bad route to the ball.
Horrible route to the ball.
That's what that was. That was just a bad route. I mean,
that's the Eric Burns special.
Yeah.
Make a diving catch because he took 6 missteps.
Yeah.
No way.
Oh, the fake diver guys. Because I played volleyball forever. The fake dive guys are just the worst. The ones that like get vertical, like completely horizontal, like 3 feet above the ground. They're just fake. It's like, bro, if you had enough time to do that, you had enough time to just, pass the ball.
Right.
Well, that was nuts.
That was sick. Tennis highlights are also really good. 10 seconds. Well, good morning. Hi, happy Friday. Friday vibes are way up today. Which I don't know why. Nobody's been in the office all week.
It's just us here, pretty much, just in case.
Yeah, just in case is... I feel like just in case is the Cal Ripken of this station.
Probably.
Dude tore up his finger, and I don't know if he missed a show. He's just here every day.
He is here every day.
There's unconfirmed that just in case from 96.9 The Eagle lives here at the Ridge. But part of the thing is there's Paul Marshall down at 98 Rock.
Yep.
We don't have a morning person for Alt 94.7.
Okay.
Just in case from the Eagle, of course. And then the Wake Up Call, the legendary morning show that's on 106.5 The End. They're off this week.
Oh.
So when the Wake Up Call is not here, that's a high energy group.
It is a higher energy group.
We'll call them that.
Yeah.
So when they are here, it changes the vibe, whether one of them is in the kitchen or all 3 of them are in the kitchen. Gavin, Katie, and Kevin. The vibe is just different when they're around. So they haven't been here. And then the sales team is already at home on Mondays and Fridays.
Yep.
The boss wasn't here Tuesday.
Which you know what that means, Kyle.
If you've ever worked in an office, you know what it means when the boss isn't in.
Everybody has a doctor's appointment that day.
Yeah, or something.
Yeah.
And then Wednesday was a day out at the Rivercats game for everybody except ESPN 1320, save for Charlie and Joe. And most people just went to that straight from home because the game was like at noon. So people weren't going to come in for a couple hours and then leave. So it's been pretty dead all week. And then we get to Friday and it feels even more dead, which I don't know how.
Well, this is why we don't have Donut Friday.
Exactly.
We have Donut Friday on Thursday.
satisfy the amount of people here on a Donut Friday today, we would have needed like 5 donuts.
Yeah, maybe 8 donuts.
8's a good number. Can you order 8 donuts at a donut shop?
You can, but you're not going to get the discount for a dozen, which I don't know. I mean, it's so expensive now to order donuts anyways.
It really is. It's roughly 2 hours of work to order a dozen and a half donuts. I did the math. But, well, what do you want me to do? Eric, real quick, before we keep talking about donuts, Eric in the chatty house at youtube.com/ESPN1320 asked, when are you having Faraz on? That's a great question. Today at 11:20, Faraz Siddiqi
is that day.
Our very first Fantasy Friday of the year is going to be at 11:20. Really excited to talk to Faraz from Upper Hand Fantasy. That is an Odyssey fantasy podcast, but Faraz does great work on Instagram. His draft guide is out. You need to go cop that right now. UpperHandFantasy.com is the website. He is one of the smartest fantasy analysts out, and he is joining us at 11:20. And he'll be with us every Friday during the season. So really excited to talk some fantasy football with Faraz. Tons going on in the NFL this season. Just got to kind of recap and talk about some of the fantasy impact of some of the movement around the league. We'll also talk to Anthony Slater at 10:45. Anthony Slater, now of ESPN.
Yeah.
I got to not mess that up. ESPN's Anthony Slater is going to join us at 10:45 to talk about the latest on the Jonathan Kuminga situation from Golden State side.
Yeah.
Because I think that's a pretty significant piece of this, because they sort of hold the cards with how this goes.
I don't think, like, at the end of the day, I don't think anyone really holds all the cards.
Mm-hmm.
But they certainly are going to have their input on what happens next. And they're trying to hold on to an asset, or at least get something for that asset. Right. And so, I mean, it's like I've said so many times, this is such a complicated transaction that if you were to pull this off, you know, it has a ripple effect. You know, you're going to get Jonathan Kuminga. It's going to cost you a couple of players and a pick. Mm-hmm. But then on top of that, to get underneath the luxury tax, you're going to have to go do something else. Yeah. And that's what makes this so complicated.
Yeah. So we'll dive into all of that here in a little bit. And then, of course, we'll talk with Anthony Slater from ESPN at 10:45. He covers the Warriors in the NBA for ESPN. Really excited to talk to Slates. But anyways, back to the more important thing of ordering donuts. So I feel like when I go into a donut shop, you can order a donut, because that's for me. You can order 2 donuts, because to me, that's like, okay, me, and maybe I'm having 2 donuts, or maybe me and one other person.
Yep.
I feel when you start getting north of 3 donuts, you can't order 4. and somebody might be listening and might go, I'm a family of 4. I am a mom or a dad.
Yeah.
I have a spouse. I have 2 children. I order 4 donuts. Then just order 6. Order that half dozen. You've got 2 extra. I know. But going, hey, I need 4 donuts. Like, to hell with that. Get the 6.
I think
get a half dozen.
There's nothing worse waiting in line when someone has no idea what they're there to order, and they just sit there and like choose 2 or 3 donuts at a time. And then they keep asking for a count. And it's like, okay, count your own donuts when you're asking for them.
It's not.
I want 3 glaze, and can I get 2 of those sprinkles over? Not that sprinkle, the other sprinkle. And you're like, okay, how many donuts is that? It's 5. Everyone behind you in line, we all know you're at 5 donuts. Keep ordering. Stop. Either you're done or you're not done.
You're getting 12. You know you're way short of 12.
You know you're way short.
You know you're short. Even if you're like, 5, 6, 7, less than 12. You're gonna order 2 of something.
Yeah.
You'll still be like, I'm with you, man. I go into the donut shop, salute to Baker Ben's. I know for sure. All right, I'm getting 18 donuts. I want it in 1 box. And I'm gonna start with 3 glaze, 3 chocolate. I'm at 6. And then like you said, as you go, okay, let's see. Let's do 2 chocolate old fashioned. That's 8. I'm going to do maple bar and a chocolate bar. Okay, now I'm at 10. I got 8 more to go. And then I kind of survey real quick while they're putting all that in. Then I survey the landscape and decide what little curveballs I'm going to throw into this week's box of donuts. It's not a difficult process.
No.
And if you don't know, that's fine. I'm not even saying, like, because maybe you're picking up donuts for the first time ever in your life, which salute.
Yeah.
just go, can I just get a mixed box?
Well, see, and that's what I walk up and I'm like, I need 2 dozen, 1 box, no coconut, because no one eats a coconut once.
Not a single. I noticed that with the sugar donut.
Oh,
I thought the sugar donut was a popular donut.
no.
It's not. It's always the last one in there.
Well, I always
The
say
plain cake, which I get is a bit, goes before the sugar donut.
that's wild. I always ask for 1 blueberry because that's what I
That's
typically
your
eat.
bag. Yeah.
Yeah. But then even yesterday, I didn't even have a donut. So I'm like,
Man.
boy.
Salute to the plain cake donut. I always get that and they're like, you want that? I'm like, yes.
Like,
Put it in
we
the
don't even know
box.
why we keep
Yeah,
making
we
them.
Hey, we got to make one. Hey, it's Donut Thursday.
To fill up a dozen donuts with a waster donut.
Man.
It's awesome.
All right, we have some Raiders news we got to get to as well. But before we do that, Shams Charania reported or had some, I guess, kind of new reporting on Jonathan Kuminga. It's more of different words to sort of get to the same spot.
Yeah.
But there's a couple of interesting takeaways I want to get to from this. We're just going to play the full audio. This is Shams Charania's hit on ESPN yesterday, talking about the latest in the Jonathan Kuminga situation, because Shams actually went to Kuminga's workout and spoke with Kuminga. So here's what Shams Charania had to say.
And we now welcome in our senior insider, Shams Charania, who is in Miami. Shams, why has it been such a slow start to the offseason for the Golden State Warriors?
Vanessa, the Warriors' entire offseason has been essentially on pause for one player, and that's the restricted free agent, Jonathan Kuminga. And they have wanted to figure out his situation before making their other offseason moves. And so I saw Jonathan Kuminga this morning at a workout in Miami. He's in good spirits. He had a good workout. He did tell me, though, that he is in absolutely no rush on doing a deal with the Warriors right now, and he's not accepting their current offers. He added that he wants to continue to explore options with his agent, Aaron Turner, whether that's continuing conversations with the Warriors, but also sign and trade options that are available to him in the marketplace.
Okay, Shams, so you use the term options. What do those other options for Jonathan Kuminga look like?
I'm told the Phoenix Suns and the Sacramento Kings are 2 teams that have made concrete offers with the Warriors over the last week or so. They're 2 of the more aggressive teams with Kuminga, and they're also offering him an opportunity for significant minutes, a starting caliber role in their lineup, and those are 2 things that he wants more than anything. So where this is at, Vanessa, is the Warriors do not want anything, though, that is available to them, is being offered to them in sign and trades. And on the other hand, with Jonathan Kuminga, he is not ready to move forward with taking any of the Warriors' current offers. He's not in a hurry to do a deal there yet. And so 24 days into the offseason, it's a staring contest between these 2 sides that could continue much longer than just this month. And so we're nearing August and still no Warriors move so far.
All right. Shams Charania via ESPN. Someday, Shams is going to really start crushing it on TV.
Someday.
You can tell my guy is not comfortable on the camera.
No, it really does feel like he's reading.
Yeah.
Half the time.
Yeah.
And like, again, it's tough.
Take a deep breath, dog.
Yeah.
You're really good at this. You've got all the info.
You do have all the info.
Yeah. Salute to Shams. So, I do think the thing I took away from that was the concrete offers from Phoenix and Sacramento.
Mm-hmm.
There's no indication that it's anything different than what's previously been reported.
No, I mean,
Sarge, Devin Carter, and a couple of 2s.
A couple of seconds, or potentially a protected first.
Right. Maybe they went, this is how we'll go. A top 12 protected first, or whatever it is.
Yep.
It's okay. Concrete to me says this is it. There's no negotiation here. This is a concrete offer. It's all done. This is what we're offering. Take it or leave it. We're not going to keep talking to you about this. You figure out your life. And the more that comes out about Kuminga, and the Warriors are trying to make offers, they're trying to be aggressive and get a deal done so they can move on with their offseason.
Mm-hmm.
Because the other reporting out of Golden State is that they've got DeAnthony Melton lined up. They've got Al Horford lined up.
Mm-hmm.
They have Seth Curry lined up. And they're just kind of waiting for this Kuminga domino to fall so they can get on with what they're trying to do this offseason. But Kuminga's camp is like, nah, We'll wait.
They are so far apart on not just the money going, the transactional portion of this, but I don't think anyone in Golden State has a role carved out for Kuminga, and Kuminga knows this.
Yep.
And what he's looking at is, are you really just going to sign me and use me as a trade chip in December or January or February to go get a player that you might want more? Is that all we're doing here? Because it makes it really, really awkward, right? And if he keeps pushing, I believe there is a 6-month rule in place here where if he keeps holding out and doesn't sign that deal, they have to wait a full 6 months before they can trade him. So there's going to be like other aspects to this that start to come into play. And like, look, I get it. You have a player who thinks he's worth X amount of dollar. You have a team who looks at him and goes, okay, we can't lose him for nothing. And then but every transaction in the league has its own complexities. And the base year compensation thing is one thing when it comes to Kuminga. And I think that there are so many things out there, like no one knows exactly what a player is worth until they get their contract. Right. And even then, oh my man, he's way overpaid, or it's one of the best deals in the league. Like it just comes down to like what you get in these negotiations. And Fred Katz has been sending out like emails to execs or talking to execs, and they have like a thing they fill out, like a form they fill out. You get 16 executives to chime in on the Kuminga deal. And like most of the answers on his pay scale from competing executives range from $17 to $25 million annually, with the average annual value in the poll that they sent out was 20.4 million. And again, he wants 25 to 30, and he wants the high end. But even Fred Katz in the article, I believe he said that there's one person out there who said we do a full 5-year 125.
Right.
Everyone else is like, we're probably closer to a 3-year 60 or a 3-year 70 at the highest. Like the prevailing idea here was that he's not worth nearly as much as he thinks he is. And that's like the market. Like it's like, again, when you're going to sell real estate agent pull up comps. And sometimes your comps are just way off. You're like, oh, well, we see ourselves as that house right there. It's like, hey, bro, that house is 1,000 square feet and the kitchen's been updated. Right. Like you have single pane windows. It's got full double pane windows, and it just got a new roof, and your roof is 30 years old. Yeah. Yeah. Right. And they have lakefront. You don't. Right. Yeah. So it's complicated. And again, the player is going to have to come to the realization that he's not getting what he thought he was getting.
And we say this all the time. And we'll put a pin in this discussion briefly and get back to it. And remember, Anthony Slater at 10:45 is going to join us. We'll get some reporting from him on the Warriors side and how the Warriors are kind of approaching this. But I keep coming back to this because the person in the Fred Katz article in the Athletic / the New York Times said the person who was really high on Jonathan Kuminga's ceiling and would do the 5 years 125 compared him to Jaden McDaniels. And said he's in a similar spot in his career to Jaden McDaniels when Jaden McDaniels got 5 and 131, and said this anonymous executive said McDaniels was great in his role, but Kuminga has a higher ceiling, blah, 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 blah. This is the issue with Jonathan Kuminga. It's the issue for the Warriors. It's an issue that I foresee for the Kings. It's an issue I would foresee for Phoenix or any other team that Jonathan Kuminga plays on. Is Jaden McDaniels was great in his role. I don't know what Jonathan Kuminga's role is.
Yeah.
I don't know I know what he's good at. I've watched him score 30 in a playoff game against a really good defense. I don't know where he fits in an NBA ecosystem that affects winning. I'm not saying he can't or he doesn't. He has not shown it yet.
He has yet to prove.
And if you're a team that's shelling out 25 to 30 million a year for this guy, you're doing that and then going, I'm not really sure how he's going to help us, but we hope he does. That's a pretty big gamble to make. We'll continue talking about this. Anthony Slater from ESPN going to join us at 10:45. Faraz Siddiqi at 11:20, our first Fantasy Friday of the year. We're going to talk about some NFL news, what it means for the fantasy landscape, and we'll start getting you geared up for your fantasy football seasons with Faraz Siddiqi of Underhand Fantasy at 11:20. We've got Raiders news. We've got training camp stuff. We've got more on Jonathan Kuminga. Tons to do on a Friday. Hope you hang out with us. That's James. I'm Kyle. No Joe Brazil today. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320, and that is Sacramento Sports Leader. Clear.
Let's see. Scooter, do you think him putting out that he wants 30 million has to do with how unhappy he is with Golden State? He's trying to get as much as he can. He doesn't care where he gets it. He doesn't want to be in Golden State. It doesn't sound like. And from everything I've heard, Golden State is not super keen on bringing him back either. Yeah, the 30 million number though. I mean, remember that Rashawn Holmes' agent, which was Pedro Powers, told everybody that he had a deal on the table for $20 million a year for Rashawn. And he didn't. He took the 11.5 million starting salary that the Kings had to give him. A lot of that is player, trying to leverage. But also, look, if you're going to pay $30 million for a player, you're going to play him and you're going to start him and you're probably going to showcase him. And I think that's the other thing that Kuminga wants. And that's one of the things that I don't know the Sacramento has to offer unless they clear out people. It's an odd place the Kings have put themselves in. Yeah, I mean, look, I think the one thing with DeMar is he's proven not only can he go out there and play at age 35 and especially at age 34, he's one of the league leaders in minutes played, but he can play a bunch of minutes. So, you got a player who, and I think, what did he play last year? 72 games, something like that for the Kings. But someone who also, on top of that, plays major minutes at age 35. He played 77 games last year for the Kings, 79 the year before, and led the league at 37.8 minutes per game. Last year, 36 minutes per game. What's best for DeMar and what's best for the team are probably two totally different things. Scooter, the boat is spectacular. The upholstery is all done. I also added a bar to my boat this year. And then I made a noodle rack.
1 minute. Noodle rack.
A rack for all the noodles. Because, your flotation devices get in the way. They're all over your boat. So
No, I don't know, actually.
I
Nobody has this problem except you.
I fancied one out of PVC pipe and attached it to the back of the boat. So now I have a sick-ass noodle rack. It is the envy of the lake. My bar is certainly the envy of the lake. Let's see if I can find.
Here we go. There's the swing and miss. Here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Forgot to turn my buttons on.
Long as we're on the air.
We're on the air. We are on the air. Which is a huge W. I've managed to not leave us off the air 2 days in a row. I'm really proud of me. No Joe Brazil. He is on assignment. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. The show is much more difficult when Joe's not here, so it's fine. We're working it out. We're doing it. We're going to survive, I hope.
We are survivors, Kyle.
Yeah, we are. We'll have more on Jonathan Kuminga in a little bit with Anthony Slater from ESPN. He's going to join us at 10:45. We had some interesting Raiders news yesterday.
It's weird.
I can't tell if this is a good sign for Vegas or a bad sign. So the Raiders released Christian Wilkins. Christian Wilkins was their star free agent signing last offseason. They gave him a ton of money after he was a dominant player with the Miami Dolphins, and he wound up playing 5 games for the Raiders. They released him yesterday. He is turning 30 in December. They released Wilkins yesterday and withheld the remaining $35.2 million guarantee on his contract, citing a disagreement over how he rehabbed his foot injury. That was a 4-year, $110 million deal with $57.5 million guaranteed at signing. They withheld the final, voided, I should say, the $35 million in guarantees when they waived him. So they didn't have to pay him out. They don't have that cap charge, and he's just off of their roster. Of course, you can't just do that. There's immediately a grievance filed, and this will now become a whole big thing with lawyers and arbitrators and all that jazz.
Of course.
I can't decide, so we'll have to let that play out. I was not with Christian Wilkins during rehab. I don't know how he took it. They wanted him to have a second surgery, and he disagreed and all this other stuff. That'll all work itself out. I can't decide if this is a good or bad story for the Raiders.
I don't think it looks good at all. I mean, like, look, we talked a couple of days ago about the vibes being up, right? Yeah. If he was not doing his rehab and is just hanging out, and like the idea from him is just to like collect paychecks and not actually get back on the field, then that's a problem. And again, he had a Jones fracture, and so sometimes it does take a second surgery. Especially if you're not doing your basic rehab stuff. But I don't know. It's tough. I think that when you're a team that isn't like one of the big name teams out there that just draws free agents everywhere, and the Raiders aren't going to have a ton of problems drawing free agents because they're a storied franchise and they also play in Vegas where some people like to play. But to burn down one of the best free agent acquisitions you've had in the last like decade, just to like burn him down completely and then waive him, like it's not a good look. And I don't think that you're always worried about, a good look, but we hadn't heard anything about problems with Wilkins until they waive him and say, oh, well, he's not doing his rehab basically.
Right. So there's a chance this is super skeezy.
Yeah.
There's a chance that this is a super cop-out where they're making something up to try and save $35 million because they didn't want this player anymore. And instead of following the salary cap rules and maneuvers that everyone else has to do, they're trying to skirt it by saying, well, we didn't like how he did his rehab. Now, the other part of this is I tend to think, I'm just going to play devil's advocate here because I do agree with you that it's, when I first saw that, I was like, oh no, Raiders, this is, ooh. But one, I don't think Pete Carroll and John Spytek would have signed off on such a move if there was not some rock solid evidence that they were going to be right.
Yeah.
Or that they were going to have this go their way. They didn't say, hey, they're not going, oh shoot, let's see. We wanted him to do 8 sprints and he only did 7. Yeah, that's what we'll say. I don't think it's that. I think there's probably something they believe is concrete. Now, whether that holds up, I don't know. The other side of this, and when I say, is this good news for the Raiders? To me, this could be a sign that the culture is shifting. That the days of, yeah, hey, you got paid, so hey, you're being paid by us. You're not taking your rehab serious, but we're just going to kind of let you hang around. We're going to let you be one of the highest paid guys on the team, and you're just kind of be this elephant in the room all year, and we'll deal with it behind the scenes.
Yeah.
It's going to be a distraction, but we'll deal with it because we're paying you. Pete Carroll, John Spytek went, nah, we're done with this. You're done. You didn't take your rehab seriously. We're going to void that $35 million. Good luck with your career.
Yeah.
Now maybe that's and maybe it's a gray area between the two. Classic gray area. Maybe this is sleazy. Maybe this does suck that they're trying to kind of finagle a way out of having to pay out this $35 million in guarantees. But I think it's also a sign of that culture shift that we're talking about. Hey, you're not taking this seriously, you're done. Now, maybe the money part of it is sleazy, but hey, you know what? Christian Wilkins, we don't care what you're paying you. We don't care what you've done in the past. You're not what we're looking for. So we talk about all the Kings, the right type of player, right? Who's going to play the game the right way, who's going to do the things that Pete Carroll and John Spytek want him to do. He wasn't doing it. So they got rid of him. They said, we'll find somebody else. They might not have the pedigree, they may not have the resume, but you know what? We're going to find somebody else who will at least do this job the way we think it should be done.
No, I get that. And I think that, waiving a player, that's your prerogative, right? Like we saw the Russell Wilson thing a couple of years ago where it's like he was making so much money and they didn't care. The Broncos just paid him out and said, go away. Right. But that's not what this is. This is cutting a guy and basically paying him to go away, but then not paying him and saying, and coming up with an excuse. And, to be honest, it's kind of classic Raiders. And that's one of the problems that you're going to have. You're going to have people looking at this little sideways and saying, hey, I don't think I want my client to sign there if this is how they handle players. And you might be right. It could just very well be that like Wilkins is just not doing his job. Mm-hmm. He's just not doing the basics to stay in shape or to get back on the field. But at the same time, man, it just looks bad. And maybe you should have come up with an injury settlement instead. Mm-hmm. But I have a tough time believing that the Raiders will win an arbitration case in this situation because you gave him guaranteed money.
Yeah.
Like it says guaranteed on it for a reason.
It takes a lot to be able to waive or void guaranteed money.
You got to prove that he's like literally sitting there, like doing the opposite of rehab.
Right. Breaking his foot on purpose.
Yeah. He's out there kicking a soccer ball like in some weird league. And you're like, wait, you're supposed to have a bad foot.
And somebody I meant to save it and then very quickly lost it because that's how this always goes with me in the chat. But somebody said the timing of it is really suspicious. Here it is. Justin Peterson said timing is super suspicious for the cutting with the current state of the NFL Players Association.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
But I also think that when we're looping in this Players Association discussion, because if you've happened to miss it, the executive director of the Players Association resigned last week, and so did the chief strategy officer / former president of the Players Association, J.C. Tretter. They're both gone now. Now the NFLPA is trying to rally and find new leadership. So they are filing a grievance without firm leadership. So I do think there's something to that. But this also comes back to one of the reasons that J.C. Tretter is resigning. He says it's not. I'm going to believe it is. A clip surfaced of him on a podcast telling Ross Tucker, it was Ross Tucker podcast, which I think is an Odyssey pod. I don't know. Anyways, he told Ross Tucker, hey, players, if they're not happy with their contract situations, should fake injuries. Is more or less what he said. And if you think I'm exaggerating, go listen to the clip. It's crazy. But the NFL went to court with the NFLPA over this and said, dude, you're the president of the Players Association is telling people to fake injuries? That's crazy. And the NFL won this ruling that, hey, you can't, that's wild that he said. So the NFL wins this ruling. This, to me, could come up with the Christian Wilkins thing.
Yeah.
Like he wasn't happy in Vegas. So he was going, hey, you know what? no, my foot's just not healing the right way, when he wasn't actually doing the right stuff. And so he thought, again,
This is a
I could
possibility.
see this. I could see the NFL arguing this. Well, he thought that he could just get out of this contract, get his guaranteed money, and sign elsewhere and do his rehab elsewhere because he didn't want to be in Vegas anymore. So he didn't take his rehab seriously. I can see the Raiders making that argument. I can see the NFL making that argument. Now, again, I don't know the very specific details of what they wanted from him and what he was doing and what the friction was there. But I think that NFLPA story that was unearthed by Pablo Torre is going to come into play in a big way here.
Yeah.
Whether it's because of what Justin Peterson in the chat mentioned, where the NFLPA just doesn't have the leadership to properly fight this, or whether it's the NFL citing, hey, remember that JC Treader clip? Kind of looks like that. Yep, void is good.
Yeah, I'm intrigued.
Yeah.
And
Really
look, that's
interesting.
a really big man, and Jones fracture, of course, is it's way up high on the outside of your foot.
Mm-hmm.
It's a painful injury, especially when you're a big dude. And if he can't play, he can't play. But then, the Raiders they better have all of the documentation, because if they don't, it's just going to come back to look really, really bad on them.
You have to, it's going to take a lot. It like you said, it's going to have to be, he was actively hurting his own foot or very clearly not doing any rehab, trying to get better.
Yeah.
Trying to get on the field. So, we'll see how that plays out. My initial reaction is it doesn't look great, but if it comes down to, man, he just was not, let's take the voided money out of this.
Mm-hmm.
Because, and I know you can't really, but try and follow me. Just the act of Christian Wilkins, a good player, but you know what? He's not, whatever thing he's not doing, he's just not doing it the way the Pete Carroll Raiders are going to do things. They're moving on. Now, would they have done that if they didn't think they could void the money? I don't know. But to me, if you're trying to find hey, what's not sleazy about this? I think it's that.
Yeah.
You're trying to find some silver lining. I think that's it. But we'll see.
It's a mess, man.
Pulling for the Raiders to get out of the.
It's always a mess.
Out of their rut. Some of the names, by the way, on this depth chart for the Raiders on the defensive line. You've got Adam Butler, Lakey Fotu, Tonka Hemingway, Jonah Laulu.
These are all fake
Tank
names.
Booker, JJ Pegas, I believe is his name. He was he's a rookie from Ole Miss. And then Laki Tassi. Incredible names. Really good. Those are all rock solid defensive line names. That might be the best defensive tackle group in the league.
That's
Tonka
crazy.
Hemingway? Come on.
The one guy's name sounds like Laffy Taffy.
Laki Tassi, I believe.
Yeah.
The pronunciation there, yeah.
That's awesome.
That's some rock solid defensive tackle names. Man.
And it's certainly if I'm an old ball coach and you're like, hey, Laffy Taffy, get over here. Yeah,
Oh, God.
that's happening.
The most disrespectful thing that could, yeah. That's just old man, huge gut,
short shorts,
chaw on his lip, whistle that he never uses,
white polo shirt tucked in way too tight,
sunburnt. Anyways, who is that coach? Oh my God, I'm not even gonna remember his name. There was that coach on the Browns that went viral a couple years ago when they were on Hard Knocks. I can't remember. It doesn't matter. Anyways, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We'll have Anthony Slater from ESPN joining us shortly to talk about the Jonathan Kuminga situation from Golden State's side, because I think that the Kuminga domino is one that, while the Warriors need that domino to fall so they can execute the rest of their offseason, I think for the Kings, it feels like the dominoes have stopped falling. But if a Kuminga deal goes through, then it leads to some new dominoes having to go down. Because I don't think it functionally works of just, Devin Carter, Dario Saric out, Jonathan Kuminga in, great, all right, let's rock this.
There's a ripple effect that will happen.
Yes.
It has to happen.
Yes. If you're talking about, and again, this is just, we mentioned this a little bit yesterday, But if you're talking about Jonathan Kuminga is going to come in and play the 4 because they want to move Keegan Murray to the 3. They want Keegan to get more minutes at the 3. Okay, cool. DeMar DeRozan is the starting 3. I mean, you're moving DeMar DeRozan to the bench.
And what does that mean for Nick Clifford?
Are you moving DeMar DeRozan to the 2 and Zach LaVine's going to be your starting point guard? Is that what we're doing?
Oh, no.
You can't do that. So there are, if you're just going to insert Jonathan Kuminga at the 4, you then have to figure out what does that mean for DeMar DeRozan?
It's always been the question.
What does it mean for Malik Monk or Zach LaVine or Nick Clifford? There is I don't think it's a ripple effect. I think there are waves that happen.
Well, not
like
only that.
if a Kuminga deal gets close, it's going to be because there's another deal moving somebody else.
Well, there has to be.
Yeah, just financially, yeah.
Yeah, because if not, the Kings go right into the luxury tax, which they said they're not going to do.
Mm-hmm.
And to be honest with you, there's very little way to get that deal done without either paying Kuminga barely anything or without him
which he wouldn't agree to.
No, it's like super, super complicated. Like this deal, when it does happen with whoever it does happen with, it's going to be complex.
Yeah, because I think that's one of the things that I always, I don't want to say forget about, but I leave out of my thought process a little bit, is the Kings and Warriors can agree to a trade.
Mm-hmm.
The Kings can go, all right, fine. We want this guy so bad. Here's Keon Ellis, and here's Keegan Murray, and here's a first-round pick. I know they wouldn't. Just follow me. And the Warriors can go, awesome. That's the kind of deal we're looking for. Great, let's do it. And then the Kings and Kuminga don't come to an agreement on a deal, and the deal's dead. He has to agree to said sign and trade. That's just a thing that I constantly, because I always go, okay, if I'm the Kings, I'm doing a first. I will happily do a first-round pick if it gets a deal done. But then it comes down to, okay, what are you paying him? And then can you move off of DeMar DeRozan? Can you move off of Malik Monk? How does this work with your rotation? And it gets messy. And I think that's why you continue to hear people talk about, this might go into August. This might go into September.
And that's why I keep asking the one question, who's going to tell DeMar?
Shams. I keep saying, I'll call him.
I
don't know the guy.
That would be a tough conversation from Shams.
Well, all right. That's James. I'm Kyle. Anthony Slater, ESPN. He covers the Warriors and has done a great job doing so for a long time. Covers the Kings as well, but primarily covers the Warriors. We'll talk to him about this Kuminga stuff from Golden State side. Anthony also went and spent some time with Jonathan Kuminga earlier in the offseason and has, I think, a really good perspective on all this. So from Golden State side, what's going on here? Do they like the Kings offer? Do they not like the Kings offer? They're looking for are they looking for something specific from Sacramento? We'll talk about all that with Anthony Slater from ESPN coming up next. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. Jiffy Lube sponsors this program. It's ESPN 1320, and that is Sacramento's sports leader. Okay, so we're clear. I need to unblock lines.
I nominate John Bull because we all just want to see John Bull get punched in the face. Okay, so here's the problem with your trade.
Okay, I'm gonna go stand in that other room.
Yeah, go ahead.
We have 4.5.
You honestly think, yeah. First of all, I don't think they want to give up Moody. Secondly, I don't think the Warriors want DeMar DeRozan. And that's where, you kind of run out of gas in the deal. So the problem is the Warriors don't want to take back a bunch of money. Although taking back a $18 to $20 million contract wouldn't be a bad idea for them, because then they would have that contract to go trade if another player came up that they liked better down the road. So as of right now, it does not appear like the Warriors are interested in a Malik Monk trade at all. They also don't seem enamored with the offer of Saric and Devin Carter. Yeah, Alex, I get that DeRozan's a short contract. I just don't think that they want to take on. They want something of value, and for them, I just don't know that it means that DeMar has value to them. It's possible, you know. Yeah, Scooter, Monk's contract, though, he has 3 years left. Is like 18 point something, 19 point something, and 20 point something over the next 3 years. The last year is a player option, but I'm going to guess he's not going to opt out of that. I don't know why I'm yawning. I apologize. Yeah, Alex, I it's possible that deal would work that you put up there. But again, you also have to look at the Kings don't want to pay Kuminga like a ton of money, and there's the base year compensation thing. So yeah, if they throw in Moody, that would be a different deal. But it's super complex. Colin, there's no way Keon is at the contract he's going to make for this year, so you can't do
Keon
anything
extension kicks in next year.
Yeah. If they are able to get Keon on an extension, it wouldn't kick in until next year. So you can't like Saric and Keon for Kuminga. It would work, but Kuminga would have to make like $15 million a year, something. Julius, good question. I don't know. I mean, I always enjoyed interviewing DeMarcus Cousins. Rondo was like super intriguing. Garrett Temple's my dude. Just salt of the earth, just spectacular human being. I don't know. I loved interviewing Kosta Koufis because he gave you absolutely nothing. One of the nicest guys ever.
Have you ever seen Bull Durham?
Yeah.
You know when Crash is giving Nuke all the like cliches to just say?
Yep.
That's Costa.
Costa, he would actually, he found it humorous. I'm just going to go out there and do my job, be the best version of Kosta Koufis that I can be. And, at the end of the day, I'll just let the chips fall where they may. And, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. But at the end of the day, as long as I played hard, I gave my best. And I would start laughing. He would start laughing.
Here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Talking a lot about Jonathan Kuminga this morning.
Yeah.
Saw some reporting from Shams Charania from ESPN yesterday, and we said, all right.
This morning or this month.
You can say yesterday, this morning, whatever it is. We said, hey, we got to talk to Anthony Slater about what the heck's going on with Jonathan Kuminga. Anthony Slater, ESPN's Anthony Slater, joining us now on the Elk Grove Kid Talk Line. Anthony, how's it going, man?
What's up? How are y'all?
Hanging in there.
What's going on?
Trying to figure out what the hell is happening with Jonathan Kuminga, because it feels like from the Golden State side, we've seen the same reporting once a day, just a daily thing where, okay, it's DeAnthony Melton, it's Al Horford, now we're hearing Seth Curry, and they're waiting for this Jonathan Kuminga thing to play out. Are the Warriors motivated to try and either sign or move Jonathan Kuminga maybe more than they were a couple of weeks ago?
Motivated to sign him. They tried to sign him. They had an offer out to him this week, and I would say there was the most movement I felt from them this week. And Jonathan Kuminga, at this point, as me and Shams reported yesterday, has just decided not to do it at this point. He's not in any type of rush to accept the offer currently on the table from the Warriors. And clearly at this point, the Warriors' plan as of yesterday was to have Kuminga back on the roster, which in my opinion has been kind of their plan the entire time, considering the dynamics at play, the sign and trade offers that are and aren't on the table. And I still think that is, again, like in a relative likelihood, considering the Warriors standing and in the restricted market and everything that play. But Jonathan Kuminga has to accept an offer at some point. And at this point, he is not ready to.
When you talk about the Warriors put out an offer, do you have any idea what the parameters of that deal would be?
Yeah, but I'm not going to get too into that right now.
So when you say motivated to sign him, does that mean that was the first like legitimate offer they'd made him?
I would probably let's retrace back to the finals, and you'll probably think that's a wild place for me to go back to, but let's start with the finals. The moment after the finals, you can start negotiating with your own free agents, right? You saw some deals in the lead up to free agency. You guys can probably remember Harrison Barnes signing prior to free agency back with the Kings, right? Mm-hmm. So they could have at that moment started to get offers after Jonathan Kuminga and trying to solve the restricted free agency all the way back then, but neither side really, talked firm contract offers in the lead up to free agency when they could have, or in the early days of free agency, because it was very clear Jonathan Kuminga wanted to explore his outside market, and the Warriors were willing to let him go try to find sign and trades. And we're certainly, voicing that go try to find sign and trade offers that work for you from a contract standpoint, but also unless you're signing an offer sheet, and there wasn't many teams out there able to do that, you need to go get a suitor who's also willing to give an appealing enough trade package that we would accept that. So three sides have to agree here, right? Kings, for example, have to want Kuminga and give him a contract. Kuminga has to like that contract from a team like the Kings, and then the Warriors have to accept what the Kings are willing to offer, and that never really materialized over X amount of days. I think the Warriors never really necessarily thought that was going to materialize, and then now have come back to Jonathan Kuminga with what they thought, as we reported, was a fair market offer considering what else is out there. And Jonathan Kuminga said, for now, no thanks, I'm going to keep exploring my options.
Yeah, it's all interesting the way that this is playing out. And I know restricted free agency has been just an absolute nightmare this year specifically for the players. But the other element there that you left out, it's not just everyone has to accept the deal, but then the Kings have to find a way for someone else to take one of these players in order to bring in a player like Kuminga and fit him under the cap because of the base year compensation. So this is such a complex trade if it were to happen. What do you think the likelihood now, like if you're reading tea leaves, is that he's back with the Warriors or that he finds a new team?
Yeah, I think the qualifying offers is a real possibility later in the summer. I think, the Warriors may be up in their offer or eventually the standstill ending and him ending back on the Warriors remains a real likelihood. But, they, again, like, at some point, do the Warriors decide they'll take, a lesser type of sign and trade offer? Do they lower their asking price? Do other teams come in and up their own asking price? I think there's a lot still to play out. And I think, while these restricted free agents do not have a ton of leverage in these scenarios, like time is leverage, and I think Kuminga is kind of using that right now. That's why we're sitting here in July, whatever it is today, 25th, and with no real answers, no firm movement, because I just think time helps him a little bit. And I feel like I'm about to fire up the Sacramento aggregation machines here, but like, nice. For example, Kuminga, had contact with the Kings in the last couple of days, and it's the first time he's met Scott Perry, and this wasn't in person, but it's the first time he's communicated with Scott Perry, Doug Christie, and BJ Armstrong. And, from what I gather, he liked, the pitch that Scott Perry gave, and, he's open-minded to the idea of Sacramento. And I think part of that is because part of that pitch is, you're talking starting role, you're talking bigger opportunity than the Warriors are necessarily offering right now. And I think that's the part that shouldn't get lost in this whole situation is Jonathan Kuminga is not just looking for the exact contract he wants in free agency. He's looking for the opportunity he wants on the court.
Anthony Slater, ESPN, talking Jonathan Kuminga and kind of the latest with this. Do you anticipate how do I want to? when we talk about this lasting into August and maybe even into September, is that Jonathan Kuminga just kind of knowing he has time and trying to wait this out? Or is there some kind of like trying to stick it to Golden State a little bit? Like, no, I know I can kind of screw you over by doing this. And so we might see this drag on because of that.
I think he's in no mood to do favors to the Warriors and,
Sure.
Acquiesce to the idea that they want to wrap up business quick. He, for the first time in his career, has a small level of agency over his career. It's restricted free agency. We see how non-powerful that is in many ways, but no, he if there is still weeks and months to try to find the exact opportunity that he thinks is best for him basketball and financially, to him, it would be no reason for him to not take the time. I don't think it's, I don't think priority one is sticking it to the Warriors, but priority one is certainly not, like I said, helping the Warriors wrap up business as quick as possible because he feels some level of loyalty or love to them.
Sure.
You know what, Slater, I want to ask you this. What is it going to take for the Kings if they were to come up with a deal with Kuminga's side? But what are they going to have to give up? Because we've already heard, that the Dario Saric, Devin Carter, maybe a protected first or a couple of seconds. That's probably not getting it done. What do you think would be something that gets it done?
Well, I'll say this: first round picks are very much, interesting to the Warriors because even if they can't get, the players they would exactly want in a sign and trade scenario with Kuminga now, picks can then be rerouted, right? Mm-hmm. Later for players that help the core. And that is still their priority is to, either get Kuminga back to help this Steph Curry team next year or, use him to get players who can really help them contend. Of the two most concrete teams that are in the mix, and there's others that maybe could join, but we've reported it's Kings and Suns. The Suns do not have a tradable first, which is a big problem for them in this conversation. The Kings do have tradable first, and they have appealing first because they're Sacramento Kings first-round picks. They also have, 2032 Minnesota?
2031, right? And they still have partial of the 2027 Spurs pick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a much fuller cupboard in this conversation than Phoenix has.
Yeah.
They have a Keon Ellis, they have a Keegan Murray. I'm not at all saying that they're going to put those type of guys on the table, but I'm just saying, when we talk about fuller cupboards, the Kings do in this scenario. The offer you mentioned, the names that have been thrown about, that is not going to appeal enough for the Warriors to shake any level of movement. But if there is maybe a frustration level that deepens into the summer, and if there's maybe more appealing unprotected type first on the table, if a Keon Ellis potentially is, I don't know, maybe the conversation does change.
Last thing for you, Anthony, you've been super generous with your time. We appreciate you. How do you think this ends? And has that answer changed at all over the last couple of weeks?
No, I would still say I do think Jonathan Kuminga plays for the Warriors to start next season, because they are, they kind of just, all the stuff we've mentioned. I mean, I think everybody kind of understands just the team control leverage and the difficulties in, making a trade happen now compared to January. But unless they are going to really kind of go to a place with their contract offer that's more appealing to Kuminga, I do think it drags into August, September range. And he potentially, like I said, is back on a $7.9 million qualifying offer, which would just create probably an uncomfortable camp and, drama filled. Part of the appeal, which you guys understand on the qualifying offer, while it's significantly less money than he's even being offered at this point right now, it comes with an inherent no trade clause. Mm-hmm. So you control your immediate future, where you can kind of direct yourself where you want to go. And also you become an unrestricted free agent next summer when there is theoretically more cap space and more people willing to come after you. If Jonathan Kuminga is audacious enough to go down that road and reject more guaranteed money and immediate money, that gives him a lot more control over his future. I'm not saying I'd necessarily advise it, but I think that's on the table.
Anthony Slater, ESPN, does a great job covering the Warriors in the NBA for them. You said August or September. We look forward to having this exact conversation with you again in a few weeks.
Yeah, I mean, it's the team I most primarily cover has made 0 moves, and it's July 25th. So here we go. I might not get a summer.
You're
I've
open.
Jobs already in the middle of free agency.
You've made more moves than Golden State has. Anthony, thank you so much, man. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, fellas.
Later, bro. Anthony Slater, ESPN. Huh. Jonathan Kuminga had contact with the Kings in the last couple of days. Liked what they were pitching.
And
Very
he won't tell his
interesting.
contract offer because that offer is low.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that offer is 3 years and $36 million or something.
or 460 or 345 or something right above the mid-level
offering
exception.
him the Dennis Schroeder contract is tough.
It's tough love going on.
Hey,
there.
but it's a fully guaranteed third year.
Yeah.
It's not exactly the same.
That's what Christian Wilkins thought.
Oh, come on. Come on. All right. Second hour coming up. We'll get more into this Jonathan Kuminga stuff. We've got Fantasy Friday. You're like, fantasy football on July 25th. Yeah, there's been a ton of movement in the NFL this season. There's been a draft. There are so many fantasy implications from what's gone on in the offseason. We're going to talk to our guy, Faraz Siddiqi, Upper Hand Fantasy, upperhandfantasy.com. Go check it out. Make sure to follow him on Instagram. And we take your questions, too, during this segment because, well, James and I have questions about our fantasy football teams and the nature of fantasy or in the landscape of fantasy football. We know you do, too. So go ahead and hit us up at the Chatty House on youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. We got to step aside. If I'm here for any longer, Charlie's going to kick the door down and punch me in the mouth. So we're going to pay some bills on the radio side. We'll talk to Faraz Siddiqi at 11:20. That's all coming up in the second hour on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
Hello, everyone. Okay, so I want to explain something that...
Hang on 1 second. We're going to switch boards real quick.
Okay. Hello.
And we're back.
And we're back.
We are back.
I want to explain something that Slater touched on that makes this even more complicated for Kuminga. If he plays on the qualifying offer, so he just picks up the qualifying offer, which literally means his agent calls them and accepts, which is like 7.9 million, right? He holds all the cards because number one, he's still an unrestricted free agent at the end of the year, right? But he has a no trade clause all the way through the season. And the reason he has a no trade clause is because if he gets traded, his Larry Bird rights do not transfer with him because of the way the 5th year rookie scale contract works. So basically, when he gets traded somewhere else, unless they have some sort of cap space, they can't retain him or sign him to a monster extension. It completely like screws up his years of service type deal. And in order to get his Larry Bird rights back, he has to play with the new team for at least 2 years. And that 2-year contract, like that will only get him early bird. And then he'd have to play for a 3rd year in order to get his full Larry Bird rights back. So that's why playing on the qualifying offer is probably not something he's super keen on doing. He would still have his bird rights with the Golden State Warriors, but no other team. And if he gets traded like in February, like all of his rights go out the window, and any team that's trading him literally would have to have cap space in order to give him like 20 or 25 million a year. Well, see, this is where you're wrong. That because again, I just explained, they get to the end of next season, and the only team that would have bird rights to him and the ability to circumvent the cap, to go over the cap to sign him, would be the Warriors. And so while they don't have the right to match or any of that, they would still have the ability to at least be a player in a sign and trade, because that might be the one way that Kuminga could get his money that he wants.
It's the second hour, and that means Jesse Tapia is running the board
It's true. I'm right here.
and helping the show.
Oh wait, Jesse's here?
I'm right here, James. We're all here.
You're like over my shoulder. Like I don't see you.
Don't worry, James. I'm always just looking over the shoulder.
Look at that. Look at the baby. Look at the baby. Always
Jesse's just
watching.
lingering.
It's always around.
He's a lingerer.
Lingerer. What is that? Pineapple Express? Yeah.
Yeah.
Shout out.
He's a lingerer. This is facts. This is real facts.
Should get rebounds and play defense.
This is facts, not in the way of like, oh, he's the homie. Like, this is just a real fact.
Back to hour number 2 of the ESPN 1320 Insiders. Get ready for the most up-to-date sports news and talk with the ESPN 1320 Insiders.
Hour number 2. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Jesse Tapia on the ones and twos. Hell yeah. Salute.
Happy to be here.
Jesse Tapia.
It's a Friday. Things are feeling pretty good today.
Vibes are way up.
Yeah, they are, honestly.
I think they're restocking the snack rack.
I hope so, because whatever it was last week, that was an abomination.
That was crazy.
That was embarrassing. That was disrespectful. That was blasphemous. All the words that Stephen A. Smith says when he's doing his little thing.
It looked like my pantry on January 5th. I'm like, hey, chips and all that, it's out of here. We're gonna do fig bars, and we're gonna do what's that like cheddar popcorn stuff?
Oh yeah,
Skinny pop,
a little skinny pop.
Yeah.
It was that.
That's big here.
Those
some kind
vegetable
bars,
string
Veggie straws.
Veggie straws.
Veggie straws. No. Yeah.
Which I don't mind being in the snack rack, but also like sometimes you just want to grab a bag.
Well,
of
that's the
M&Ms,
thing,
you
bro.
know?
Like that's the thing. Like we started adding fruit and all this healthy stuff,
which
to
is
the
fine.
snack shack. No, it's
I don't
not
hate it.
actually. It's not.
I don't hate it.
No, I do.
I'll grab
because
an apple, Honeycrisp apple. Yeah, I'll take
okay,
that.
you're the only person in this whole building that grabs that stuff then, because it's all still in the fridge.
It is.
It's all still there. It's literally there just for everyone to look at. Oh, we got healthy stuff here.
Even the
Nobody
bananas,
grabs it. Yeah,
the bananas they put in the fridge.
the M&Ms were gone
God.
within 2 days. Like all the good stuff was gone. All the healthy stuff that was added, like still there.
Our guy Bill brought in some brown ass bananas and was like, here, these are on the counter if anybody wants these. They were there for like a week. I walked by them yesterday. They looked like tires.
Did they have like the
They got
little
fruit flies in this building.
the little fruit flies all over? Yeah.
Oh, it was just disgusting. They're the darkest bananas I've ever seen. I wouldn't even go for those for banana bread.
Oh, it's not good.
No. That's
Drew
crazy.
down in the channel says, Jesse says GTFO with your fruits. Not even that, but if you're gonna throw it in there, like eat the fruit. Like that's what it's there for. It's for you. So whoever wanted it, like go eat the fruit. Go grab a pear right now.
I understand if you want to be aspirational about your nutrition.
Exactly.
And you're like, hey, I'm gonna have grapefruit in the morning.
Yeah.
And so you have 4 grapefruit on your counter. And then you don't eat them. And you're like, all right, well, I'm gonna not. They've been buying so much fruit for that thing. And it's like, you don't have to be aspirational for us.
Yeah, it's fine.
Just don't buy the fruit.
Yeah.
Nobody's eating it.
You remember at NBC?
Except for me. Keep the Honeycrisp apples in there.
They had like the delivery of fruit. Like we had delivery at NBC all the time in the break room. Yeah. They had like
they
a
would just
tray
drop
of fruit.
off fruit. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
Hmm.
Man. What a weird. Hey, you want to know a weird place? Break room at a TV station. Weird place.
Yeah.
Felt haunted in there.
Well, that and they had pictures of everybody on the wall with their names.
I
so
never got my photo up there.
I don't think I ever did either, but I'll tell you, like, I have a thing where if I see a name tag in a face, I can associate and boom,
Sure.
I can remember your name. Outside of that, I have a very difficult time remembering people's names.
Yeah, I've got no chance.
So it takes like a lot of, so I would just sit there and stare at the wall of pictures. But walking through a television station where everybody knows your name and says, "Hey,
Mhm.
James," you're like,
Mhm.
"Hey, bro,
Hey, guy.
what up, dude?"
I'm a big hey man.
Hey, man.
That's
Hey,
my
man.
thing.
Oh,
My go-to.
dude. Hey, good to see you, man. How are you?
Just quick
That's
to,
the one
hey,
you
how
gotta
are you
hit.
doing? Like, yeah, just
Yeah.
quick to that. Not even, hey, how you doing?
Yeah.
Salute. I'm not gonna say the nature of the conversation on the radio, but I had the weirdest conversation with former Shark Studio analyst Curtis Brown in the break room. Never spoke to the guy before, haven't spoken to him since.
The hockey guys seem different.
But my guy decided that it was time to let me know his thoughts about various things happening in the NHL and in the world. And it was a weird time for me. I did not enjoy it at all.
I think
Did not have a good time.
I had
Shout out to the break room at NBC.
the old green room in NBC. So they moved it to that Xfinity Lounge, but we used to have another green room, right?
Sure.
The old green room.
Mm-hmm.
Me and Bobby Jackson were sitting there waiting. I think we were waiting for halftime, and we were
Mhm.
watching the game. And Bill Romanowski came in. Have I told you the story?
Yes.
So spectacular. He came in, looks at himself in the mirror, and like gives himself like this angry look, like exactly
Like
what
he's
you would
amping himself up to talk on TV.
Yes. Then he grabs a bottle of hairspray and
Empties the clip.
empties the entire clip, staring at his face, staring at the mirror with the most intense look, like spraying his hair with this hairspray. Then he throws that can away because it's empty. Grabs another can. Me and Bobby Jackson, the whole room is filling with Aquanet, and me and Bobby Jackson are looking at each other like, what is happening? This is the most intense hairspraying
Bill Romanowski is a different cat.
in the history of the world. He is a different cat for
it.
Bill
sure.
Romanowski's probably the most intense person to ever hit sports TV, huh?
Oh, he's
he did not.
super crazy
It was,
intense.
Yeah, he was. Like
Well,
he was
just tell
trying
me on
to
bench one more time.
deliver motivational speeches to the team through the television. It's like, brother, you're on post game. They're not watching.
Game's over.
Game's over, dog.
It's over.
They already shut
lost.
the TV off in the locker room. They don't care.
That's James. I'm Kyle. Jesse Toppy on the ones and twos. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're hanging out with you until noon. Anthony Slater from ESPN was just on the program and said that Jonathan Kuminga has had discussions with the Kings in the last couple of days, not in person, but talked to Scott Perry, talked to Doug Christie, talked to BJ Armstrong, and liked what the Kings had to offer, which was a starting job, a primary role on offense. So the question now becomes, okay, and we talked about this earlier, if Jonathan Kuminga is going to play the 4, okay, that works.
Okay.
You slide Keegan Murray to the 3, which is where ideally Keegan Murray plays. Okay, cool. But that takes DeMar DeRozan off the board. Now, the problem is unless you're paying Jonathan Kuminga a hilarious amount of money, which I don't even think you can offer Jonathan Kuminga enough money to make a DeRozan for Kuminga swap work.
No, they would have to throw in another player.
The Warriors would.
Yeah.
Which I very seriously doubt they're keen to do. So
Welcome back to Sacramento, Buddy Hill. Go ahead.
Why did you do that?
No. It's
whose man's?
It's
He with you?
No, he's with you actually.
It's really, really difficult to come up with a trade that would work for DeMar DeRozan. But that doesn't mean that DeMar DeRozan doesn't go somewhere else and some other player doesn't go to Golden State.
I would be right. And that's kind of what I think the ultimate takeaway for me would be, that a Jonathan Kuminga addition begets another deal. I don't know if it winds up being a 3-team trade or if the Kings have to, okay, we've got this Kuminga thing lined up. Hang on, let's see if we can get a DeMar DeRozan traded, or let's see if we can get Malik Monk traded, or some combination of both. Let's do that. And then we got to work this out. Like, I don't think, even if the Kings are like, yes, and I've said this, even if they're like, fine, Keon's on the table with a first, we want to get this done, there's got to be additional dominoes to fall. So this Kuminga thing gets very, very interesting for reasons that go beyond just Jonathan Kuminga suiting up in purple and black.
Yeah, and the other thing I'm going to point out, like we've talked about this a little bit on the show. We talked about it on the break before we came back on, but the qualifying offer, if Kuminga plays for the qualifying offer at 7.9 million, he gets a no trade clause. And the reason why he gets a no trade clause is because of the nature of his contract and him picking up the qualifying offer. He basically, if he gets traded, he loses his Larry Bird rights in his next stop. So typically when you get traded, your bird rights go with you. So if you're on a 3-year deal with a team, go ahead.
And bird rights allow you to get paid more than a person who doesn't have bird rights.
Okay, so bird rights allows a team to go above and beyond the salary cap in order to retain their own free agent.
Right.
So let me just lay out a scenario. You get traded to a team and they're at 160 million in salary and the salary cap is 172. Like if you have no bird rights, the most they can offer you is at 12 million bucks or probably their mid-level exception, right? If you have your bird rights, they can sign you for 28 million. It doesn't matter. They'll go above the salary cap and into the, maybe even the luxury tax to do it, but they have the ability to do that. If you're like you're playing for the qualifying offer, you get traded, your bird rights die right then. Which means when you get traded to a new team, if they don't have salary cap space to sign you, then they can't bring you back. They might be able to offer you a mid-level exception or something like that. And so it really, really confuses everything. So next summer, if he's still with the Warriors and he played for the qualifying offer, he'd be an unrestricted free agent. The Warriors no longer have the rights to match any offer to him, but they do still have Larry Bird rights to him. And so they would still be in play. And I know someone said in the chat, NBA Guru said in the chat, hey, well, if they don't want to sign him now, then why would they want to sign him during the summer? It's like, well, because if Jonathan Kuminga at 22 years old goes out on the court and averages 23 points a game and tears up the league, then you're going to want to re-sign him.
Right.
Just because he isn't a player that is part of what you're trying to do right now doesn't mean he wouldn't develop into a player that
totally,
the possibility of him, the light bulb going on is still there.
You start to, for example, they say Kuminga is going to start for us this year, but he's going to be the primary option on the second unit. And that second unit includes Al Horford and Seth Curry. And let's just go,
Buddy
Hield and D'Anthony Melton. No, that's too small. Pick a fourth person, Moses Moody, where he's the primary ball handler surrounded by shooting. Oh, well, now that gets interesting, where maybe he does average 23 and 4 assists.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden he's found a role with a team that he's not been able to find a role with.
Yeah. Maybe he finds his way into the starting lineup alongside Jimmy Butler and you have a switching, really nice quality switching defensive forwards and Draymond at the center position.
Now
I don't know.
It's obvious that Golden State doesn't think that would happen or else they would have gotten him signed already. But in the scenario of why wouldn't they want to sign him this year and then want to sign him next summer, that's it.
Yeah.
Which I don't think is crazy outlandish, but I wouldn't bet on it necessarily happening that way.
No, that's why we keep just saying it. Like, this is one of the more complicated situations that we've seen in the league.
Yep.
And restricted free agency does not usually equate to this, but Brian Windhorst said it on 3 days into free agency. This is the worst restricted free agent market there has ever been.
Yes. There's just no money.
Yeah. There's one team with cap space.
And they burned some of it acquiring Michael Porter Jr.
Yeah. And even if they had cap space, you've got to be the player they want. And if you're not the player they want, then it doesn't make sense for them to go out and try to sign you.
Yeah.
What are they supposed to do? Go sign Josh Giddey to a $25 million a year restricted free agent offer and then have the Bulls match and then go to the next guy. And we're just trying to acquire talent here.
Every team is sitting there with their restricted free agent going, we're not going to bid against ourselves, so we're just going to lowball you.
Yep.
And if you want to go try and sign with the Nets, we'll just match that. We'll know what your market is.
Yep.
But the problem is there's no team setting the market. And it's a player like Cam Thomas, who everybody's like, he's a bucket, but is he affecting winning? Jonathan Kuminga, he's a bucket. He's got a high ceiling, but is he affecting winning? Josh Giddey, yeah, we don't really know what you got, man. We'll sign you, but so every team's kind of in that weird limbo. Here's the thing I keep coming back to, and then we'll step aside for Faraz Siddiqi. But I keep coming back to this. If the Kings wind up acquiring Jonathan Kuminga, I think they're going to get him for a steal. I don't think if Jonathan Kuminga winds up with the Kings, we're going to be having a conversation where we're like, I can't believe they gave all that up.
No.
It's going to be, wow, they got the most talented player left available for Devin Carter, Dario Saric, and a protected first.
Mhm.
What a swindle. Like that's how I think this is going to end up if he does wind up in Sacramento. But we got to step aside because it's Fantasy Friday. Faraz Siddiqi, Upper Hand Fantasy, upperhandfantasy.com, Upper Hand Fantasy on Instagram. He's going to jump in with us and answer your fantasy questions. Do you have any questions about, maybe you have a dynasty team and you got questions about your players? Maybe you want to know about some rookies specifically that your team drafted. Maybe you want to know about a free agent signing that happened and how it affects that player. We have Faraz at our disposal here for the next little bit. We want to hear from you. And of course, we'll have, I think, some of our own questions for Faraz Siddiqi coming up. Fantasy Friday. It's always a ton of fun. Stay locked in. We're the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
Oh, good. We have Jesse here for. Oh no, you get Faraz.
Yeah, Faraz got the link done.
Remember, today's the day I need to dip.
Yep.
Faraz in it.
Yeah, he's in right now.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah, Faraz. So this is the thing. Oh, I'm going to be able to hear him. Hell yeah. Faraz. Hey.
Hi guys.
What's up, man?
What's up,
How you
buddy?
doing? Hi.
Appreciate you.
Oh, I missed you guys
Hey,
so
Faraz,
much.
Charlie O. Glad to have you back,
Oh, there's
man.
Charlie.
Hey, what's up? Good to see you.
Good to
I,
see you.
I don't think we've ever met. We just talked over the phone and stuff. How you doing? Hope all is well, man.
He just
He
left.
said hope all as well,
Okay.
Charlie.
He usually either says
Now that he's back.
There you go. Love it.
"Welcome to Jurassic Park," or he says "Medulla oblongata."
Yeah.
Love it.
Oblongata. Yeah.
How are you, man? How's the
I'm
afternoon
doing
been?
great. I'm doing so good, man. I'm doing so good. Hope you guys are doing well too, man. I'm pumped to be back. You know when I see you guys, I feel fantasy football. You know, 'cause,
That's
like it's
legit. Yeah,
that's
same.
how we feel. You know, I feel so good. We're in it with draft season, baby. You know,
Yeah, we're gonna get.
We're excited.
Making sure I've got. Yeah,
When's your drafts, guys, for your like home leagues and stuff?
I don't think we've scheduled that. So I have a dynasty league
Yeah.
where the draft starts August 27th.
you
Legend.
do- are your rookie draft?
Yeah, 3
Oh
rounds.
wow, that's okay. Nice, love it.
That's I've heard legends of that draft taking like a couple weeks sometimes. It has not done that since I've been in it. It takes a couple days.
Oh,
Right.
But that starts August 27th, and then we haven't set one yet, a date yet
Right.
for our work league.
yeah. My big draft, we always do the Monday of Labor Day, like right before the league starts.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Yeah. Awesome.
Yes.
Awesome. Yeah, I have a bunch of drafts that weekend. That's basically what it's become. That's become fantasy. Labor Day weekend has turned to. Okay.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle. He's James. Jesse Tapia behind the glass. We're the Insiders. We're hanging out with you till noon, and we're hanging out with Faraz Siddiqi, Upper Hand Fantasy. It's a Fantasy Friday, our first one of the year. Faraz, how you doing, man?
Oh, I'm doing so good. I'm so glad to see you guys again. I had so much fun coming on here every Friday last season, just to dish out some fantasy advice and all that kind of stuff. So I'm super pumped. Fantasy football draft season is here, baby.
We
Let's
we
go.
have a ton of fun with you, Faraz Siddiqi, Upper Hand Fantasy, upperhandfantasy.com. The draft kit out right now, right?
Yeah, draft kit is out. We just released it. You guys are like the first to know, to be honest with you. And you know, if you want any of that, like I'm actually giving away like my free blueprint. If you had one league this year and you want to know, like, all right, well, how should I be drafting this year? Like, is this a running back heavy year? Is it a wide receiver heavy year? If you follow me on Instagram at Upper Hand Fantasy and you DM me the word blueprint, I will send that over to you for free. So you can go check that out.
I'm gonna do that right
I was
now.
gonna say, Jesse, can you ask some questions so we can do this? So it's Blueprint to Upper Hand Fantasy on Instagram.
Just DM me blueprint and it'll send right over.
Very good.
Excellent.
Let's start with your New York Jets, because I think one of the most interesting players in fantasy this year is their quarterback, Justin Fields. I know he hurt his toe. Sounds like it's not severe. He was out on the practice field today, not practicing, but is he somebody that's still intriguing from a fantasy perspective? Because I look at Justin Fields, I go, man, the upside there is still super crazy. Is that still the case, or are we past that with Justin Fields and we're just kind of waiting for the flame out?
You know, he's such a polarizing player, right? And, you know, rightfully so, right? Because you have the fantasy people and then you have the real NFL people who are just like, you know, he's not that great of a quarterback. You know, he has a long way to go when it comes to the passing game. And I totally get that. But for fantasy, like, it really comes down to rushing. And when you have the capability to rush for 700, 800, 900 yards, maybe 1,000 yards like he's done in the past, you know, maybe you knock off 100 because of that little middle toe that he messed up yesterday, but dislocated. But, you know, at the end of the day, that's the type of upside that matters. He was the QB7, you know, in points per game last year, you know, before he got replaced with Russell Wilson. And look at that. Like, that's the clear dichotomy right there. When you really look at it, you know, he got benched for, you know, for in real life NFL, but you would have loved to continue to start him for fantasy, you know? So I think this year, I think he's a pretty decent value. You can get him in the 10th, 11th round. And, you know, I think he'll be just fine. I have him ranked as a top 8 fantasy quarterback this year. And I do think, you know, that he's going to be pretty good. Now, the dislocated toe, like, it gave me a little pause yesterday, but it looks like he's going to be just fine. So I'm not overly worried about it. This is not like a turf toe situation or anything like that. But I will say there is another quarterback who has potentially even more upside, who's going even later in drafts, especially if you're drafted on ESPN. If that's your platform of choice, there's one other quarterback who is going so late. He has no business going late, and he could finish as a top 5 quarterback.
Who is it?
I can't tell you.
For us?
I'd have to kill you.
Who is it?
That's a draft guide. We gotta go get the draft guide.
I'm just kidding. It's Drake May, guys. It's Drake May. And
that's my dynasty QB. Let's go.
Okay. I'd love to hear it, man. And I, if you don't mind, I'll riff on him real quick and tell you exactly why I'm taking him in all of my drafts, and it's allowing me to wait on quarterback, you know, just like I did last year. Listen, I was a big Anthony Richardson guy from a fantasy perspective last year. I will admit that, but I will say the other quarterback that I was grabbing consistently when I passed up on Richardson was Jaden Daniels. Right, Jaden Daniels was going the 10th, 11th round last year, and look what happened. You were able to get a stacked team, and then draft Jaden Daniels, and then you were able to combine your 11th round pick with the team, and you probably won your championship, right? This year, Drake May is that guy for me. A couple reasons. Number one, he has a real offensive coordinator now, Josh McDaniels, right? This is a legit situation for him. He was, you know, the offensive coordinator situation in the last couple of years was terrible, and then his rookie year, he played really well considering the offensive situation. He had no weapons either, right? Now he has Stephon Diggs, he has Kyle Williams, you know, he has a couple guys that could support him in that respect. But here's really where it comes down to. It comes down to the rushing. He was fourth in rushing yards per game among all quarterbacks last year, in his full games last year, despite only having a 3% design rushing percentage. 3%, guys. We're talking, when we're talking about those elite quarterbacks, rushing quarterbacks, we're talking 18, 19, 20% plus. I expect Josh McDaniels to correct that in a real way. And really take advantage of the rushing there. He did all that on scrambling last year. Cam Newton, when he was being coached by Josh McDaniels a few years ago, before he retired, Cam Newton was at a 26% design rush rate with Josh McDaniels in New England. So this is a situation where I think there could be, I think he showed enough in his rookie season without any weapons that he could make a ridiculous jump in year 2.
You are listening to the Insiders here on ESPN 1320. We're being joined by Faraz Siddiqui from Upper Hand Fantasy. We're doing Fantasy Friday. For us, last offseason, we saw like this incredible like shift with running backs going to different locations everywhere, right? It like, I don't know, like 8 or 10 like starting level running back changed teams, and some of them worked out, some of them didn't. This year, it feels like the emphasis is more not on old faces and new places, but new faces and new places. Where are you at with this rookie class of running back, and how much impact are they going to have in year 1?
Yeah, that's a great question. Obviously Ashton Genty is, he's in line to like potentially lead the entire league in touches, right? That he's really good in the receiving game. I think, when you're coached by Pete Carroll, there's a chance that, you end up leading the league in attempts. And then also, his head coach, his offensive coordinator, Chip Kelly, he's somebody who wants to run as many offensive plays per game. Like he averaged when he was coaching the Niners, and when he was coaching the Eagles, like he was, the plays per game was through the roof, right? He was near the top of the league, if not the first in the NFL. So there's gonna be a lot of volume there, right? Overall. And in terms of the other running backs, there's a lot of committees, right? A lot of committees that you're worried about. But at the end of the day, I think a lot of them could end up panning out. RJ Harvey, one of my favorite running backs just coming in. The fact that he got paired with Sean Payton was just like, oh, thank God. Like, this is great. This is so good. Like, it was just like, oh my God, this is like the perfect pairing ever. Because the way that Sean Payton, that was a weird noise. Sean Payton that I made there. I don't know where that came from. Sean Payton, like his running backs, it doesn't matter if you're the RB1 in that backfield, RB2 in that backfield. Like, you don't know who's going to end up scoring more fantasy points. Look at Alvin Kamara when he was paired with Mark Ingram. He scored more fantasy points. Like look at Reggie Bush when he had an early down back. Look at Darren Sproles, right? Like a bunch of these kind of guys like finished as RB1s, when fantasy RB1s when they were actually the RB2 in their own backfield, right? I think Harvey's very, very good in the receiving game. I think he's going to get a lot of work there. And they did add J.K. Dobbins to the mix, and I think Dobbins is a good value as well. Sean Payton historically has produced ridiculously productive fantasy backfields overall. He gives them a ridiculous target share as well. So he's set up really, really nicely. So I'm snagging him in a bunch of drafts, in the 4th, 5th round, mostly 5th roundish on most platforms. And then, you look at some of these other guys, Najee Harris, obviously, I don't know if you saw him at camp yesterday, hilarious photo with the hoodie and the sunglasses. Really, really classy. Really interesting how that situation is going to turn out, because you have a Omarion Hampton who's just like itching. He's so good too. And like, he's just going to get more reps in training camp without Najee there. So he has more of a chance to become a legit 1A and maybe just run away with the RB1 job potentially.
Talking with Faraz Siddiqui, Upper Hand Fantasy, upperhandfantasy.com. You're probably starting your fantasy drafts right now. Go get that draft kit at upperhandfantasy.com. But if you hit Faraz on Instagram at Upper Hand Fantasy and you DM him the word blueprint, the name of his favorite Jay-Z album, you will get the blueprint that he laid out for free. Right?
There it is.
That was really good. That was really good. And awesome. and you only heard me say it once.
Jay-Z album?
Reasonable Doubt is probably my favorite Jay-Z album, but Blueprint's number 2.
That's fair. All right, right on.
Yeah.
for us to do Upper Hand Fantasy. I want to stick very, very briefly with the Raiders and talk about the tight end position, where Brock Bowers was obviously outstanding last year as a rookie. But we also saw Sam Laporta blow up as a rookie and then fall off a little bit at that tight end position. Are you worried about that at all with Brock Bowers, or is he in a different class for you?
He's in a Brock Bowers is. You're asking me about Brock Bowers, right? Just to
yeah.
Right. Yeah. Brock Bowers is he's going to be that dude this year. And like I mentioned, Chip Kelly, he is absolutely going to be, running so many offensive plays that I'm not worried about it. That's number 1. Number 2, Geno Smith, ridiculously accurate quarterback. I don't care what your opinion is about him, but he's by the numbers, he was, I think, the most accurate quarterback among all quarterbacks over the last 3 seasons. Okay, so it's just a quarterback upgrade there, which is what you have to think about. But also, you look back on, you mentioned Sam Laporta. I faded Sam Laporta last year. And the reason why is because he didn't perform because he was getting ridiculously like over targeted, right? It was mainly because he got touchdown luck, right? And when I say luck, when it comes to touchdowns, it is a lucky thing to get touchdowns. You're not like a touchdown guy, right? And with Laporta, he over-indexed on touchdowns based on the amount of volume he got. And when that happens, you're usually due for a regression. Now, Laporta did have some injury issues and all that kind of stuff last year, so that we have to consider multiple injuries. So I have to consider that. But with Brock Bowers, he had a ridiculously high target share, right? He was, really, really involved in the receiving game, got a ton of targets, like up near some of the top wide receivers. So because he earned so much volume, that's way more stickier when you're talking, going from year to year.
Faraz, I always like to be selfish and ask questions about my own fantasy team.
Typically.
We get to keep 2. You can keep 1, you can keep 2, or you can keep 0 and go into the draft earlier. I've got James Cook.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just wondering, where are you at with him? Do you think he's a top 5 running back? The touchdown totals from last season were crazy, but he's also got this hold-in thing going on, all kinds of other things that kind of make me question whether I should keep him.
Yeah, I would be questioning it too. I would be. And the reason why is because he is due for a major regression. I don't expect him to get the same number of touchdowns next year. I don't expect him to get a huge increase in volume either. And because of that, now he scored a ridiculous number of touchdowns last year, right? Like 20 touchdowns, and he only had like 206 carries. Anybody who scored more than 15 touchdowns last year, those running backs have averaged 300 plus carries last year, and he had 206. So that tells you what you need to know right there, right? He got lucky, right? And whenever you see that type of thing, if you're not going to project for more volume, then you have to expect that to normalize, that touchdown number to normalize a little bit, and I think it will with him. So, for me personally, like, do you know what you have to give up in order to keep James Cook?
Well, I mean, the rookies will be there,
Right.
and it's whether I'm going to enter the draft in the first round or enter the draft in the second round.
Okay, so what kind of players do you think will be available in the first round? Like, are we talking like some elite level players potentially?
Probably not.
Okay.
I mean, that's the tough part.
Yeah, that is the tough part. So the way I usually do this type of thing is like I'll look at the guys who are available in the first round and do that comparison, because James Cook could end up being the best available player among the players who could be available in the first round for you if you choose to let him go. So he could still be somebody, like, I'm not saying he's not going to be fantasy relevant next year, you know what I mean? So he could be really good, but it's just like, I think the expectations just need to be tempered a little bit going into next season.
Want to ask a couple of questions here for Faraz Siddiqi, Upper Hand Fantasy. We got a couple of questions from people in the chat. Our guy Buddha wants to know who has the best chance of the rookie tight ends who got drafted in the first round. Tyler Warren or Colston Loveland, which one has the best chance to be the top tight end in the league this year?
I would say Tyler Warren personally. I've been drafting him over Loveland in redraft. And now, and it's crazy that Daniel Jones is the reason why. But it's crazy to think that you look at Anthony Richardson, his on target catchable percentage last year was dead last in the NFL. Daniel Jones had 3 wide receivers in the top 14 last year in weeks 1 to 10 in catchable target percentage. Like, they were at the top, like they were like in that top tier, which is insane. So when you look at Josh Downs, when you look at Michael Pittman, when you look at Tyler Warren, all these guys are they're being undervalued right now, in my opinion, in drafts. You look at, obviously, Anthony Richardson is back in camp, right? He's making some throws. They're limiting the volume that he has in camp right now. However, the thing that this coaching staff has been saying, and GMs have been saying since the beginning of the offseason, was that they want somebody who is consistent. Now, can we talk about Daniel Jones as being consistent? I don't know, but we definitely can say that Anthony Richardson, is going to be consistent this year. And if that's what they're looking for, I have a feeling that Daniel Jones is going to be the starter more often than not this year. And I'm willing to make that bet on Tyler Warren playing a lot of snaps. thing with Loveland too, like he has to compete with not only Romo Dunze, DJ Moore, Luther Burden, these guys, but he also has to compete with another tight end. There's another tight end there, Cole Kmet, who could be seeing a lot of playing time. So is he going to get the 80% plus route participation that we want to see out of a tight end in order to make them really fantasy relevant, have that upside? I don't know. It's a tall task. We'll see. Obviously, he got drafted super early, so it's very possible Ben Johnson just has him out there at all times, but it just remains to be seen right now.
We'll get one last question in from the chatty house here. Jake wants to know your thoughts on T. Higgins as a 4th round keeper.
I think that's very solid. I would do that because I would assume that a lot of other players are being kept earlier than him. So this actually makes it an even better value. So if that first round, a lot of players are being kept, then you're talking that if you're talking about T. Higgins, if he was put back into the pool, could potentially be taken as a 2nd rounder in your league, right? Because of all the keepers being taken. So I think that's a great. I think that's a great. Can you guys hear me still?
Yeah, we got you. You cut out for a split
second.
Okay.
Okay, good. Making sure. I got a phone call and whatever. Never mind. Yeah, T. Higgins. Yeah, sorry. T. Higgins as a 4th rounder. Yes, do it.
Do it.
Awesome. Faraz, you'll be joining us every Friday, I believe. We can work out the details on that during the season.
To me.
But for now, go get the draft kit.
Yeah.
Upperhandfantasy.com. That's how Faraz is going to be able to help you out and help you win your leagues. I know he did it for people in the chat last year, and going to do the same for you this year. Upperhandfantasy.com. Thanks so much, man, and we'll do this again very, very soon.
I appreciate you guys. Talk soon. See you later.
Faraz Siddiqi, one of the best, upperhandfantasy.com. Upperhand Fantasy, that is a Odyssey podcast as well, available wherever you get your pods. And remember, DM him if you're just like in one league. He has a blueprint laid out for how to win your league. And you can get it for free. DM blueprint to Upperhand Fantasy on Instagram, and Faraz will hook you up with that for free.
Already did.
Literally did it during the show. Cool.
Oh, yeah.
Tight. I was going to wait, but, it's your prerogative. All right, we got more Jonathan Kuminga stuff to get into. We'll have Kenny Caraway for the handoff here coming up in about 4 minutes. Kenny Caraway is going to jump in and we'll hash this out because I do think it's going to continue to be a conversation, but it gets into a bigger conversation of just, do you want Kuminga or not? Do you want Kuminga for this price or not? There's additional dominoes that have to fall if you're going to put Jonathan Kuminga into your starting lineup, and we'll talk about all that with Kenny Caraway coming up on the handoff. This is The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento's sports leader. Sorry, guys. I know I missed some questions in there.
I already got it.
Nice.
Boom.
Yeah, he is. He's a gangster.
Is Brock Bowers already top 5 in the league at his position?
I think, I think so.
Kittle, Kelsey, Laporta.
Are we sure Kelsey's still there? Are we sure Laporta's there still?
Out of respect.
Yeah, I don't. There's not.
I'm not even necessarily. Yeah, they'd be in that group, I guess.
There's not. The thing is Brock Bowers wasn't just good last year. Brock Bowers was like unbelievable.
No, he was the focal point of the Raiders offense.
Yeah. So it's not, I have a really hard time off the top of my head finding 5 tight ends I like more than Brock Bowers possible. Yeah, God. First team All-Pro, second in Rookie of the Year. 112 catches, 153 damn targets.
How many yards do you have?
Almost 1,200. 6 yards shy of 1,200. 5 touchdowns. Come on, man.
He's top 2.
He's
top 1 if you want to throw him in there. I just don't know who else.
Man. Yeah, I think he's pretty comfortably top 5. What a gangster. I love when that works out for rookies. When a rookie comes in and the consensus is, man, this guy is really freaking good at football. And then he just steps into the league and is really good at football right away. I think people got thrown off by the positional value thing, and the Raiders got a steal because of it.
Yeah, because it was pretty clear. Everyone said Brock Bowers is gonna be one
top
of the
5.
best. Yeah, he's gonna be very good.
Yes, he was going into his senior year at Georgia. It's like Brock Bowers is gonna be top 5 pick. This guy's awesome. And and he falls to 13 because of positional value or whatever. Like, all right. Like same thing might happen with Ashton Genty.
Brock Bowers.
We're sitting here in week 10 going, he really fell to 6?
What's the thing? Yeah, Brock Bowers and Ashton Genty is like a pretty solid starting point with your offense.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. And Gino's good. I feel so good about the Raiders right now.
Even after the Wilkins stuff?
You said what?
I said even after the Wilkins stuff, I was kind of talking like he'd have an impact, and then boom, he got cut.
That was tough. You feel any type of way about that?
I just wonder what it's going to do for the Raiders.
What was I was going to look something up. Oh. Speaking of Faraz, we're gonna briefly talk about a show production thing that I don't want to forget about. And you've got to bounce, so I want to make sure. So a couple weeks then.
Yeah.
Okay. Working things out, you know?
I would definitely trade Pearsall in a dynasty league if you can get anything for him.
Sorry, Jared. I meant to answer this. I would do that. For 2026? Oh, a late for. This is where it's tough because Garrett Wilson, I think, is a better player than Ricky Pearsall, but Pearsall might get. Wilson's going to get volume, but how much do you trust the corner? I think I lean. Man.
Yes.
You lean yes on this?
Garrett Wilson's sick, bro. I don't even know if Ricky Pearsall's going to play football in 2 weeks.
Aren't you out on Garrett Wilson?
I'm back.
Oh, that's funny.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen. Brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Garrett Wilson got you back in last year?
Signed a deal. He's happy. I'm whatever. I'm not going to hold it against him. He's not on my team right now.
Did we not sit there?
Oh, but I messed up too trading him last year.
Yeah,
that was a mistake.
Did we not have a whole conversation
no,
about that?
Garrett Wilson. If you're listening, I was wrong last year about you. I would have won a title last year if I kept Garrett Wilson.
Oh, I thought you.
I traded him.
Right, because you were sick of him.
Yes, I was sick of him, and then he just ended
Then
up
he
playing
blew
well.
up.
Yeah, he blew up, and it's like, oh,
Now you're back in.
yeah.
All right.
Pulling me back in.
Yeah. I feel like that's what keeps happening with the Kings and the Jonathan Kuminga discussion. It feels like this has happened twice. The peak and valley of the Kuminga thing. It's like, oh, everything's heating up. The Warriors are making offers, and oh man, they might be wanting to get the rest of their offseason done, so they're just going to do something. And then, that fizzles out, and then we go back to, this will drag into September. Which is what Anthony Slater said today. Well, it could drag into September.
Ultimately, in the end, do we think this deal gets done?
For the Kings?
For the Kings. Push come to shove. All right. Do we think they work something out?
No.
No?
Because I think Golden State. I think no. Because I don't think the Kings are going to put on the table what it would take for the Warriors to pull the trigger on a trade. And I think Kuminga, they can float all they want that they'll play this year, that he'll play this year on the qualifying offer. I don't think that they would do that, especially if Golden State comes to the table with 3 and 60.
Mm-hmm.
And you all right, you got this, or 2 and 40, or whatever.
Yeah.
If the difference is you're playing for 20 this year instead of 8, and then you've got at least a little financial security.
Well, that, and like I'll bring up the point we made earlier about the qualifying offer. Like if he signs a deal right now and is going to play for Golden State, you're still going to have the base year situation. Like if you go to trade him, because he'll be playing out. No, he'd be a regular contract.
I think that tracks until like January 15 or something.
They'd have to wait the 6-month waiting period if they sign him to a contract extension, right? So that's going to be the next deadline that everyone's going to be looking at. Like, remember last year with Lauri Markkanen, where it's like, oh, is he going to sign this day or is he going to wait one more day? He waited the one extra day so he wouldn't be eligible to be traded that year. Right. So
for some reason.
Yeah, I think we're going to get into we could get into a similar situation with Kuminga where he waits and waits and waits and like, all right, up your offer, or I'm just going to wait the extra day and you guys won't be able to trade me this year. And then it'll be a mess. But also my point was that if you signed him to a contract, even if it's a 2-year deal, you could still trade him and he would still have his bird rights would travel with him in that scenario, as opposed to playing for the qualifying offer.
Kenny Caraway is here. It's time for the handoff. Welcome in, Kenny Caraway. He is hosting D-Line KC today.
Yes, sir. I got a question for both of you guys about that. I don't mean to interrupt.
No, please. I was just going to ask you a question. So if you've got a question for us.
The Kuminga qualifying offer Warriors situation. I'm not here to get into like leverage and everything because everybody has their own level of leverage in this situation. But haven't the Warriors, like, what are they doing if they bring him back? They've said in a number of different ways, we don't believe you, we don't want you. They said it when they didn't sign him last year. They said it when they got Jimmy Butler and signed him to a 2-year deal for $60 million a year.
They traded for Jimmy Butler, signed him, and then publicly went, well, Jimmy and Kuminga can't play together.
Thank you. Then at the end of the season, I mean, I know it's negotiating, I know it's business and all this other stuff, but they're like, yeah, man, hey, go find another team. Go ahead. Go ahead, big dog. Like, it's not like, we want you. Can we work on something before you go to? They're like, nah, go find another team.
Yeah.
And even if that doesn't work out, if it's not to their liking, you literally say, I don't want you. You can go find somewhere else to play. So why would they bring him back just because they don't necessarily like the offers? Like at some point it gets to the point, in my opinion, where it's about, all right, let's do what's best for this team and this organization right now, because we're pressed for time. We're trying to get a championship with Steph Curry. And that goes roster wise and that goes vibes wise.
I think it's a risk reward thing where they might look at Devin Carter and Dario Saric in a first and then whatever the heck Phoenix is offering and go, we think that there's a chance. We'd rather gamble on the chance that Kuminga does what James and I were talking about earlier and he starts and is the primary guy on the second unit. We're going to surround him with shooters and that's how it's going to go. That gives us a better chance than Devin Carter and Dario Saric in a verse do. But I don't think it would take much more than that.
Well, the other issue that the Warriors have, it comes down to salary cap stuff. So if we look up the Warriors salary, they've got, they're 2 big dogs, right? They're 2 humongous contracts in Steph Curry at 59.6 and Jimmy Butler 54.1. Then you drop to Draymond Green at 25.9 million. Below Draymond, they don't have another player that makes more than Moses Moody at 11.5 million. So the problem is when you have this gap in salary, and let's say a big name player comes up between now and February 1st, whatever the trade deadline is. In order for the Warriors to acquire that player, they're going to either have to give up Draymond, or they're going to have to give up Moody, Buddy Hield at 9.2, and then it drops all the way down to Podziemski at 3.6. Like, they don't have any salary to send out. So what Kuminga will be for them is a salary placeholder in the same way that the Kings used Harrison Barnes. They signed Harrison Barnes back saying, hey, look, you might be here a year, you might be here 6 months, you might be here all 3 years. But what we need to do is we have bona fide cap space right now. And if we don't spend it, we're going to lose it. So we'd rather have a 17, 18, and $19 million 3-year deal where I now have a $17 million player this year that I can trade. And so it just makes, again, if they're going to acquire a $40 million player and they have let's just say Kuminga 20. Now you got 20. Now I throw in Moses Moody. I'm at 32. I can throw in, Buddy Hield. That puts me at 41, and I can go get that player. If they don't have Kuminga, they don't have that $20 million trade chip that they can go get. And that's why a lot of times as a team, it's not about what's best for us today. They don't care about what the Kuminga, the player, or Kuminga. It's about Kuminga, the salary spot that they have no other way to create right now because of where they are financially.
Makes perfect sense. But I would ask this. I don't know. I'm just asking the question. Hasn't the market already said you're not going to get that player? Things can change in 6 months, but let's just say, just for argument's sake, not this guy, but this caliber of player. Just say Devin Booker at the trade deadline. Like, whoever a Devin Booker quality player is available and looking to move. Hasn't the league already said, these teams already said, we don't look at Kuminga like that? Or is it just the situation of this summer? Like,
maybe a little of both.
They're using, like in James' scenario, the Warriors want to use Kuminga's salary to go get a player like that potentially, but the league has already said, we're not giving up that type of player for Kuminga.
So yes. So they have said that for sure. But I think we talked about this earlier. One of the people in the Fred Katz article in The Athletic, one of the executives he talked to compared Kuminga to Jaden McDaniels when McDaniels got 5 and 131. But he said about McDaniels, he said he was great in his role. I think there are so many teams who are intrigued by Kuminga, but they go, we're not giving up a Devin Booker quality player for him because we don't know what he does here. We don't know what he does for us. We know what the ceiling is, but we don't know if he's a primary scorer. Is he going to play defense at the level we wanted to play defense at? Is he going to be a rebounder? Is he going to do? I think there are so many people who go, love the idea, but what's his role? What does he do? And can he be successful in the role that we need him in? Whereas if he comes out and plays the first half of the year, and we were talking about if Golden State's going to surround him with Al Horford and Seth Curry and Buddy Hield and Moses Moody, and all of a sudden he's averaging 23 and 4 assists a night, and all of a sudden teams start going, oh, okay, we see the vision. Whereas right now I don't think you do, because you don't, okay, he scores a lot of points, but in what role and what capacity?
And does it like equate to winning?
Right.
I think the funny thing from the Fred Katz article that we pulled up this morning, according to 16 rival executives, they were granted anonymity in exchange for their candor. Answers ranged on his salary from 17 to 25 million in average annual value. The mean average value in the poll was 20.4 million. I think everyone in the league looks at him and goes, okay, 20 million. And
yeah, would take the gamble for that.
And 20 million, just so I know someone in here said, oh, well, he's not going to take 17, 18, 19 million. Just so everyone knows, 20 million today is worth more than 17, 18, 19 million when Harrison Barnes signed his contract. It's worth less.
Right.
Yeah,
okay. Yeah.
It's worth less.
Other way.
Yeah, it's worth less than the 17, 18, 19 million that Harrison Barnes signed for. It's 12, 13% of the salary cap. And that's okay. Like when you're looking at it, you're like, okay, you want to be able to go out and get a good player, but that's where his value is kind of at this point. It's around that, 18 or 17 to $25 million range with one person saying that they would go above and beyond everyone else with a 5-year 125. Most of the deals that rival executives said were 3 years 60, 3 years 64, 3 years 68, 3 years 70. That's where the contract was that they were looking at.
Here's the other thing on Kuminga's side. You guys said a lot of great stuff right there. So there's a couple different things, but I'll choose this thought that came to my mind. If I'm Kuminga, the money is the issue. The situation is the issue. And I'm also looking at this from the Warriors, where the Warriors are like, look, come back, and increased opportunity. And like you talked about, we'll put some guys around you on the bench and all this other stuff. And if I'm Kuminga, I'm like, man, you're lying to me. You're lying to me. You're not going to do that. Last year, I didn't even play in the biggest game of the regular season. And you guys know what I want. It's already been reported. I want a secondary option role. I want to start. You're not giving me that. And even in the scenario that you're laying out, with 6 minutes to go in the game, I'm not going to be in the game. Stop lying to me. And I think that's why he's hearing all this stuff that Steve Kerr and everybody's saying. It's like, no, I don't believe you.
I think their response would be, you could be if you did A, B, and C, which we've been asking you to do for 4 years.
And he might say that, they might say that, and I'll be like, you threw that out the window when you brought Jimmy Butler in here.
Right.
There's no place for me to play.
Right.
There's no place for me to play in a closing lineup.
Right.
Because unless you're going Draymond at the 5, and that's creates its own problem.
The problem is spacing.
Yeah.
Nobody respects it. He's going to stand in the corner and consistently knock down a 3, so you don't have to guard him.
Right.
Same with Jimmy Butler.
Yeah.
Right. You're not going to play me at the end of the game. Yeah. Stop lying to me, Steve, like you did all year long. And that's the other thing. There's been so much, the relationship has been so much distrust between those two. When Steve and all these people come to him and say, this is what we're going to do, like, I don't believe you no more. I've been dealing with this for 3 years.
4 years.
4 years. And I just don't believe you. And I'm not saying, I think that's his mindset. Like, I don't believe what you're saying.
Yeah. James, any final thoughts? I know you got to bounce.
Where you going? We got a handoff to do, brother.
He's got a haircut to get.
How often do you get a haircut again?
Usually once a month.
I just laugh because we don't go once a month, man. That's crazy.
If I was in a position where I couldn't wear a hat, I would every day.
I shave my head every other day.
Yeah.
That's probably smart. You go hatless way more often than I do, though.
I do, but it's not a lot. But I still, you just never know.
If what's happening up here right now, I haven't shaved in week and a half, 2 weeks.
Oh man.
Yeah, man.
That's crazy.
It's so bad.
I get to the third day and
I get the Bill Barnwell going. It's rough. It's rough. Real rough.
Shout out Bill Barnwell.
The Bill Barnwell.
Am I wrong?
Kyle Newton sideswiping Bill Barnwell.
Bill's is doing his 49ers preview or something like that right now. Meanwhile, Kyle Matt's on the radio taking a shot at him.
I'm taking a shot. No, it's not a shot at him. Have I? Look, okay. I'm gonna.
My bad. I sideswiped the whole last question you were gonna ask. James.
No, I was just asking if James had any final Kuminga thoughts before we.
Yeah, this isn't the time to make bold proclamations like we did a few weeks back.
Well,
but look, when you're looking at this and it's like the Kings and the Suns, I think Slater said it. Like, the Suns have really nothing to offer. They don't have any first round picks. They don't have any second round picks. The Suns don't have a lot to offer, and the Kings are in a position where, like, not only do they have to figure out a way to fit Kuminga into their salary structure and what would appease the Warriors. Again, if it's a protected first and say another second, like, okay, just get the deal done if you're down to that close. But if it's like, hey, again, take Devin Carter out, put Keon Ellis in the deal, I'm like, no, I'm good.
If it's draft, I'm with you. If it's draft capital, get the job done, man.
Yeah.
So, James, goodbye. You gotta go.
Have a good weekend, everyone.
So Kenny, I'll throw this at you, and James, if you have thoughts, then we can talk about it on Monday.
Before you do that, though.
That's a great. I'm glad that somebody here knows how to host a radio show. You are listening to KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader, always free on the Odyssey app.
Yes, sir.
So you're not putting Keon Ellis in the deal because that's now the recent reporting we've seen. Oh, Keon Ellis or the Keegan Murray, which obviously we kind of knew that from the jump. But if Golden State says, hey, you can keep your first, it'll be 2 second-round picks, but it's got to be Keon instead of Devin Carter.
All right, see, Jesse's bringing it up again. We had already worked through it, but now he's giving
We
with even more.
negotiated this for like a half hour yesterday,
man.
Kyle, and we went from like, yeah, we'll trade Keon Ellis. Like I think at the end we reached, no, we won't trade Keon Ellis.
And now, but now Kyle is brought up another scenario where they're like, no, we don't want the picks. We just want Keon.
If it's either or, I have an answer for that though.
Because here's why. Because it goes. Golden State is trying to thread this needle still of, okay, you got to compete around Steph.
Mm-hmm.
You got hopefully this year of Steph being awesome, but you start to see the tailing off a little bit. So how do Keon impacts the now way more than a 2027 or 28 protected first round pick does.
Mm-hmm.
You are, he fits exactly what Golden State needs.
Mm-hmm.
And so Golden State, I think would pretty reasonably go, hey, we don't want, like, to hell with the picks. Fine. Keep your first. Just, we need to make sure Keon's here. Now let me throw this wrinkle at you too.
Damn,
I'm going to throw this wrinkle at you too, because I just thought of this right now.
Okay.
I think that there are probably people, I don't have the chatty house open right now, but I'm sure there's people who are like, absolutely not. Keon is not on the table. If they say the word Keon, hang up the phone. We're done here. Am I right? Bang, bang. All right. I'm absolutely correct. So the reason I bring this up, because I don't think the Kings would necessarily want to do that. I think there's probably some people in the building who would want to do that. I don't think Scott Perry wants to do that.
Mm-hmm.
But let's now throw this wrinkle in here.
Mm.
The Kings just screwed Keon Ellis out of $10, $11, $12 million this year. And they can say, oh, we'll make it up to you. We'll work on something. We'll make it up to you on the back end. You just play this year. Because if Keon plays this year and God forbid, knock on wood, something bad happens to him health-wise, the Kings aren't going to make it up next offseason.
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to go, no, we still got you at 4-80. You're still good.
Right.
Like, no, they're going to go, hey, sorry about that. So what if Keon's so mad that he's like, I'm not signing here?
Well,
like, to hell with your,
we've already had this conversation, like Scott Perry, Keon, we've already had the conversation.
Keon's still pissed in Cabo, only drinking free water now. Because
poor guy, Cabo, he's stuck in Cabo. That's what it is. He only got the one way, thinking got the villa and everything. He's like, I'll get the rest on the second half because I'm about to get paid. He's stuck.
His buddy's like, yeah, can I get a Michelob Ultra? We want water. Still.
Poor Keon.
But no, if Keon has made it clear, like, hey, you know what? I'm really upset with the organization.
Mm-hmm.
I'll play out this year, but next summer, I'm not guaranteeing anything. I'm testing the market no matter what.
It's kind of a no-brainer at that point.
I totally agree.
It's kind of a no-brainer.
That's the only way, because I was prepared when we were talking about Keon to go, no, I wouldn't do that if I'm the Kings. I don't think the Kings would do that. But I think there's that layer where if Keon does get put on the table and we start seeing reporting to that effect, I think that might be why, is because Keon kind of came out and went, like, I'm not feeling it here anymore. I'll go see what's happening elsewhere this season.
Yeah, we need to have, and if I'm Scott Perry, we need to have those conversations because that affects what I'm doing in this situation. I'll ask everybody this question as well. It's not a apples to apples. It's not, when you say apples to apples, like that's an exact comparison, right?
Yes.
Just making sure.
Yes.
It's not exactly apples to apples, but today, it's a little different. I understand, but just work with me here. Today, if the Jazz said, man, we miscalculated. This isn't going to work. Scott Perry.
The Jazz.
The Jazz.
So Danny Ainge on the horn with Scott Perry now.
He said, man, we miscalculated, man. The guy just don't want to be here. Scott Perry, would you trade us Keon for Ace Bailey? What would you say?
Man.
Matter of fact, hold on. Matter of fact, I'll even go one more. The Jazz were guaranteed somehow, some way, because the NBA allegedly is fixed. They were guaranteed next year to have a top 3 pick. And they called Scott Perry and said, hey, bro, we got the top 3 pick next year. I don't know if it's 1, 2, or 3. It might be 3. It's probably 3. It's not 1.
Envelopes in the freezer.
Yeah, it's probably 3. We'll give you that pick for Keon Ellis. What would you do?
Man. I have a guaranteed top 3 pick for Keon straight across.
Yeah, and it's not number 1. It's like 2 or 3, probably 3.
But it might be 1 or guaranteed
it's
not
number
1.
1. It's either
Adam
2 or
Silver
3.
said we're freezing the envelope, but not for the first pick.
Yeah.
We got to make sure San Antonio gets it again or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Got to make sure Boston gets it.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Boston's definitely getting the first pick next year, right?
Brother, don't remind me.
Why did you
Oh,
say it
my
like that?
God.
What's
Yeah,
wrong?
no, because they
This
don't
is
need it. They don't
ridiculous.
deserve
It's really
it either.
ridiculous.
Whoa. If they get it, they obviously deserve it.
What?
What, they don't deserve it for being successful since the 1950s?
And wait a minute. Now I just thought about something.
I am.
Boston has new owners too.
It's true.
You know how that works in the NBA.
That's
You get
facts.
new owners.
You want to make sure.
Get
Let's
the
see,
first
Derek
pick.
White getting a little older.
Damn, we just
Adam
This
Silver
we
is
just
talk
cracked the code. That's
golly.
crazy, bro.
All right,
That's
let's
crazy.
get 2026 draft ready. I guess. I think in a scenario where Keon has kind of made it clear, like, I may resign here, but I'm definitely exploring the market. I'm not signing an extension during the year. I'll play out this year since you want me to play out this year so bad, and I'll go search the market. I think I'm doing that.
What if he said, "No, I like it here"? My whole point, before you answer that, my whole point is, this is like what people want, right? They want the young person to rebuild around, and you're going to hold that up for
that.
No disrespect, but for Keon Ellis,
no disrespect whatsoever,
because that's my guy. But you're going to hold up what you guys have been asking for.
But
for Keon and Kuminga, he's not Ace Bailey's age, but he's young enough where that's why I say it's not exact comparison.
Right.
But what is Kuminga? 22?
22. He turns 23 in October.
Come on, man. Like this is kind of what you guys are asking for.
No, I'm there, man.
You,
and that's
but,
no, I agree that my holdup with the Jazz thing is because I'm with you on just because your pick is top 3 doesn't mean you're guaranteed to hit. Like obviously you have a better chance than picking 13th or 14th, but at some point you just got to hit a draft pick. So my holdup, instead of just being like, yeah, do it, my hang up is I don't. If you're signing Keon Ellis to something reasonable, like let's say 4 and 52, so it's 13 a year. And now you have this really, really good defensive guard who's going to shoot 40% from 3, who can guard 1s, 2s, some 3s. Like that's just such a valuable piece to have on a team that if you feel good about Maxime Reynaud and you feel good about Nick Clifford, where you can go into that 2027 year that we keep talking about and you go, okay, we have a good foundation. Keegan, Keon, Nick, Maxime, that's the foundation. And now we're going to try and drop some rookies into this and see if we can maybe make a trade and accelerate this thing a little bit. I think Keon could be a part of that. And I think that's my hang up.
I hear you.
On doing it for a top 3 pick. But at the same time, I think I'm doing it.
Yeah.
Because you're talking top 3 pick. It's not, oh, the Jazz are bad. It might be top 3. If I'm guaranteed top 3 pick for Keon Ellis, if an NFL team did that, like what's the 49ers equivalent of Keon?
No. I'll get
Diameter Lenore?
He's a little better than that. Diameter Lenore could be one of the best corners.
Oh, Lenore's better than that. Okay, that was
yeah.
I started
Lenore.
on that. Okay.
No. This is a good one. Let me.
This would be a fun exercise to do.
Is it Juwan Jennings?
Ooh.
He's valuable. He is valuable to winning.
This is
want
not
Juwan
apples
Jennings.
to apples, but I think it's a similar spot.
Yeah, he's valuable. Juwan is valuable. He's valuable to winning. You need him. Same with Keon, but they're not franchise. You kind of found them on the, on a bargain.
If the Saints called and said, hey, we got a top 3 pick for you for Juwan Jennings, the 49ers are driving him to the airport.
Yeah.
Like and I know it's a little different NBA to NFL and draft pick value, but yeah, I think, the Ace Bailey thing is a little different because I got to know where his head's at.
Right.
Is Ace Bailey just angling to get to New York at some point in his career, and I'm gonna have to deal with that problem in 3 years? But if he's like, nope, I'm in Utah, I'm committed. I go to Sacramento, I'm committed. You're gonna get an All NBA caliber talent with me. Let's go.
So
then I think I'm doing it.
So I'll flip that and go back to what we're originally talking about. Because the only reason I bring that up is because, once again, not apples to apples, but Kuminga, his talent level, his age is in that same vein.
I agree.
Of Ace. So yeah, I think I gotta do it. Like if they're gonna walk away, if the Warriors are like, do this or we're for real done. Like we'll just sign it. Like we're for real done. But if you put Keon, we can get the deal done. Unfortunately, I think I'm making that deal.
Yeah, man. And it's just I think I agree with you, because while we love Keon and Keon has a ton of value, there are, again, I don't want to, I have been advocating for Keon to start for 2 years now. Like I am a Keon guy. But when you talk about who's replaceable and you talk about you're building a team and you're trying to build a winner, you need the high-end talent for that.
Right.
You can replace Keon Ellis. You can find players who give you a close enough facsimile of Keon Ellis. Whether it's one player or two players, I know you don't always get them undrafted, but you can find role players way easier than you can find a player with that high ceiling.
I agree.
Especially with where the Kings are, where, man, you're going to be drafting in spots where you're probably not going to be getting those players with the high ceiling. You might get a really good player, but the chances of it, like I said, are worse. So I've said Kuminga is the most talented player they could have realistically gotten this offseason. If you're trying to build a team with a championship ceiling, I have my questions and my reservations about Kuminga as a player, but there is no doubting what his ceiling is as a player, where if it really clicks for him, you're talking all NBA talent.
Right. You're
talking 25 to 30 a night. You're talking awesome defender who can guard up 1 through 5. I
got to take a chance on that.
That's it. That's it. And I know that people might be like, oh, Keon, I love Keon. I get it. But
we love Keon.
But yeah, but this isn't, hey, would you trade Keon for
pods?
For pods? Yeah, no. That's a 2 thumbs down, quick, easy. This is, like, man, you're talking ceiling. And at some point, like, as much as I like Nick Clifford, and I think right now he's on that all-star trajectory, just how he played in the summer league, chances are like, yeah, no, he's probably a starter.
Yeah. And
you're talking like high ceiling player. You need to go get one of those.
I agree. And that's why I brought up the draft pick, because if there's no name attached to the trade, I think people are like, hell yeah, number 3 pick. But because there's a name, it's like, oh, I don't know. And you've seen him a little bit, which actually could work a different way. It's like, I think we know his floor. We know Kuminga's floor. We don't know if he'll reach the ceiling. But worst case scenario, the guy's a 15 to 17 points per game score. I think that's
like worst
that's the bottom of the barrel for him. But if it was like, oh, you get the number 2 or 3 pick, people be like, hell yeah, we're trading Keon.
Yeah.
Just because you don't even, there's no name there.
Yeah. And maybe, and if there's a Kings fan out there that's like, I've watched enough Kuminga, I'm out. I don't think he's ever going to fit any kind of real role on a team. And all right, I fine, I guess. And I kind of wonder if the Kings look at it like that, or do they just look at it like he's been, because Golden State is a difficult place to play if you're a player like Kuminga who believes his ceiling is all NBA caliber player, because they're going, no, that's Steph and Draymond are running the show. You've got to play great defense. You got to make these cuts. You got to play in the dunker spot. You got to hit a corner 3. And that's just, he's like, no, I can do more than that. I want to do more than that.
Right.
Yeah. I don't.
And I don't want to.
It's not easy. I don't think any of these answers are necessarily easy.
No, and I've said it a couple of times, and I want to reiterate it. There was plenty of times when I looked at Jonathan Kuminga and I said on these airwaves, his buckets, at least with the Warriors, weren't that impactful to me. I've said,
talking about Kuminga,
yeah,
they lost all the games he played.
I've said a number. I said it going into the play-in
in the playoffs
last year.
Yeah.
And when they would play him, like if Kuminga wants to score 25, let him. I just can't let Steph go for 36. So I'll double, I'll trap, do all that other stuff, and let Kuminga be 11 of 15 for 27 points, and I think we'll win.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
That's what happened in the postseason. And it's because he's not, when he drives by the first guy and then finishes through contact, there's nobody else is a threat. You're going, cool. All right, you're going to settle for that tough turnaround jumper. Cool. You made it that time. You're going to miss it the next two. And that's where I think the Warriors are at. It's like, that's cool that you broke down the defense and you got in the paint, but you have Steph Curry alone in the corner. You have Buddy Hield or Klay Thompson alone in the corner. Like, you got to make that extra pass instead of trying to go up and going to the foul line. There's no doubting he's talented. This is what I keep coming back to with the whole talent thing. This dude didn't play in the playoffs, was not part of the rotation down the stretch, didn't play in the playoffs. And then they needed him to come off the bench when Steph got hurt. And he's averaging 28 a night or whatever it was.
It's crazy.
That's insane. And against the Timberwolves, who are really good defensively.
Right.
And that's where I go, man, I have my reservations about him, but that
I got to take a chance. That's what we keep going back to, right, Kyle? Me and you, I got to take a chance.
And that's it. It's a chance. It's a roll of the dice. Everything's a roll of the dice. There's no way the Kings can move forward that doesn't involve some risk. Because if you're like, we're not going to do anything, cool, Monty McNair.
Right.
You could go, we're going to play it out till 27, but hey, what if Maxime Reynaud isn't very good?
Right.
And what if Nate Clifford is just kind of like, he's a good rotational player, but you don't know if you feel great about him as a starter. Then you get to 27 and you're going, all right, well, now we're at square one of a rebuild.
Right. And now what are we doing with these guys? These Clifford, like they're good enough, but they're not good enough to like elevate you. So now we're moving on from those guys.
So if you're relying on them, that's a gamble. If you're making a trade for Jonathan Kuminga, that's a gamble. Like, there's always going to be some form of risk here.
Yeah.
And if you're going, I don't want Kuminga because I don't want to give up Keon or because I'm worried about the future, like, okay, well, then you're going to do nothing.
Yeah, I agree.
And there's inherent risk involved in that too. So I'm taking the swing if I'm the Kings, because I value, as of today, July 25, I value ceiling more than I value steadiness, because steadiness is going to get me 40-ish wins this year.
I agree. I in this scenario, if you got him on the table, I gotta cash in on that if I can somehow, some way. Hopefully, I don't have to give up Keon. Hopefully, we play a game of chicken and the Warriors blink first or something like that. Hopefully, that's the case. But I internally, like, we're having these discussions in the Sacramento Kings front office. I'll be like, Kyle, if it comes down to it, like, we're willing to do that.
And when I hear that Kuminga taught, and Anthony Slater said this on our program earlier, if I'm hearing that, man, Kuminga talked to the Kings recently. In the last couple of days, he said, talked to Scott Perry, talked to Doug Christie, talked to BJ Armstrong, liked what they had to say, liked the idea for the role they had. I think if you're Sacramento, if you're the Kings, now that starts to shift your focus and your thinking. Because if you're, we got buy-in.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, it went well.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying.
And that's where
relatively speaking.
That's where I wonder now. Maybe Scott Perry had his reservations before, and I'm sure they'd talked before. But we're down the road now. We're not waiting out a Malik Monk trade or a Dennis Schroeder thing. It's like, this is the move that's left this offseason for the Kings, if there is going to be one.
Yeah. Well, I wonder if they have talked. Kuminga and those guys. Representatives.
That's a good point.
Have,
sure.
But I wonder if they had talked before that, and that was their first time actually sitting down and getting a feel for each other personally. And maybe that changes. Like you said, Scott Perry's thinking about it, because, like, oh, okay, I talked to this young man, and the vibes were a lot better than I originally expected.
Right. So let's see if we get back on the horn with Golden State and see what it's going to take.
Yeah, absolutely. You real quick, because I think you'd appreciate this.
Let's just go. Hey, we'll just take this up to the break. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
I'm not gonna. Hey, here, D'Lo and KC starting, and then you break in 4 minutes.
Nah, thank you. I forgot about. I'm getting used to this whole thing. I'm getting used to it.
It's different. It's different for sure.
Yeah, I got to figure it out. But I think you'll appreciate this. And this, while I'm optimistic about Jonathan Kuminga, and I'm willing to take that chance. I don't know where it's going to end up, but I'm willing to take that chance. And, like, let's go after this. Let's see what it looks like. You know what it kind of reminds me of potentially? Remember when Larry Hughes came to the Warriors?
Boy, do I. Was that
And it was like, yo,
2000?
2000. I'm looking right
01?
here. 99, 2000.
Mm.
And I remember because I was talking to my cousin at the time. He lived in Vallejo. They're Warriors fans. And
I was
remember his
9,
first
so I did
game.
not have the gravity of the Larry Hughes experience.
So I was, I don't know. I was older than that. I was probably about 14, 15. And I remember his first game, and it was like electric. Like he might have had like 25 or something like that. And Warrior fans was like, yo, we got this,
He was next,
this young dude. Like it's we got something here. We're going to build it. And it never amounted to anything.
Yeah.
He was really talented.
Yep.
He scored the ball really well.
Yep.
But it wasn't the building block that at the time Warrior fans hoped or thought it might be.
Mm-hmm.
And that would be my concern, that may be who Jonathan Kuminga is.
Yeah, there's risk involved for sure.
Like he's talented, he scores, but it doesn't amount to the building block that we hope it is.
Mm-hmm.
And if he were to become a Sacramento King, I hope I'm dead wrong about that. But that keeps popping up in my mind. Larry Hughes with the Warriors.
Yeah, and that's and I
Larry,
think
I'm sorry. Larry Hughes was 21 when he got traded to the Warriors. So
even younger.
Yeah.
Even more of a building block. Yeah, man. And that's the obvious risk involved. Jonathan Kuminga is never going to be bad at basketball, but is how good can your team be with him as a focal point? Yeah. If he's not going to do all the things on the periphery, I know we talk about scoring all the time, and that's very important. All the 99% of the best players in the league score the basketball prolifically. You have to do more than that if you're going to be that guy. If you're going to be an all-NBA type of guy, you have to be playing defense. You have to be setting up your teammates. You have to be rebounding. Like if you're going to be that dude who really impacts winning. Because if you're acquiring Jonathan Kuminga, for me, you're going, all right, hey, we're talking 27. This is our 1A. We believe in him on that level that he could be that guy. You're not bringing him in to be like, hey, you wouldn't be Aaron Gordon for the Warriors. Will you be in for us?
Right.
Like, nah, 100%. You can't do that.
Yeah. And you gotta, it's just, once again, such a gamble. Is Jonathan Kuminga not interested in that at all? Or is he not interested in being that type of player on the bench for the Warriors? And what I mean by that is if you gave him a starting role and you gave him more franchise responsibility, would he embrace that and say, I am gonna turn into Scottie Pippen? You know what I mean? Where like, yeah, I'm getting 25, but the team relies on me to be a top defender. And that's all. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Usually that doesn't happen. You know what I mean? Usually if a guy's like, man, I ain't doing all that over here and you're gonna have me on the bench. Yeah. It's kind of usually what's in their blood. But
it's a weird, but dude, Golden State's a weird spot because it has been the I know I'm not using this on the court. The gravity of Steph and Draymond and Clay it was all about them. They are the system. Yeah. And so if you're Jonathan Kuminga, you're the 7th overall pick, you're going into Golden State as the number 7 pick going, I'm the future of this franchise. And then you get there and you're like, you want me to do what? I'm going to come off the bench and you want me to play defense and stand in the corner? Ugh. Ugh. Like I mean, I get it. It was not a normal situation for a number 7 pick to step into. Yeah. And frankly, I don't think the Warriors expected him to step into that spot. I think Golden State thought that when they brought in Jonathan Kuminga, they'd get the tail end of Steph. He'd play a couple more years. Jonathan Kuminga would take over, and that's what it would be. Then they won the title in 22, and it was like, this is still a team. Yeah, you got to fit.
I may be wrong. I wouldn't have gone after Jimmy Butler. I think that's the monkey wrench in all of this because that took away the ability. That took away what Jonathan Kuminga is looking for. You don't have that anymore.
Yeah. The problem is Jonathan Kuminga wasn't doing the Jimmy Butler stuff. And that's the other thing that can't get overlooked in this, and I think it gets overlooked a lot because he's not this type of person publicly. is I feel like Steph has a lot to do with
I agree.
this stuff. That clip of him slumping his shoulders when Kuminga starts putting the ball on the deck against, I think it was Portland, and Steph's wide open and Kuminga starts dribbling. And Steph's it's like, it wouldn't shock me at all if he was the impetus behind the Jimmy Butler deal, behind Jonathan Kuminga's minutes.
As to give the Warriors a little bit of grace right here, I understand the frustrations on their part.
Sure.
If I'm going to the Jonathan Kuminga and I say, bro, this is all you have to do to play. It's real simple. Defend, move the ball. Yeah, you're not going to be able to score as much, but that's going to come later in your career. You're 21, 22 years old.
Yeah.
Just do this. And he refuses to do it.
Yeah.
I might be out on him too.
Sure.
Like I said, I may look at it like, bro, it's not in you. You're never going to get, you may score some more, but you're not going to be this type of basketball player you think you are. I understand that.
Do you want me to stick around? Because I usually do a Friday thing.
Yeah, if you can. No,
I'll just stick around. No, it's cool.
Now, if you can, because I do want to talk football with you.
Yeah, no, we can talk some football. Yeah, I'll be here. I just gotta go.
Yeah, that's good. Training camp has started, and I'm hearing names, and I'm like, yo, what's going on here? Yo, what's going on? Is it real? No pads have been put on yet, but
let's get it. No, let's overreact to training camp. It'll be great. It'll be a ton of fun. D'Lo and Casey coming up next. No D'Lo, just Kenny Caraway. Kenny and friends. I'll be in. Anybody else?
Yeah. So check it out. We've got Eddie Gonzalez pulling up.
Ooh.
Leesy's in the building, so he might pull up on me too. And then at about 3:30, sorry, Jesse, I didn't get a chance to get this on the rundown. Bonta Hill is going to pull up on us.
Bonta in the building? No. Oh, Bonta is going to be in the building. I was going to stick around. He might be. Get on the
TV money. TV money.
All right. I'm Kyle Madsen for James Ham and Jesse Tapia and Joe Brazil. We're the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We'll be back with you Monday at 10 a.m. D'Lo and Casey is next, right here on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports. Yep.
Jesse, did you want to do it or you want me to do it? The intro. Okay, cool. What's up, y'all? What's up, man? Oh my gosh, the camera's way over here. What the hell? The camera wasn't even on the same monitor. What's up with y'all, man? Monty, I'm gonna do that. I got to be honest with you. I wasn't aware, but okay. We'll talk about it. Well, we'll mention it. I don't know if we'll talk about it, but we will mention it. Want you, baby. Where am I going? Oh, yeah. Sounds good. Yeah, that's cool. All this money in the air. Oh, there's goes camp again. Camp, you know. There it is again, Jesse.
Yo, why don't we just all shut it down until preseason? How about that, huh? You want that, Kenny?
I think. Oh no, I don't think Kyle's hurt. I'm gonna ask Kyle. I'm gonna ask Kyle about this. I'll tell you when we get on. I'll tell you.
Everyone just play week 1. Nobody gets hurt.
Oh. 4 different people got their mule on. Black Bear's Bueller cutting school with his jewels on. Couldn't do wrong. The chest full of chains and the arm full of watches. But I sell for pain in the hood. I'm a doctor. Chicago tried to fight the urge like Ivan. If he dies, he dies. Shout out King Push.
Shout out King Push. Shout out Malice, man. Big ups.
I said for a long time, here's a weird thing about me. I think about my walk-up song a lot.
Okay. Oh, we're on the wrong camera here. There's nobody there. Okay.
Hey, I think about my walk-up song a lot. I will never need a walk-up song. I will never be in a position where a walk-up song matters. But for a long time, King Push was it's the intro track on can't remember the name of the album. Anyways, it was the intro track to one of his albums.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hey, let's go. Air horns. More fire. D-Lo and KC. On this July 25th, here in Sacramento, California, ESPN 1320 officially getting D-Lo and KC underway right now. Shout out to D-Lo, still on vacation. He's actually in Disneyland.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
Yes, indeed. And it's your boy, Kenny Caraway. Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live
From the worst slums of Sacramento.
And we got Jesse Tapia behind the board.
What are you doing with him?
And right now, I got my main man, Kyle Madsen.
Hey, man, I won't mention this guy's name. I'll give him his initials. OJS.
No, I'm sorry. That's your drop. That's your drop.
That's my drop.
Officially, that's your drop.
Hold on, my earplugs.
Now we have
How did that happen?
I don't know. It just happened. All right, but that's like
I was gonna see if I could get a wrestling drop, and I get Mitch.
No, you get OJ.
Calling me OJ.
Because now, like when we do that, it'll be funny. There'll be like an inside joke. It'll be context to him. We'll just all laugh together, like the chat house. Everyone. That's
we all laugh together. Cool.
Well, the killer is nobody. No,
What's the? Hey,
that wasn't on purpose. I promise.
Kenny said, "If I push the button."
I promise you that wasn't on purpose. I promise. The ironic situation about that.
Happy Friday, everybody.
I didn't have a drop for you, so I just went to the first one that was like right over here, and it was that.
That's the first one. Okay, no, sure.
Well, the one that was closest, like, in magnetically went to that one. I just looked here. Kyle Madsen.
He's a real brother. He's a real brother. You see?
That's wrestling.
All right.
That's slick. He was on Arsenio Hall show, and he was talking about Hakeem, the Nigerian Dream. And he was a white guy who was in a dashiki and everything. And he was like, no, he's a real brother. He was like, yeah. And he would walk around like, sorry for the radio, but he would walk around like this.
He's strutting.
That's how the white guy would walk around.
Sure.
And he'd be like, yeah, I'm going to be the first black world heavyweight champion. And then Slick would go, and Arsenio Hall was like, excuse me? And then Slick would say,
he's a real brother. He's a real brother. You see?
That's Kyle.
Hey, do you see the difference? Like, just real quick, we went just like a little mini change from like just the end of the Insiders.
We got so unserious.
Yeah, literally, it's just we're talking about OJ and Kyle's the drop room. And, like it's weird how it just happens.
It's
instantly.
like Young Zell plays and the energy just.
We instantly got unserious.
We go from a restaurant to a nightclub.
Anthony Slater has Anthony Slater's dropping knowledge today on the Insiders. We're talking about it's going to carry all day. It's like, hey, let's play this drop real quick for Kyle. So now we're stuck on it.
Shout out to my boy Kyle Matson, man. He's gonna rock with me for just a little bit. And Kyle doesn't know this, but he's gonna rock with me a little longer than he probably anticipated. So about 50 what?
Hey, that's where our next break. Kyle can leave whenever, but we're still 58.
I'm not gonna hold him hostage. But
go ahead.
I did want to talk some 49er football real quick with him because training camp is underway. It is day 3 today.
Oh, that explains the OJ drop. 49ers legend.
Wow. Shout out to Hunters Point. Hunters Point legend.
Salute.
Hunter, all right.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh man. OJ Simpson. 49ers.
We're gonna have jobs on Monday?
I don't know.
Okay.
Aaron's back too. He might be listening. He's here.
He's finally like, I'm gonna tap into 1320. Let's see what's happening over there.
Yeah. Day 3 of training camp for the 49ers, and they haven't put the pads on yet, but there are people making waves. First of all, before I do that, I want to ask you, like, what do you think about training camp? Do you get excited about training camp being here? Obviously, football's back, but is it one of those things where it's like, all right, I know it's going to be some, I don't want to say training camp doesn't mean anything, but there's going to be a lot of stuff that people get overhyped or worked up about that won't really matter at all come week 1. Do you feel that way about it?
Yes and no. Just to sit on the fence a little bit. I refuse to be the person who's like, well, it just means more work for me. Oh, like I can't stand that. No, it's cool from that perspective. Like we actually get, because so much at NinersWire.com, everybody check it out. So much of what I do between the 49ers season ending and training camp beginning is all speculation. It's just guesswork and what if this and what if that and this trade and this possible signing. Training camp means, hey, there's stuff happening. There's actually stuff to react to.
Right.
So I try not to overreact to training camp things, but I don't begrudge anybody who just gets excited that football's back. Isaiah Nair, the undrafted rookie. What?
Oh man, I'm just saying, bro. I'm just saying, bro. I'm just hearing things. I'm seeing things.
I'm gonna pull up his spider graph for you because this is just insane. But he's a undrafted. So for example, Isaiah Nair, who is a undrafted rookie, made this sick catch yesterday, like triple coverage, made this diving catch, and it's like, okay, that's cool, that's fun. Like it's a fun thing, you know. People post about it. And you watch the highlights, like, oh man, that's really cool. But I'm not gonna go so far and be like, Niners got one. Niners got one because he beat Jason Pinnock and Darrell Luter Jr. and some other guy whose name I can't.
Who?
Darrell, dude, 49ers legend, Darrell Luter Jr. You know, and like it's Mac Jones throwing into triple coverage, probably making a throw he'd never make. So it's notable because like, oh, all right. And with Nair specifically, just while we're here, let me show you this guy's. This is going to be good for the radio. Here's his spider graph. This man is the athleticism from Isaiah Nair. He's 6'4", 218. He's running a 4.440 with a 1.5 split.
Oh, he's
133-inch broad jump. That's 95th percentile. His wingspan is 97th percentile. His arm length, 97th percentile. His 10-yard split, 80th percentile, 40-yard dash, 85th. Like, there's reasons to be excited about Isaiah Nair, but I'm like, this in itself is exciting. That's like crazy. The spider graph is exciting. Him making a diving catch in training camp does nothing for me.
With no pads.
With no pads on.
Right. Now here's the thing. I'm glad you brought him up because that is somebody that for the first 2 days of training camp I've heard a lot about.
Yeah, people are like, oh, he's standing out.
You know, I mean, it's just
watch
2
out.
days. And then, you know, I wasn't overly familiar with him. So that's why it's kind of new to me, right? But then you talk about the way people are talking about what he's done the first 2 days, his measurables and all this other stuff. And it's like, yo, this is crazy. Like, what if they did get one. But then I'm like, okay, what's wrong? He went undrafted. I know the rest of the league isn't just blind. He didn't get drafted. Not even a late round draft. Like, you went undrafted. Like, you're not going to find, it doesn't feel like you're just going to find a game changer on the street, hypothetically speaking. So I don't know. That's what always gives me pause about stuff like that.
Yeah, there's a few things for me with this. In camp, the things I'm most concerned about are how are the rookies playing? That matters a lot, including guys like Isaiah Nair. How are they fitting in? If so far through OTAs and camp, you're just not a disaster, that's a win. I don't care if they're playing great or they're not. Like, especially offensive and defensive line, you can't tell. The quarterback's actually not really being rushed at this point. So you can't really, there's just not a lot to to dig into and take away. Participation is big. Or is there a guy getting every other day off? Are they load managing him in some way like that? That's notable for me. And again, this is not to say don't get excited, but I don't put any real stock into Nair is just such a perfect example. Undrafted guy who's big and fast and making waves. It's notable. I'm clocking Isaiah Nair more than I'm clocking Derek Canteen. He's an undrafted cornerback because I haven't heard he's not doing anything. He's just
real names, by the way.
Yeah, no, real people. But you clock Nair, okay, that's a name to just kind of keep an eye out for. He went undrafted in part because he played 33 college games in 6 years and had 87 catches.
I know he tore his ACL.
Yeah, he didn't play at all in 2022. He transferred to Texas and only played one game. And that's when he got hurt. And then he transferred to Nebraska and had 34 catches for 455 and 5 touchdowns last year. So and then at Wyoming, in his third year at Wyoming, his first full season, he had 12 touchdowns, which is pretty impressive. Average 20 yards a catch. So you see okay, the idea there, you see the shape, but you don't know.
Right.
I take nothing into account until pads are on. That's how I choose to approach it. Everybody can be different, but I keep going back to my first year writing about the Titans because I was at TitansWire.com, and my first year writing about the Titans was there was this kid Khalfani Muhammad from Berkeley, undrafted running back, who in OTAs tore it up. And the first couple of days of training camp tore it up. Little scat back, just moving. Everybody there at the facility is like, watch out for this kid. Oh my God, this kid. They still had Derrick Henry at the time. They had who was the cat from Dallas? DeMarco Murray. Thank you. DeMarcus Lawrence is the only name I can come up with. DeMarco Murray.
White, but
nope, that's not him. Lendale White was there, but not at this point. So the pads come on. And Khalfani Muhammad's name never got said again. Like, being able to deliver and take hits is, I know it's the game, but that separates so many people where maybe Nair is really good when you can't, get hands on him the same way. But as soon as you can get hands on him, reroute him, he's just not an effective player anymore. That's super on the table.
Real quick, Khalfani Muhammad has a Pro Football Reference page. No stat columns or anything, just a page.
Yeah, I don't know if he ever went to. Oh wow, if you type in Khalfani, it's the first thing that comes up.
I knew a Khalfani in high school.
They pop up pretty fast.
Accomplished track athlete in high school, professional career. Oh, he spent some time with the Patriots and the Broncos, the Cardinals, the Vikings. Back to the Cardinals. He's in the league till 2021.
When did he enter the league?
2017, 7th round pick. Hey, good for him.
Yeah.
Hung around 4 years, not bad. Salute.
He tells kids that he was in the league.
But yeah, so with training camp stuff, it's exciting. So hyped that football's back. We got a Hall of Fame game around the corner. All of that excitement, though, is, hey, man, September 7th. Like, we got football September 7th. Let's go.
Just a random thing. You talk about, like, them having the pads on and everything. I, as somebody who never played football, am so amazed. And I'm sure you get used to it after a while, right? But I'm so amazed at what these players can do with the pads on. Like, I can't imagine this kind of restrictive, bulky thing, and I'm going up at the highest point in catching it, or when they dunk
it's
at
so crazy.
The field goal
post.
The field goal post. All this, like, I never played. Like I said, maybe you just get used to it after years and years and years. But that seems
Crossbar.
so odd. Crossbar. There we go.
There it is.
That seems so odd, so restrictive.
Yeah.
And they do essentially the same things they do without the pads on, with the pads on.
Yes. That's why I always think it's wild that they do the combine without shells. Like, just put a helmet and shoulder pads on. Like, you don't need to go all the way out.
Right.
Just see how they move with pads on. Because I do think I don't know how restrictive that is for guys, just because like they've been playing football their whole lives. So you probably you get used to it at some point.
Right.
But I do think that's one of the things that kind of gets overlooked, is just the element that the pads add from a movement standpoint, from a getting hit standpoint. So that's when pads will come on for the 49ers on Monday. And that's when
we're supposed to be back Sunday.
Yeah.
And should be back for that. So
yeah.
That's good. I want to ask you something, because I do want to talk 49ers, but we've got a month left for training camp. So
yeah,
we got some time. But this is something that I brought to the table on Monday. Yeah, on Monday to Jesse. And I think the whole Chatty House disagreed with me too, but I want to see what you think. I was watching
disagree.
on the flight home. I was watching the little 14U flag football situation, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I had just kind of been thinking about this. NFL Network had it on.
Mm-hmm.
I think it originally aired on ESPN, but NFL Network was playing it.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, I wonder why the NFL doesn't like, they're so greedy and they're so hungry and thirsty for attention. I wonder why they haven't tried to find something like the NBA Summer League. And I said, why wouldn't they? Because they already do rookie minicamp. Why wouldn't they turn that into a 7-on-7? No pads or nothing like that. You probably wouldn't be able to have the linemen play in it. Probably linebackers. I'd cut it off there too. But quarterbacks, running backs, same thing they do on 7-on-7s. You got your DBs and you got your receivers and all this other stuff. Why not just have these guys do a 2-week 7-on-7 spring league like situation? Jesse says it's ridiculous because they'll be getting hurt in a spring league. That doesn't matter. But people get hurt in summer league and they still play.
They get guaranteed contracts though. If I'm a 7th round rookie and I tear my ACL, I'm probably cooked. Like, I'm probably never playing football again.
Well, Kenny, Jerry Jones, Caraway don't care because Kia bought this little time slot.
No, that's if you're going to fully guarantee contracts for guys, then maybe you can talk about it. But I also wonder if the cost it would take to present that versus the revenue that you would get from it, that might be prohibitive. But I really, it's the injury thing.
But here's my argument.
It's just, you're already going to have to go through practices. You're already going to have to go through training camp, OTAs, rookie minicamp, mandatory minicamp. Then you got preseason games.
But here's my argument. They're playing anyway. I'm talking about the rookie minicamp. They're already going one-on-one against their teams. The cornerbacks there, the 7th round, they're already doing that. Why not go against another team and televise it?
Because you got to travel then.
The NBA put it in Vegas. Well, yeah, put it in Vegas. Do just like the NBA Summer League. Put it in Orlando. They like to do stuff in Orlando.
I also think the other part of this is a lot of that stuff is like install type stuff where you're learning the playbook. You're learning how practices go. You're learning where to be on the field at certain times. And when the horn blows, okay, you go to this drill. Like, I think there's a lot of things that you're doing in rookie minicamp that are just getting you ready to participate in practice. Where if you're turning that into games all of a sudden, now you need more players involved because teams probably don't have enough dudes at rookie minicamp to field like a full 7-on-7 team. You're going to have to get more players involved. You're probably not seeing any of the best rookies out there. Like, if I'm the 49ers, Michael Williams had no part of.
Well, he can't even. He's not eligible. The linemen, there's no place for them.
Okay, so that's another problem. Are they getting paid extra? The people who are playing versus the people who are not?
I don't know. I really don't know. Do the NBA people get paid?
I have no idea.
To be at Summer League, if they,
I would assume there's the
same format.
Financial.
I would take the same format and make that 7-on-7.
There are probably more hurdles than I even know, but I don't.
my whole thought process was they're once again, and I know it's different. I know it's different, but they're already on the field making cuts, doing like they can the same. There's no tackling in the 7-on-7, so you won't have to worry about that. You're making the same cut in a rookie minicamp. And I know Jesse, I understand his point. He said it's more controlled in that situation.
For sure.
But I don't know. I feel like it's almost the same level of risk, especially without the tackling.
Would it be taken away, like Kyle said, from the install stuff, like people learning playbooks and stuff?
Yeah,
like
you're to me, because rookie minicamp's like 3 days. To me, you're now adding multiple games, 3, 4, 7-on-7 games, quote unquote. I don't think you're going to get teams to do that.
I think it's time to shut that one down, boss man.
Especially because it's in the middle. It goes rookie mini camp, then veterans report, and veterans are doing stuff. I
think that would be great for the league. It might not be great for the players or the coaches and stuff like that. I think it'd be great for the league. We got people that tune into the combine.
Yeah.
Now you're putting the facade of like some real type of game action. I'd much rather see that than Titans Bills week 8 from 2014 that they play on that damn channel.
We'll just throw on the baseball game instead. We don't need more football.
Yeah, I think.
Well, I'm tapping into baseball. I'm trying to help football out. I don't care about football.
Yeah, no, they
I'm
need
trying
it
to help
for sure.
them
It's a
out.
dying league. My problem with the flag football stuff, because I really did try and tap in. I think it's fun because it's just a little bit different sport. But I don't like how many people are around.
What you mean?
It feels very, and I know it is at this point right now, they're trying to grow it. Right now, it's still pretty small time. It looks it with the way like the sidelines, there's people all over the sidelines. There's like people in the end zones. It just looks very small time still. And it was distracting for me.
Which one are you talking about?
The NFL flag one.
Okay. So that was one of my issues. The NFL flag one. It's cool, but I don't like the NFL getting involved. I don't like that. NFL, it's NFL flag. And these guys from San Diego, they're the 49ers. And we're going to put their man, NFL, get that.
It's like the Little League World Series.
Yeah, get the hell out the way. For example, NBA TV broadcasts EYBL Peach Jam, which is AAU on the AAU circuit, the Nike AAU circuit, the tournament they have. They let it be EYBL Peach Jam. The Russell Westbrook team is Why Not. The Carmelo team is Team Melo. They don't broadcast it on their air and say, Team Melo, you're now turned into the Denver Nuggets. And Russell, you're turned into no, they let it be. NFL needs to get the hell out the way, do a deal with overtime, 7-on-7, and let it go like that. There may be kind of more what you're talking about with like the people around the field and everything.
I'm out on that.
No, we love that.
I'm out.
Because those are the people that,
I don't need
we
it.
love that.
I don't need to see that guy going, on the sideline.
No, we
get out of
love
here. Get out of here.
that.
That's fine. Do that in the stands.
How do we feel about
I don't need rando guy at the fence behind the end zone.
How do we feel about a 7-on-7 league, Big 3 style version or whatever, like the Ice Cube for the NBA, but you're throwing out Dalvin Cook, the washed out NBA player, or the
this
NFL
guy's trying to
players.
get these people killed.
I'm not like Dalvin Cook. You can't play NFL football anymore. You can't cut it on the Dallas Cowboys, as we saw last year. I think he made the practice squad or whatever. Just never really got
do you
playing.
remember that when they signed him and people were like Dalvin Cook to the Cowboys? It's like he stinks.
Like Dalvin, you can't play here anymore. But hey, how about you come play the 7-on-7 league over here? We got Odell Beckham Jr. He's playing as well.
That's a torn quad waiting to happen. There's too much running for those guys.
Oh, but you want to do it to the guys who are trying to build their careers and make money for the
That's a great point.
They're more equipped. They're less likely to get injured than the 35-year-old Dalvin Cook. I don't know.
I don't need to run at full speed. We're just playing
you know
flag football, a little turkey ball on Saturdays during the summer. That's it.
Do you know why I don't want Ice Cube?
Do
you know why I don't want Ice Cube to start the 7-on-7 league? Because Jerry Rice would play in it.
And
it would make me so sad.
He would dominate.
It would make me so
I saw
sad.
something the other day of him in Seattle.
Oh my God. The AI video was crazy.
What?
Yeah. Jerry Rice playing for the Seahawks.
You need to tell me about the Wizards AI as well?
Yeah. Hey, who did he retire with? Who did he retire with? Do you remember that ridiculous?
Is it the Broncos?
Yes, that abomination of a press conference.
I don't remember if
the
that was
Broncos behind the Like, stop, bro.
Wait,
Stop.
did Jerry Rice really not retire at the end with the Niners or something?
No, he retired from the Broncos.
Yeah.
And I don't even think he played for the Broncos. Like I think
that's
he was
so
in
weird.
training camp.
That's like Terrell Owens at the Seahawks.
Damn, T.O. Don't do that, bro. Yeah. Frank Gore's the only one that came back and did
Miami
it.
Dolphins.
There's just my least favorite thing is when Jerry Rice is at a Niner game, which is all the Niner games.
Yeah.
And people are like, he looks like he's still playing. No, he doesn't. He's 65.
Now, I will say this. That's what I was gonna say. I saw like a minute of Jerry Rice with the Seahawks.
Yeah.
Boy, was kind of getting
He was
open.
cooking. He was cooking.
He's kind of getting open. How old was he?
40.
At least 40 something, yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, but he's like over 60 now. He looks like he can still
No, he
play
can
for an
still
athlete
play.
means, oh, he didn't let himself go.
That's
Kind
it.
of like the Michael
He can
Jordan thing.
still
They did, can he still play up until he was about maybe 50, I think.
Oh my
It
God.
was an
Well, that's
ESPN
because he was
conversation.
beating people at practice. He was like winning one-on-ones.
Yeah.
Jerry
he
was
beat-
42 with the Seahawks.
I don't even know why he did that. Real quick, speaking of Jerry Rice, this is going to be really sad. We got about
Yeah.
less than a minute. I know this doesn't mean anything. It's August, right? Like
Mhm.
it's July.
It's July.
You shouldn't look a certain way. But I don't even know if I want Brandon Ayuk to play this year. I just
Why?
don't know. I don't. He
Vibes are bad?
he looks so far away from being able to play an NFL game that you're gonna get what by the time you feel like he can play, the season might damn near be over. Just let him sit out the season.
I'm circling October. That's 3 months. Late October. That's 3
Did you
months.
see him? He was just jogging. He's not supposed to be doing anything. But did you see him jogging? I didn't feel comfortable seeing him jog.
Yeah, he's still working his way back. He's
I
getting
know,
confidence on his
okay,
legs.
You're right. No, you're right. I just saw him jogging. I was like, I don't even just sit down.
I think the
Sit down.
49ers
I don't
are
want you
taking
to do this.
I think they're taking that approach. I think they are taking that approach
Of him
where they're
sitting
not
out the
going to rush
season?
him back.
Okay.
No, not sitting out the season, but like if it's got to be week 9, week 10, week 11, they're not going to be like, hurry up and get out there.
In spot duty when he comes back.
Yeah.
Kyle, thank you so much. You're the
You
man,
got it.
big dog. D-Lo and KC. We're coming right back. ESPN 1320, Sacramento's #1 sports station.
Hell yeah, we did it, everybody.
We did it, Joe.
All right. Letter chat ales. Appreciate you guys.
Yes, sir.
Oops.
That's not right.
If
Is
you
that
want to
what's
know,
going on?
that's what's going on.
That's it.
Do you have an issue with Bill Barnwell?
No, I have an issue with my hair.
Bro, I can't. I can't. Every other day.
That's what my hair does, bro.
You
That's
use
what-
a razor?
no, I have a Freebird.
It takes
electric.
it takes a little longer to do it that way. I just do
Yeah.
the shade. It takes about 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's
do it.
that's about right.
Okay. Yeah, I got to. That's maybe one of my one insecurities in life is my hairline and everything.
What's crazy, so many, but what's crazy is I'll get a fresh shave and I'm like, man, this feels so like it just feels nice.
Yeah.
And then 2 days later, because it starts to like stubble up a little bit, I'm like, I got nothing going on. I go wine tasting on Saturday. I'll shave it before wine tasting. It's fine.
Right. Yeah, I
I don't need to
what's
shave for
today?
you people.
Tuesday? Yeah, I already know what I'm wearing. I'm wearing a hat, but I don't care. I'm shaving. I don't care. I'm shaving, bro. I'm shaving. And I'm not even.
And
I'm
that's
not
why
insecure
you've
about
been.
the bald.
And that's why you've been successful in life. And I haven't.
I'm not even insecure about having a bald head. I'm insecure about the hair growing back. Even
Yeah.
a little stuff.
I'm insecure about the fact that I have hair up here, and then it's just like meep.
Bro.
It's so sad. What's going on up?
Bro,
up top.
I got the baldy in the middle of my head, and I don't even have no hair. Like I feel it. I've got the baldy in the middle of my head right here. It's crazy.
Like, man,
There's
if I
a
had
little
hair, I'd still be
here.
bald here.
Yeah. A little bit here, nothing here.
The
A
thing,
little bit here. It's crazy, bro.
the thing that was helpful for me is one, the shape of my noggin works for being
Yep,
bald.
Yep, I don't have a
And
Neo-sized head.
I was 22 years old, and I was like, "Oh, okay, I see where this is going."
Same thing.
Like, I got it.
Same thing. I've been
I've been accepting it for 12 years now.
Yeah, I'm good now. It's like, all right, this is life.
Yep.
I don't even remember getting a haircut like that.
I want to get a tattoo on my head so bad.
That seems painful. That seems.
I never would. I cried Amazon commercials. I can't do that. But that's fine.
Okay. D-Lo and KC, ESPN 1320 on this beautiful. It really is. I always kind of complain sometimes about like, hey, it's 81 degrees in July. That's not how it's supposed to be. It needs to be 98. Like that's summer. Like I do complain about that.
Is that how you sound when you complain?
Sometimes, like, what the hell's going on?
Reese, why didn't you take out the trash? Is that how it goes?
That's probably how he would reenact me yelling at him. That's exactly how it would be. But, my man, but it is really nice today. It is really nice. I think next week is supposed to warm up too.
Well, I always said that. Can you imagine waking up outside and it's North Dakota and it's dusty out here? That's tough.
You know, people aren't gonna like this. I'm sorry, guys.
Bakersfield.
People aren't gonna like. Oh, well, shots fired. Damn. Hey, there's a couple people on Sac State's football team from Bakersfield. I got to start showing them some love. I got to start showing Bakersfield some love. Man. Yeah. Those are my people over there at the Sac State football team. So I got to start showing Bakersfield love. Shout out Bakersfield, man. We got love for you. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if I'd want to spend the night there, but I got love for you. You know what I'm saying? You got that movie theater right next to the arena where Bakersfield Roadrunners play. So, see, I said something nice.
Shout out to the movie theater.
But, yeah, man, like, this feels good. Feels good. I like this. You know what really that has a summer that feels pretty good more times than not? Like I said, people aren't going to like this. It's Southern California. Specifically, like LA's got it, but specifically like San Diego. Like that is how we feel today, what the weather is today. That's like what it is every day.
Yeah, I've only ever been to San Diego once for vacation. It's probably the dopest California city, though.
It's perfect as far as ambiance, weather-wise, all this other stuff. It is absolutely perfect. Man, there's a few things going on. We'll come back to football. I promise we'll come back to football. I might even have Leezy come in here and talk a little bit about what's going on. But I want to talk a little bit more about the Kuminga stuff. You know, you heard Anthony Slater. You heard what he had to say. I'll ask you, Jesse. Does that change how you feel about where this might go?
It's still a lot more active than I think it's been told, I guess, reported.
Mm-hmm.
If the Kings are talking to Kuminga, and I mean, Anthony Slater said it was the last couple of days. So if they talk to Kuminga in the last couple of days, then I'd have to assume that means Scott Perry and the Kings think they have a legit shot at making this deal happen.
Well, that's where
I don't think like talks are dead right now or anything like that. I'd assume that I don't know if the Kings have offered anything more, but like there is an avenue, I think, to get this done.
That's what's changed a little bit to me. And I'm not sure of the logistics of it all, but it feels like that might have been the first time Scott Perry and Jonathan Kuminga and BJ Armstrong all sat down and talked to each other. And that may change some things. If they came away from that conversation feeling like, no, I feel good about what's being presented by the Sacramento Kings on Jonathan Kuminga's side, and Scott Perry and BJ Armstrong talking to him and having good rapport and having good vibes about it, that may change how they feel about getting the deal done. Maybe before that, Scott Perry and BJ Armstrong were, and I'll say Scott Perry because I think he's the decision maker. This isn't a Monty.
Hey, careful, careful.
This ain't a Monty and West thing where we don't know who the decision
Scott
maker
and Scott.
It's Scott. If he came away from that feeling like, I really like this guy. I really feel like this. I want to take this chance. Maybe he's a little bit more open to be doing more with the trade proposal. And maybe that wasn't there before the conversation with Jonathan Kuminga. Maybe he was just locked in on, nope, this is the offer, this is what it is, and we're not going to go above that. We're not going to bid against ourselves. Now, like I presented the situation before the handoff, if the Warriors come to Scott Perry and say, you know, hey, this is what we're looking for, and we're willing to just sign him and bite the bullet because it's a no-win situation for us anyway. We're not going to just take anything. Maybe now Scott Perry is like, all right, man, like I'll budge a little bit and offer a Keon, or maybe if it's a pick situation, maybe that's what he'll offer after having a conversation with Jonathan Kuminga and realizing he does, like, it went well and they do kind of they are interested in each other, and they're a little bit more interested in each other than they maybe originally thought.
Well, yeah, a lot of the stuff that we used to talk about too before this was just kind of like, all right, you're gonna go work money out between the Kings and Kuminga roles and stuff like that. And then Anthony Slater earlier on the Insiders talks about, yeah, they told Kuminga like he'd start, he'd have a role and things like that, which is also something we need to talk about as well. Because if Kuminga lands here, then it's kind of what's the starting lineup looking like in that case.
If Kuminga lands here, if they get Jonathan Kuminga to be on the Sacramento Kings for the first time, I'll say for the first time, I would be like, all right, DeMar, let's talk about this bench role.
Kuminga's not a 4 at all, right?
I think he can be a 4. He's a new age 4 a little bit. I think he can be a 4. I think I would rather, me personally, I would rather Kuminga be at the 3 and Keegan stay at the 4. But we've gone through that. We know how I feel about Keegan playing the 4. I think that's a better spot for him. So that's where I would want it to be. But I think in certain situations they can be interchangeable. But if you are able to lock down Kuminga, that's one of the first times when I've said, all right, DeMar, this is what we've got going on. We've got a clear young gun here that we're trying to establish and we want here. What about the 6-man role coming off the bench?
Yeah, I don't know. Can you sell that to DeMar DeRozan at this point? Because I feel like if I'm DeMar DeRozan, it's kind of like I'm trying to get what I can out of the last couple of years of my career. No.
Yeah, I
mean, maybe if he's bought into the team aspect and like I'm a Kings player, whatever. I'm a team guy till my contract's up. Then sure, but I don't know. We've kind of talked about it. We've been kind of. I've been kind of just like that's not happening.
Yeah, I don't know, and I don't think that's happening with the roster as is.
Yeah,
Kuminga comes to the Sacramento Kings. I think that might change some things. And that may change your approach to building this roster and setting out the starting lineup. Would DeMar be down with that? I'm not sure. The one thing that I don't think people take into account and don't realize, especially here in Kingsland, you may feel some type of way about DeMar DeRozan, and you may feel that he's holding things up or anything else like that. By all indications, Scott Perry loves him. Scott Perry loves DeMar DeRozan, believes in him as a basketball player, believes in him as somebody that will help you win games, which is what they're trying to do. So I don't think he has, and I honestly, I don't think Doug Christie has the same outlook on DeMar DeRozan that everybody outside of the Kings walls here in Sacramento feel about DeMar DeRozan.
I had a thought. It was just a thought. Rob Starks brought it up, so we're gonna say it's his thought.
Okay, we're
gonna blame it on Rob. We're gonna blame it on Rob. Yeah. I just realized they're gonna make Keegan go to the bench for personality reasons. Jabari Smith is coming off the bench too. You don't move Keegan to the bench, right?
I brought this up like 2-3 weeks ago.
Did you?
When you guys got mad.
Did we?
Remember when Kyle came back and stormed back into the room?
I thought we were talking about bringing Kuminga off the bench that one time.
No, it was. Oh no, it was Kuminga.
Okay, yeah.
That's right. You're right.
You're right. I was like, wait, when?
Yeah, no, you're right.
You don't bring him off the bench, right?
What happened was, I said Kuminga, and everybody's like, "Well, DeMar got to go to the bench."
Yeah.
And then you guys are like, "Why are you saying Kuminga come off the bench?" I said, "I'm trying to protect the guy that you guys love here, that you love, and that you would never send to the bench." But don't think it didn't cross my mind.
Well, I'm just asking. Like I said, it was a thought. Rob Stark said it, so it's his thought. We're blaming it on Rob, but it's also like, I don't know. Scott Perry's like, "Yeah, we want to get Keegan minutes at small forward." Blah blah blah. I'm just asking questions.
What you want me to do right here, Jesse? What you want me to choose violence, or you want me to just play nice with everybody?
I'd prefer you chose violence. I think it'd be better for the show, to be honest. I'm just asking the question. I started. Yeah, you don't move him to the bench, right? That was my question. So basically, it's on you guys to be evil, not me.
I'm not so set in stone. I don't want to move him to the bench. I'll put it to you guys like this: if the Kings got Jonathan Kuminga, and we're talking about, hey, we talked to him about starting and all this other stuff. That was the conversation, and that's what we're comfortable with. That's what we're trying to do. If they got him and they want to be true to their word, my first conversation is with DeMar DeRozan and say, DeMar, we got JK here, man. what do you think about the prospects of moving to the bench?
What is
That's where I go first. If he says no and that becomes a problem, all right, now I might have to get on Keegan's line real quick.
What do you think of the scoring from the starting five if DeMar hits the bench and Kuminga goes in there? Like, what is the Kings scoring dynamic? I guess you can go overall team now since DeMar's off the bench.
The King, like the first option, second option, third option.
And does it hurt them that DeMar's coming off the bench?
So if DeMar's coming off the bench, I don't think you lose a whole lot scoring. You're going to lose a little bit. I think Kuminga is the type of guy that can get to 19, maybe 20 points per game. And DeMar, I think, averaged 22 last year. So I don't think it affects it that much. Now, does it affect DeMar's scoring come off the bench? That's something I'll get into on the other side when we come back.
It's called a tease, kids.
Yeah. Because I think once again, I think people are forgetting a major situation here. I just think they are. I'll talk about it. I'll break it all down. It's D-Lo and KC, ESPN 1320, Sacramento sports leader. Coach JT, what up, boy? We up tonight, baby. We up. Whoop, 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 whoop. Come through, Leezy. Come through, big dog. Let me see. For sure. There we go. Hey Jesse, that thing is doing what I hoped it would do. Good job by you, big dog. Yeah.
SN page.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks for the heads up to those. I was cutting something else. I didn't even hear that at the time.
Yeah. I just heard. I was like, I know y'all probably on it, but I think this is some good stuff right here.
Shout out King Spain. King Spain picked it up.
Hey,
Central, you better get that tweet too.
Yeah, man, stop playing, man. Hey, where's old boy at? What's his name? The Siddiqi?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't seen him in a while.
That's what we need. That's what need to pick it up.
Yeah, we need all of them.
The number one aggregator in
NBA
landscape. Leezy, what's up, man?
Yo, what's popping, KC?
What's up, man? What's in your hand? Well, we got something in the office over there. What's up?
Oh, I got nothing.
You ain't got nothing?
I got nothing. Well,
we ain't got nothing.
Hey,
is that what's going on?
Pizza was already taken care of today.
What does that have to do with you bringing in pizza?
It means my job has already been done by somebody else. Okay, I have a week off of pizza. I've been paying my rookie dues.
Real quick, shout out Gio, by the way, filled up the snack shack again.
I did see that. He got the little bite-sized Snickers and everything too.
Shout out Gio. He's working.
How long do you think that lasts?
Week. No, okay. It'll be clear by a week. It'll be the good stuff will be gone by Monday.
KC, B money. How long is this gonna last? Over under 2 weeks? Or
maybe that's under. Yeah,
way under.
Case they filled it up literally last week when you were gone, and it was already gone by the time you got back here.
I think I was gonna say it was going. See, oh no. Hey man, D-Lo KC, ESPN 1320.
Let's get it.
Your boy KC with you on this beautiful Friday afternoon. I got Leezy rocking with me for a little bit.
What up?
We got Eddie Gonzalez pulling up a little bit later. My guy Bonta Hill, he's pulling up a little bit later. All right. No, because look, this the whole deal. This the whole deal, Jesse. Like,
here we go.
Remember, we were minding our business.
Yeah, we were. We
were minding our business.
And then we were accused.
So now, pew pew.
Yeah,
that's got to go back.
Yeah.
I think it'll last a little bit longer because some people are gone on Monday.
Oh.
They're not gonna get a full week, so I think it'll last a little bit longer. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's fair.
Meow.
And that's the thing. They put the heat on us when in reality it was them, I think.
That's what I think.
Like we were falsely accused.
That's what I think.
Because there was a point where it's like, all right, I'm gonna leave it alone. all I was really grabbing was the fruit snacks. I left the snack shack alone for a little bit or whatever, right?
That's it, Jesse. That's all they got is the fruit snacks.
Ham had the snack juice, the snack, what's it called? The snack
juice of fortitude.
Yeah, that.
Yeah.
And
Look, I ain't gonna lie. I was getting after it, but I wasn't going crazy.
Like Leezy
I was
said,
getting
though,
after it at
I
the
come back,
snack shack.
like Leezy said, though, I come back after a week. All that's left is the fruit snacks.
It's a ghost town over there. Every time I come back here, it's just hit up, bro.
He
There'll be
here,
no
he-
good snacks.
He
It'll just be
here every
fruit left.
Friday. He been gone for a week, and then it's just he comes here and it's gone.
Yeah. I was getting point. Hey, KC, I don't got no pizza, but I might have to start donating, man. That thing needs some help. I'm gonna have to come with some snacks.
You ain't got no damn pizza. You're right. You ain't got no pizza. That's a whole nother conversation. But here was also the situation, Jesse. This is why we always talk about it. If it was gone, it was gone, man. That's just what it is. Like
that's right.
Cool.
Yeah, it's
all right. Cool. It's gone. You know, it was
That's
good
the
while I
game.
was here. That's whatever.
We bring a bag of chips from home, I guess.
Yeah, we didn't say nothing about nobody. We didn't say nothing about nothing.
They were coming and putting their hands into our snack boxes.
That's a real talk. No doubt, man. No doubt, man. It's all love, dog. It's all love. It's all Odyssey love here at the Ridge.
The Ridge. Let's go.
Yeah.
Hey, I never got a shirt, by the way. Speaking of,
Jackie might have one for you.
Yeah, go see Jackie.
I'm not talking Jackie. I didn't get a shirt. I didn't get the little coaster you guys got.
I don't even think I got a coaster.
No, you got a coaster, I think.
This
where
thing
at?
here?
Yeah, it should have your name on it.
Okay.
Lisa, you got to work for that coaster, brother.
I do, man. Sometimes
Hey, no, you got to work. Yeah, don't be asking for coasters.
More
You got
pizza
to work for
Fridays,
that.
bro.
Yeah, you got to
We
work
gotta-
for that coaster, brother.
You gotta what's the thing that they have sometimes like at the shops where when you come in and they stamp your car? You gotta get more stamps.
You need
more
20 more
Pizza Friday
stamps.
stamps, brother. Yeah.
It'd be hard out here. I'd be feeling like Will Smith, like, why don't he want me, man? What do I got to do, guys? Come on. I'm helping the team. Give
But
back.
we want you.
I
We
do
just
too.
want you to do what you're supposed to do and bring pizza on Friday. That's what we're asking for.
Okay. See, I got to get my pizza sponsorship.
Bill
to help me
Belichick,
out.
do your job.
Shout out to whoever gave us the coasters, about. I don't know who gave us those.
Yeah, shout out.
Yeah, whoever did. We never found out who
Yeah,
did.
that was clutch too, by the way.
Yeah.
Before we went to break, we were talking about DeMar DeRozan and Jonathan Kuminga, and what do you do if you get Jonathan Kuminga here in a trade? If you're Scott Perry, if you're Doug Christie, I said for the first time, if you were able to get Jonathan Kuminga for the first time, that's when I'd be like, all right, DeMar, all right, man, maybe we got to see what this 6-man role looking like, big dog. You know what I'm saying? You know,
DeMar
I got love
DeRozan
for
is
you.
a Hall of Famer, Casey. You asking him to come off the bench?
I mean, in certain situations, yes. Not in the situation that everybody else is talking about. No disrespect. I don't mean any disrespect here when I say this, but he's not going to the bench to start Keon Ellis.
Do you think
Like,
Scott
no.
Perry knows who he's sending to the bench if they get Kuminga? Like now?
Yes, I do. I think he has an idea. I think it's DeMar DeRozan. I think that is the scenario where he would go to DeRozan and bring that situation up. Not as the roster is presently constituted, because DeMar, whether people like it or not, he does too much in a good way on this team to be like, oh, go to the bench.
Yeah.
Like what? No.
Well, that's the thing too. Does DeMar need to be okay with this before you make the deal?
Yeah,
Like,
he's
what
got to
is-
be okay with this.
Well,
You
no,
can't ask him.
I won't say that.
no.
Hold on, no, because Kuminga is the future. DeMar's here for about a season at most, maybe.
I agree with Jesse.
So it's kind of like what is? Yeah, I guess you just let him know and then make the deal.
Honestly, I'm not.
You're not even
DeMar,
really
this ain't
tripping
got
off of
nothing to
it.
do with you. This ain't got nothing to do with you. No, once again, I want to make sure everybody knows
You
the
see,
respect.
Casey,
The
you say
respect
this,
is there.
You say, I don't mean disrespect you. Then you say stuff like this.
So okay. So then you go to you go to DeMar DeRozan before you make the deal. Hey, DeMar, I want to let you know we're about to make this deal, and this is what we're looking at. He says, no, I don't like that. What you gonna do? Not do the deal?
Okay.
That's why you
Okay.
don't ask him.
Yeah.
This is much like kids, right? You ask for forgiveness as opposed what they say, better to ask for forgiveness
Than
as
permission.
opposed-
Yeah,
than permission.
that's real. That's a real thing.
And that's how you handle this thing if you Scott Perry. We'll deal with this once he's here.
You got to approach him the right way about it. You can't just be like, hey, we're making this deal. You're going to have to come off the bench.
Oh, well, of
No,
course.
you got to come out the right
No,
way.
well, of
Like, hey,
course.
big dog.
Now look, if I'm
Hey.
if I'm giving off the vibes that you just in a disrespectful manner just say, hey, this is what we're doing. We don't care about you. That's not how you do it. That's not how you talk to people.
No.
That's not how you talk to a Hall of Famer like DeMar DeRozan. You go to him and say, DeMar, hey man, look, you know I love you, dog.
Yeah.
I love you. and you are still vital for what we're doing here.
Mm-hmm.
But we came across a situation here, acquiring Jonathan Kuminga. We got to get this young guy ready for the future of our franchise.
Yeah.
And it'd be easy for somebody to say, hey, we just move on from DeMar DeRozan. We don't want to move on from DeMar DeRozan, okay? You hear me, DeMar? We don't want to move on from you. We want you right here.
Yeah.
We see you as a valued member of what we're trying to build here. But we may need you to come off the bench in order for that to happen.
I'd imagine if you're bringing in Kuminga too, you probably just thoughts moving on from DeMar at the trade deadline or something like that. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if you want a full season with DeMar DeRozan off the bench.
Yeah.
I do wonder too, like, I agree with you, like, you bring him in, Kuminga in, no matter how DeMar DeRozan feels about it. But I don't mean, you don't want, not saying he would be or whatever, but if, like, you don't want a disgruntled player too sitting on your team the whole year.
Right.
No.
Right.
That's the last thing you need. We're trying to build the right culture. You can't have guys upset. You got to communicate with them.
Right. That's it, man. You talk to them about it. Now, here's the thing that I talked about before the break that I'm not sure people are factoring in. I don't think they ever really factor in. And I do. Okay, I do. This is important to me. This is the way I look at it. People are always talking about, hey, just send DeMar to the bench. Send him to the bench. Send him to the bench. We get Kuminga here. DeMar, 35 years old. Hey, go to the bench. You figure that out. Okay. You have a conversation with DeMar. He does say, all right, man, I'll be the sixth man.
Okay.
I'm doing this for the team.
Hey.
Here's the part people don't take into account, don't pay attention to. 6 minutes left in the game. Who's on the floor?
DeMar DeRozan. He's coming back in.
Who's the five? Who's the five, Jesse? I'll ask you, and Lisa, you can tell me as well. Chatty House, you can tell me. Elk Grove Kid Talk Line, you can tell me. 916-909-1320. 6 minutes left in the game. It's a 4-point game. Who's closing that thing out?
You're probably going Schroeder, Levine, DeMar, and then whoever's hot between Keegan and Kuminga that night. Sabonis closing it out.
And real quick,
yeah,
Lisa, I'll ask you, what's your five?
Yeah, Schroeder, Levine. Kind of like what Jesse said, if Keegan or Kuminga is hot, but no matter what, I'm keeping DeRozan in there. I'm going to the guy who I know can get me a bucket. Hey, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And we're going to finish the game with DeRozan.
I agree.
Let's go.
I also think Zach LaVine is out there, and I think you also need Zach LaVine out there for his shooting and his playmaking and his creation late in those games. So everybody is okay with potential times when Keegan Murray doesn't finish these games.
Well, here's the thing. You want Keegan out there for his defense, but at the same time, if you're trying to win the game.
And that's a good point, Lisa. Like, Keegan Murray is probably your best perimeter defender, even with Jonathan Kuminga there.
Yeah.
So you're going into, closing out these games, and you're not going to have your best perimeter defender out there potentially.
I think you're hoping you're only dealing with that problem for only so long, though. I think if, just the more we talk about it, I think you got to move on from DeMar DeRozan at some point and push it forward with Keegan and Kuminga on the court, Sabonis, and whoever else you see a future with. Obviously, Levine has to play. He's a scorer and all that, so he's out there. But I'm trying to find minutes for Kuminga and Keegan.
That's the thing. Kings have a lot of talent. Finding minutes and shots for everybody is the hard part. So some guys are going to have to sacrifice.
That's tough. The more that we talk about this, you get Jonathan Kuminga. You may separately and at the same time kind of be looking to see what you can do to move DeMar DeRozan before the season starts.
Well,
maybe it's a 3-teamer that you work out with this sign and trade or something like that. But I don't know how that dynamic is supposed to work.
Here's another thing.
Kuminga, DeRozan, Levine, and Murray.
Here's another
and we didn't even talk about Monk not playing at the end of games either.
And here's the thing. Let's say, hypothetically, DeRozan, under whatever circumstance, comes off the bench, right? Let's say you go into the season, hey, you got Schroeder now setting up the offense. You got Levine playing a little more consistent. You got your rookies contributing. Let's say the Kings get off to a hot start and DeRozan's on the bench. Okay, when it comes time for it to maybe trade deadline, you might be able to say, hey, he's been able to perform at this role. Who wants him now? He can come and contribute to your team, to a contender. He's played this role here. He can do the same for you, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. But what does the Kings are trying to win?
Yes.
They're trying to win basketball games, whether you agree with it or not. What does that dynamic for the first 52 games of the season or whatever, what does that do for your ability to win games? That's it's dicey. It's dicey. Let's go to the Elk Grove Kid Talk line, man. 916-909-1320. Let's hear from Will, man. Will, what's the clutch lineup, the crunch time lineup that you look at if the Kings were able to acquire Jonathan Kuminga?
So here's the thing about it, and I'm speaking as a lifelong ball player. I've coached all that.
Okay.
In the last 4 minutes of the game, you're going to have some situations where you got offense, defense. You got to see who's the hot hand. Now, we all know DeMar is a clutch player.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to automatically think, I'm going to have DeMar on the floor. Sabonis is the best rebounder in the NBA. You got to close out possessions. You're going to have him on the floor. But the other positions they're going to switch. They're going to change. And a lot of it depends on hot hand. If Kuminga's got 30 and he's been cooking all night, you're going to want him on the floor. If Keegan's been locking down his man, you're going to want him on the floor. But it's going to change around that last 4 minutes. I think if you're talking last minute or two and it's a 2-point game, now you're talking you want your clutch shooters out there. You want Levine, you want DeMar, you want your facilitator, whether it's Domas, whether it's Schroeder, whoever's your facilitator. And then that last position, it's going to depend on who's got the hot hand that night as far as I'm concerned. And everybody on a team needs to have a coach telling them all the time, I'm going to play you when you're winning us the game.
Well, I want to ask you real quick. I want to present something to you because you sound like you know your stuff. I want to hear what you got to say about what I have to say here. I hear what you're saying. I think that would actually flip. I think in the last 4 minutes, there's not going to be as many stoppages where you can go offense, defense. It's going to be going up and down the court. So if you have a offensive team out there, I think it's going to be difficult to get your defensive players in there because they're going to be going up and down the court, less timeouts, less stoppages, things of that nature. In the final minute, I think that's when you could do more offense, defense type stuff because you'll be having timeouts called, to set up final possessions and things of that nature. I think that would be more of the time when you can do offense, defense, and strategic subbing at that point. What do you think about that?
I can definitely see that, but the beauty of so one of the things that we've had problems with for many years here is depth talent, having talent down the roster, 10, 11, 12 deep. We finally are kind of getting to that point. Now, mind you, there is some issues with size. There's some issues with, what players work where. That's for Doug to work out and figure out. Plus, it's for Scott Perry to make moves when he needs to make moves to swap out and get the right guy. And the right guy doesn't necessarily mean we're getting a star. It can mean we're getting the right guy that fits this team and plays the proper role around our key guys.
Right. I hear you. I appreciate you, Will, man. That was some good stuff for sure.
Will.
Yeah, I think I understand people talking about the offense, defense. I think that's something that happens in the last minute and a half of a game. And that's for sure what you would try to do coming out of a timeout or something like that. You get your best defensive team out there. You do that happens routinely. But when you talk about that 6 to 2 minute range, I don't think there's going to be enough time and enough opportunities to switch out offense and defense and all this other stuff. You're going to be going more so with the lineup.
You're going to be rolling with the guys that brought you there.
I agree. Rob Starks in the chatty house says closing lineup: DeMar, Monk, Levine, Sabonis, Keegan, same as it was last year. I think that would be bad for business. If you went out, got Jonathan Kuminga, you told him that this is the plan that we have for you. You kind of sold him on that. That's why he agreed to, be part of the sign and trade, to sign the contract and all this other stuff. And then you get him in a situation where essentially he feels like he's in the same situation that he was in Golden State. I think that's bad for business. That's bad for your name. That's another thing
too. I think you're bringing in Kuminga to be a top, not necessarily a top option, but a top 2 option, I think, on your team, like letting him cook. I think that's what he's looking for. And I think doing that, he's gonna have to be around towards the end of games too.
I agree.
That's true.
I agree. I think that'd be bad for business to kind of renege on what you promised him, essentially, or the outline that you have for him, the recruiting pitch that you gave him to get him there. So if they were able to get Jonathan Kuminga, my outlook would be, like Jesse said, he's getting 33 minutes a night.
He's coming here to play.
Games.
We're not doing this Steve Kerr stuff again where he's sitting on the bench and he comes in here and there. No, he's coming here for minutes and shots.
I agree. I agree.
And also, I was looking at that. Don't you want Shooter still out there though, running your offense? Because they
I
didn't have
think you
Shooter.
do.
I didn't
Yeah, I
see
think you
Shooter
need
on
a
that
point
list
guard.
he had.
Yeah, and because he had Monk in there for Schroeder. I right now I want Schroeder out there as more of a table setter and a traditional point guard.
Yeah.
I know James thinks that he's a little bit more closer to Monk than we give him credit for, and he may be. The numbers may bear that out, but I just know I have a different feeling about him as a point guard when I watch him play than I do for Malik Monk. I look at Malik Monk as a finisher, not a table setter for others. Yeah, he's good on the pick and roll, but that's about it. And that's kind of only proven to be with one guy.
That's just him and Sabonis.
Yeah, he's good on the pick and roll with Sabonis.
They got that
Anybody
down.
else, it doesn't really work. And he's not a table setter for anybody else.
Yeah.
That's not a knock on him. That's just not his role. I look at him as a finisher. That's a guy that gets the ball to finish at the basket, not to set up for others.
Yeah.
And that's the role that I'd want him to play.
Exactly. And this team, we have plenty of talent here. You just need someone to organize everything. And so, Monk's, that's not his skill set. He can get you a bucket, but he's not setting up other people.
I agree.
Cygnus in the chat out says this just proves how messy the roster is. I agree. Like with that, just if you're bringing in Kuminga, there's got to be another move after that. I don't think the Kings can keep bringing in like these players or whatever and just have like just a jumbled mess at the forward position and how it is at guard. Like I think at some point, like if you do bring Kuminga, Scott Perry's got to start figuring out a way to just even this out finally.
I agree.
Where it's not just necessarily like we're not talking about who you starting at the end of the game. It's like now it's just a set rotation and things like that.
Yeah, I agree.
Like I said, I think DeMar's the one that you got to move. But
I'm with you. And I haven't really been feeling that way a lot of the off season, but you get Kuminga and that changes a little bit. I think that changes the direction of what you're trying to do with this team, the approach that you're taking, but also the roll of the dice that you're willing to take. If you bring in a Jonathan Kuminga, and you got to see that through a little bit more if you're able to get him. So I'm with you on that one. Let's go back to the Elk Grove Kid Talk line. We got my guy.
Oh yeah,
in New Jersey.
Oh,
Mitch, what's up, man?
Casey, Lizzie, Jesse, how you guys doing? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, man. How you doing?
Doing pretty well.
Good.
I
You
saw
sound
the
good.
movie
You sound
Superman.
good.
Don't waste your time.
What'd you say?
What movie?
Superman?
Yeah, horrible.
Oh,
you didn't like it, bitch?
Didn't like it at all. I took a nap, looked at my phone, forget it.
You took a nap during the movie?
I couldn't help it. I fell asleep.
It's worse that you were on your phone during the movie.
Man.
He said I couldn't help it.
Yeah, I know what some people are going to say. The Mamacitas. No, I was looking at the sports news.
No,
Anyway,
Oh yeah, Mitch wasn't on Twitter. He was on ESPN. He said.
Oh, okay.
That's a wild boy.
What
man.
you want to talk about
What's
today,
up,
Mitch?
What's on your mind?
I know. Listen, Jesse, I'll get you that sombrero hat, but you got to wear it, okay? If I may. Hello?
Sure.
Okay. All
Mitch.
right. We're with that. Okay, Mitch. Yeah.
What I want to say, I don't want to give the two best players or the draft choices for Kuminga. If it's DeMar or Zach LaVine, I'm fine with it. Well, but you mentioned about developing the bench. I think Russell or Westbrook and Simmons, Ben Simmons are still out there.
Yep.
Could we take a runner for them? It won't cost as much. What do you think? Have a nice weekend. Thanks for taking my call.
Appreciate you, Mitch. Thank you, brother. Have a great weekend yourself. Well, I don't know, but Simmons he's about to be in the Boston Harbor. It feels like.
That's the word.
What the streets are
Top
saying.
odds.
Word.
Ray, I can fix him.
No.
I can fix him.
Yeah, Ben Simmons. They talking about him going to Boston. Well, they're the favorites to land Ben Simmons, so he might be off the table soon.
Ben
Russell-
Simmons is
what
a
is-
minimum guy the rest of his career.
Yeah, his paydays are done.
I agree.
Hey, he also
Russell Westbrook.
Yeah. Hey, I'm coming around to the idea of Westbrook.
I
When-
love Westbrook. I want him here, but I'm kind of getting to Jesse's point where, like, how are we going to keep adding these players and still
Yeah,
having
you can't
the players that
bring
you
in
already
Westbrook
have?
unless you're moving off of
I feel like two
Devin
people.
or Mock or whoever, one of those guards.
Yeah, I feel like two. You need space for two people because I know you want depth and I know you want to have people, in case of emergency. But like I only like to go with the rotation 9 guys deep potentially.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that's max. A lot of times, especially if you're fortunate enough to get into a playoff situation, It's only about an 8-man rotation at that point. So, I'm looking at, obviously, you got your starting 5 of Schroeder, Levine. Now I'm just talking about the guys that are here right now.
Sabonis.
Schroeder, Levine, Keegan, DeRozan, Sabonis.
Yeah.
The bench is Monk,
Ellis,
Clifford, Reynaud. I'm at 8, 9 right now.
Hey, KC.
And you want to add a Russell Westbrook? You want to add a Jonathan Kuminga? Because in a Jonathan Kuminga trade, at least what's been reported, you're only moving on from Asaric and Devin Carter. Neither one of those guys are even in the rotation. So you're adding without subtracting at all. And I didn't talk about bringing in Russell Westbrook.
Exactly. See, we're running out of room over here.
So,
hey, KC, I had just some breaking news. You mentioned my guy.
Hold on. Well, hold on.
Oh.
Hold on. Let's see. Hold on. We gotta do it right if we're gonna do it. Hold on.
Oh, you got the.
Here we go.
No.
Oh, no.
No glass.
Well, it's here. I just don't know where it's at.
Oh, he's searching. Come on.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna happen. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, here we go. Breaking news from Leezy. So the streets have been asking for it. Kings fans have been salivating for this.
I'm not sure if they have.
They have been begging night and day for this. Well, I'm happy to say I finally delivered. If you go to our Instagram page, check out ESPN 1320 on Instagram. The poll is up. The pictures of the Maxine Ray Beam shirt are up.
Sir, we already decided we were not having that as his nickname.
Hey, we decided that, but the streets said otherwise. The picture's up. Vote on which shirt you like better. I might be at some Kings games just handing this out. We're going to make this a thing.
You said on the Instagram page?
On the Instagram 1320 page.
I don't see no poll.
I see a poll people up there. Well, on the story. Check the story.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
All right.
It's on the story up there. Everybody go vote. I'm going to hold it up for the screen. Make sure it's the right thing. I don't get mitched. Got to hold up for the screen.
Come on, man.
Go out there and vote.
All right. Man.
Let us know what you guys like. Oh, pick number 2. Okay, Stevie B. That's my guy.
That's not even going to be his nickname.
I'm going to make it happen. I'm going to talk to Deuce. I'm going to talk to whoever. Mark Jones. Who? I'm going to talk to somebody. We're going to make this happen.
Jesse, you brought him to the party, bro.
I didn't actually.
You brought him to the party.
I think that's Joe's boy.
Hey, shout out to Brazil. Joe, that's my dude.
Joe, who had a great time at the baseball game.
Must be nice.
Had a great time.
I wasn't there. Joe was taking photos and videos. He stole my job. I wasn't there.
It was great times. Great times, man. Walk off, home run, everything. Yeah, Leezy. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Well, look, get the shirt.
Okay.
Wear it.
What size, Kenny?
No, I didn't say get one for me. I said get one.
Okay.
You wear the shirt.
All right.
You see what the streets are saying in actuality.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, film it. We're filming everything else. Film it. See if anybody walks up to you and says, I need that shirt.
Okay.
I love that nickname.
COE, content over everything. We're going to make it happen.
If it's a total of 3 people, we're putting it to bed.
Oh. Okay. We're going to workshop this. I'm going to make it a whole event. Something's going down.
All right, man. I'll ask Jesse. You never answered earlier. You never answered this question.
Answer which one?
And I'll ask you as well. If we talked through everything yesterday, we did talk through everything. We're like, hey, man, we ain't. Nah, man, Keon, bro, he here. He Kings.
Mm-hmm.
He gonna stay Kings. He here. And we worked it out. We said we ain't doing that. But Kyle Madsen came back and he came and he said, look, the Warriors, all right, cool. I want to be clear. You're not putting Keon Ellis in this trade. And if you say no, we're going to move on with our lives.
Mm-hmm.
Jesse, we're moving on with our lives? Or are we making a deal?
We're just throwing in Keon instead of Devin?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you answer?
Me?
I did answer.
Oh.
I said if they presented it that way, and I really believed them, I think
I think so. Honestly,
I would make the deal.
Keon's playing without a contract extension right now. Like,
yeah,
I want to know how they feel about him. Like, you can tell me, oh yeah, we'll work something out later on, blah blah blah. But
you talking about the
Kings? Yeah. And if they're not too fond's not the right word, but if it's just kind of like they're still thinking of what they want to do, then I think I would.
Yeah. On one hand, you like instantly you're like, oh no, I'm not trading Keon Ellis, but because he's like one of our best defenders, he's a guy we developed, he's part of our system. But at the same time, Kuminga has a higher ceiling.
Mm-hmm.
So I understand that Ellis brings he takes care of a lot of the needs we have here. But at the same time, you do have to take that risk for someone with a higher ceiling. And he's still young. He's younger than some of our rookies.
He's 22 years old.
Yeah.
I'm genuinely asking.
Oh.
Like, how difficult would it be to replace a guy like Keon Ellis?
Wow, why would you ask that question?
Well, I mean, just
why would you ask? Because I think you know what I'm
like. I'm sure you could find someone out there. Like, still, like if you trade it for Kuminga, you could find someone out there who can knock down the 3 ball and play a little bit defense.
I agree.
That's true.
I agree. I don't think it would be that.
I don't think that.
difficult.
Yeah, it's like a massive hole where you have to fill.
Yeah.
No.
Pause, I guess.
Once again,
flag. Hey, I get flagged all the time.
I said pause.
That don't.
Hey, I
that don't
found
do
it.
nothing.
Hey, got it
There
right
you go.
here.
Flag.
Boom.
Yeah.
Flag on him.
Field judge got him.
I think it's like, I think like just kind of looking at it that way, it's like it shouldn't be that hard for me to find a guard who can knock down the 3 ball, play a little bit of defense and all that. Keon obviously is a better than a little bit of defense, but you get what I'm saying? Because you're bringing in a guy like Kuminga.
And you can give him for cheaper too. Like Ellis is going to want some money pretty soon. You can get a veteran play some defense and be scrappy for cheap. Come on now.
I'm not sure how. Yeah, I'm not sure how expensive Keon's going to be, but yeah.
Well,
I agree. I mean, I think Keon at least is going to, make $10 to $12 million a year.
Yeah.
And you can go back into the G League, or you can go back into undrafted players and try to find another Keon Ellis type guy. In this particular case, I love Keon Ellis. Once again, I want to do the deal where he's still here, but I would not let Keon Ellis be the determining factor as to why this deal doesn't get done.
We just got a text right now, Kenny.
Oh, snap.
Yeah. Man. Matt George says that we should be ashamed of ourselves.
Matt, we're
just trying to work here.
That's it.
That's it.
That's all we're doing, man. And we're in the boardroom of the Kings organization right now. We're having this conversation here. We're not having it on the radio. We're having it. This is internally.
Anthony in the chat says you want to see Devin Carter getting minutes is crazy. It's not even necessary.
Wait, who said that? This always happens. You know what I feel like? I feel like Cam Newton. I'm gonna explain. I'm gonna explain that later.
See, I was in a good mood.
No, I'm gonna explain that later because nobody even said anything like that. But we'll talk about it a little bit more. We'll talk about this. I want to talk a little bit more about some NBA stuff because I've been doing, a little deep dive and hearing some stuff. Damn, expansion out don't look like it's happening anytime soon. I don't think it's happening anytime soon. So we'll get into all that. I still want to hear from you on the Elk Grove Kid Talk line about a possible Jonathan Kuminga acquisition. Would you be willing to move on from Keon Ellis if that's what it meant to get JK? We'll talk about it all, man. It's ESPN 1320. It's D-Lo and KC, Sacramento's #1 sports station.
Hey, KC, look at this. I'm getting haters. Here we go. David J. Leezy comes in. The whole dialogue gets stupid. You can't just find top-end defenders.
Well,
and the shirt idea is stupid, not a nickname.
Well, David J., you cannot. Bring that back up.
I got you.
Bring that back up.
Well, play the pasta.
You cannot. And I see how you tried to change it. You should have just deleted the comment. You cannot come in here talking crazy with misspells. With misspelling words. You can't do that. Dialogue gets stupid. It doesn't hit the same. It doesn't hit the same. I'm just saying. I'm just saying you can't do that.
Are we too low on Keon Ellis?
No, we all like Keon Ellis. We just are saying Kuminga has a higher ceiling. What's wrong with that?
Matt George says we need to take a lap.
I think Matt. I think others
get on Zoom. Whatever.
This happens. This happens in Sacramento. I think they're a little too high on Keon Ellis.
Well, that's the thing too. We really love our guys. Like, he's a great role player. I like Keon Ellis. So I don't have nothing against him, but at the same time, if you can upgrade, go upgrade.
I used the I'll talk about it on the air. I'll talk about it on the air.
All right. We're gonna save it.
I'll talk about it on the air.
We're gonna save it. Hey, we talk about this a lot about players with nicknames and how they just disappear when we give them nicknames. We did not give Keon this nickname, but some people call him Neon Keon. Are you in on that or out?
Yeah, I'm with that because I don't think we gave it to him. So
I didn't give it to him.
It's something that's been with him for a while, so we got to respect that.
Okay,
we got to respect that. Yeah, it's Neon Keon.
All right,
I'm with that.
I was just curious. Hey, we had another one. I was thinking because sometimes I go back and watch the show. Just doing some game tape studying.
Okay, I feel you.
And I saw that we were talking about players that had nicknames that got booted off the Kings, and we forgot one. We forgot Little Magic. We forgot Lil Magic.
Well, yeah, that's the main one.
That was you.
We brought that one up before. Yeah, that was
you.
tough one.
Yep. It'd be like that. Freon. Okay, David. I'm gonna let you live.
All right. No, they. All right.
Hey, so all my stuff I be doing is real. So sometimes in the chat, now that I'm a moderator, I be calling myself L Wrench. Pause.
Wait, what?
There's a whole thing. That's a chatty house thing. This ain't on the air. But sometimes I'll joke and call myself L Wrench because when you're a moderator, there's a wrench by your name.
What'd you call L Wrench?
L Wrench. I'll be mod in the chat. Now, hold on, guys. Come on. Stick with me.
It's your boy, man.
Come on, stick with me. So
Joe, where are you, bro? Hey,
shout out to Joe.
L Wrench.
L Wrench. But here's the thing. I came up with the idea because I told you I just got a new place, right?
Yes, shout out to you.
I bought it. It's a nice place too. I'll show you.
Talk.
Upstairs, downstairs. It's cute. We tucked off, gated community. I'm living good. We're moving on up. We living good, bro. But man.
You're gonna have to hold that thought, Leezy, here on D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. We got my man Eddie Gonzalez pulling up in about 25, 30 minutes or so. And Bonta Hill, he's going to join us in the final 30 minutes or so of the show. I had a little discussion going on real quick, and I want to make sure we still touch on that about Keon Ellis and Jonathan Kuminga and the possibility of that being what it takes for the Kings to land Jonathan Kuminga. The other aspect that Kyle Madsen brought up that I don't think we've talked about, which will make the situation easier. I don't know if Matt George has talked about this, and it changes his mind. Drew, the local guy, was on here yesterday, and he's connected a little bit. He talks to Keon or whatever. This isn't straight from Keon or nothing like that. But understandably, the camp was kind of upset when they picked up his option.
Yeah.
Because that cost them some money. That cost Keon Ellis, some M's. And if he's looking at this situation potentially like, all right, man, I got to do what I have to do to play and do all this other stuff.
Yeah.
But I remember how this went down. I'm going to be an unrestricted free agent next year.
Yeah.
I'm going to remember how this went down. And I'm going to be definitely going to be open to moving on. And he's telling this to Scott Barry in the front office. If that's the conversation.
Hey, if he's up, you guys.
If he's talking like that
now already.
Oh yeah. That makes the situation even easier for me, because I'm a potentially pass on a guy like Jonathan Kuminga and the upside that he has, and taking that roll of the dice on him for a guy that may leave me in 9 months. I can't do that. So if that's the conversations that are going on between the Kings front office and Keon Ellis's representatives, absolutely I have to think about putting him in a trade and moving on from him to acquire Jonathan Kuminga. And that's one thing that a lot of people also aren't factoring in. So the one thing that I look at it in this situation as it being a situation where I don't want to move on from Keon Ellis.
No,
I do not want to move on from Keon Ellis. But I brought this situation up. I don't know if Jesse, you were listening. I'll ask you, Leezy, as well. But if the Utah Jazz offered Ace Bailey to the Sacramento Kings right now, for Keon Ellis, what would the Kings do? What should the Kings do?
We are packing his bags. Who's saying no to that? What's up,
Jesse? If they offered Ace Bailey right now to the Kings,
it's a question.
The Jazz?
Yeah.
You
do the deal.
Yeah. Easy.
Shout out Danny Ainge. He's losing it.
Man, we don't, and like we're doing that. We're feeling good. Like, yeah, that's the move that you make. We don't even know what Ace Bailey can do in the league. We have no idea what he's gonna be in the league.
Yeah.
He could be an unbelievable bust.
Yeah, but I think like you're taking that deal just because you're looking at just, I guess, the values, if that's the right word, like the upside of Bailey compared to what you got with Keon, I think.
Right.
Well, that's the same thing. Yeah. That's the same thing.
And that's what I'm saying. What's the difference between that and Kuminga? money a little bit, age a little bit, so it's not an exact comparison. But when you talk about the upside of what these guys can be, Kuminga's only 3 years older than Ace Bailey.
And he has the experience to being in the league already. So
we've seen a little bit more from Kuminga though. I think where that's where it's different, because I think Kuminga, I know he's like a 15 to probably 18 point per game scorer, whatever. We're kind of hoping if he can,
that's what Steve Kerr not playing
20 round or 20 range or whatever.
Right.
Ace Bailey, that's, I don't know. I guess the unknown is kind of what makes it different there, I guess.
Right.
There's a little bit more of a known with Kuminga, I guess.
Right, which you can look at it either way, right? That could be a positive.
Ace Bailey, I think you can look at it like, oh yeah, this guy can like potentially be like the number one guy on my team. Kuminga, you're looking at it's like, oh, like he could probably be 2 or 3 maybe or whatever. Like, I don't know.
He might be the number one guy on your team.
We don't know. We don't know yet.
He could potentially. I think we talked about it earlier. I think worst case scenario, Jonathan Kuminga is like what he is right now, 15. When he gets the opportunity to play, average is like 18 points per game.
He gonna get minutes.
I think that's the floor for Jonathan Kuminga. He could be so much more than that. My whole point of asking that question is, if you had somebody with a super ceiling like Ace Bailey being offered for Keon Ellis, ain't nobody turning that down. Nobody's saying, no, I don't want the number 3. This is what, and I said this on the handoff, this is what everybody wants.
Yeah.
Everybody wants a situation where you can go get a young guy that you can build around. This is the tank. This is the tank. This is what you're getting. Jonathan Kuminga.
This is it.
You want the tank to go get a Kuminga.
Yeah.
A Kuminga type player in the draft. Granted, he'll probably be 2 or 3 years younger. I'm not disputing that. That's why I'm saying it's not an exact comparison. But this is it. You wouldn't not tank so you can keep Keon Ellis.
Good point.
Am I wrong?
No, I don't think you're wrong.
You got to talk to Matt George about this.
Matt George
is still blowing us up.
Yeah, he is not in favor of
me.
anything that has to do with move on from Keon Ellis.
Come on, Matt.
And I understand. I love Keon Ellis. I want to repeat.
Hey, Casey.
I want to do the deal and get JK and keep Keon Ellis almost at all costs. This is like hey, last ditch effort. This is our last chance. I'm not gonna allow Keon Ellis to stop this.
I still think there's a point too where I don't even know if you necessarily have to offer Keon. Like, I don't buy into the fact the Warriors are just willing to bring him back. And, all right, we'll just lose you for nothing at some point, or take another deal that's like what the Kings are offering us now.
I agree, but they could though. I don't think it's far-fetched that you do that.
It's funny. It's funny with the Warriors.
If you're the Warriors though, do you do that like to Steph? Like, don't you owe it to, I guess, to him and to Jimmy now, I guess? Like, how are you going to tell Steph, like, going into his last 3 years of his career, not last 3 years of his career, but just the last part of his career, just, hey, we're going to bring back this guy that doesn't fit. I know you want to win and all that, but we're just going to deal with this for right now. Like, it's a bad situation.
Let me answer that and hold tight, Leezy. Let's get who we got on?
We got Sidney Dean.
Let's get Sidney Dean real quick on the Elk Grove Kid Talk line and what he thinks about this situation. Sidney, what's up, man?
Hey, I appreciate you, Casey. You've been holding it down this week. Pause. Yeah, man, good for you. You've been killing it.
Yeah, thank you, brother. I appreciate you.
Shout out Jesse, best producer in the game.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it.
Shout out Leezy.
Hey.
What's up, man?
What's up? What's up, Kim Folk?
We're talking about value, right? My Facebook marketplace people. When you resell something, it's about how you treated that thing, right? Warriors been treating Kuminga like he's trash. Like, if that was his bike, they're leaving it on the lawn all night, letting the sprinklers get on it. It's rusted. We know how they value him. We value Keon. If that's what they want, then we're going to have to start stocking the cupboards too. You want Keon? Where's your 2034 pick? We want that, because when Curry's gone, you're going to have some lean years. Those picks are going to be valuable. So we're not giving no picks. I would be demanding that. We need to restock the shelves, because we actually value Keon. He knows that we like him. We send him. We're telling everybody, no, we want him here. Warriors went out and got Jimmy Butler.
Yeah.
That's Kuminga's spot. Like, it wasn't even like, oh, it's, they're going to battle it out. It was, no, Jimmy's our guy. We just signed him to this deal. So that's all I got. I just think they got to give us something.
I appreciate you, Sidney. I don't think you'd be able to get some picks out of the Warriors. I don't know. I don't think you'd be able to get some picks out of the Warriors. If I was the Warriors, I wouldn't do that. I'd be like, yo, you want Jonathan Kuminga. Like we're giving you that opportunity to get him. I wouldn't include picks in that situation if I were them.
I wouldn't
Even if they wanted Keon.
I don't want to move off of Keon, but I also just don't love the idea of the Kings having just being handicapped as they are right now. 2027 is what we keep hearing. Flexibility this, flexibility that. At that time, I just hate the idea of them having an opportunity to land a player like Jonathan Kuminga that could be for your future, but given all the issues you're dealing with as far as moving players and all that, and just letting that go. Because I'm not sure how many times an opportunity like this for a player like this, not like Kuminga's the top player in the NBA or anything like that, but player with upside who can be a 20-plus point game per game guy or 15, 18 right now. Are you passing up on that? Is that going to be up for you again coming up?
Right.
Or are you going to be just kind of cupboards bare once flexibility is here in 2027? There's two things. Like the Warriors are also dealing with a bad situation, but also the Kings just have to get better as well. Like it's time to push things forward too.
I agree. 100%.
When you have the opportunities to.
To your original, hold on one second, Lizzie. To your original point earlier about why, like, because I'm gonna look on the other side of this with the Warriors a little bit. Why would they do that? Why would they do that to Steph in that situation? If you and maybe there's some other stuff with the cap that I'm not factoring in when I say this, but getting Devin Carter, Sarge, and a pick isn't doing anything for Steph Curry right now. That's the way I might look at it. If it's
that's right.
If it's about like, oh, I can't do this to Steph. Well, none of these players are going to help Steph. What might help Steph more is in case of a Jimmy Butler injury, who's always hurt. You know what I mean? I have a guy like Jonathan. Well, he is always hurt.
Regular season, baby.
It's the truth. Well, look, if he's going to be out 20 games, at least I got a Jonathan Kuminga there to fill in.
Warriors were like 23-7 when that whole trade went down. When they traded for him, that was the record post Jimmy.
That's fine. And then he got hurt. He can't hold up anymore.
They made it and they beat the Rockets, number 2 seed.
But now if I'm really talking about like helping Steph out and trying to make the best team possible, if Sarge and Devin Carter is what you're offering, that ain't gonna help me this year. And I'm losing a player like Kuminga, who even though I've chosen,
would you rather have no help and bad vibes or no help and good vibes?
Mike Dunleavy. Now we're talking about vibes. Hey. And I'm with you. Now like you gotta factor in, does having a more cohesive locker room, does that weigh more heavily than just the potential of the talent that Kuminga may have there if something goes wrong?
Yeah, Mike, you want Steph answering questions about Jonathan Kuminga 2 weeks into the season? You think he's gonna love that? Nah.
What you got, Lazy?
Oh, nothing. It was like, man, it kind of goes back to what Scott Perry was saying, man. We want volunteers here, not hostages. If someone is feeling a certain type of way and you have a better deal out there, then go make that deal. And on the same hand for the Warriors, to me, they just haven't been utilizing Kuminga the best, which is kind of a no-brainer. But at the same time, they want to ask for the sun and the moon and the world for this guy. It's just like there has to be some type of middle ground here. And I don't know. I'm getting upset.
But once again, though, if I'm the Warriors, I just bring them back. Like it's like all situations are bad. What are you gonna do? Not play?
He said he's not resigning.
All right. No? Well, all right. Don't play.
Okay.
Don't play then, Jonathan Kuminga. This is my offer. This is what I'm trying to do. Hey. We're talking about we want to bring you back. We're not getting the deals that we want. Like, yeah, it's a bad situation for me. I look as the Warriors, I look crazy. I fumbled this whole thing. It's bad. But all the situations are bad.
What's the better deal
all
out
bad.
there? What's the better deal out there that the Warriors gonna get?
I don't have one. I gotta it's all bad.
Yeah.
Once again, I'm the Warriors. I messed this up. It's all bad.
Yeah.
But if I come to the conclusion that I say I don't want to just give him up, I can just re-sign him. And if he doesn't want to play, he don't have to play. Or he can come back and he plays on whatever qualifying offer or whatever the case may be, and the value's not like it's a bad situation. I'm Mike Dunleavy. I've fumbled this crazy. I'm Steve Kerr. I fumbled this crazy.
Fumbled it.
There is no like winning in this situation if you're the Warriors, in my opinion. But I could be, and I would kind of advise against it if I was whoever the assistant GM is. I could just say, I'm not going to just take any deal. Like, this ain't going to help me. I could just do that. I would advise against it because you are getting a pick in this situation, and you could be getting a first-round pick from the Sacramento Kings.
Well,
something that
you
you could
take
use,
that.
something that you could use in trying to acquire somebody else down the road.
Yeah.
That's how I would look at it if I was the Golden State Warriors. But they could just be stubborn and stupid about the situation and be like, none of that helps us right now, so we just gonna keep them.
Nah, if you get picked, you better take that.
I agree. My bad, Jesse. Let's go to Manny. Let's go talk to my guy, Manny. What's up, man? What's on your mind, big dog?
Well, there's 2 points to this that really I think about. One is we really, in Sacramento, because of history and players leaving and such, we convince these role players that play so hard. And yes, they have a role, right? Like we'll take Keon. Look, I love everything he does. And if we were in that contention mode, if we were trying to get to that next step, he's the perfect player for this team, right? He's like a GP3 was for the Warriors. But it also, those type of players, they have a short shelf life because they play so hard that they're going to get injured at some point because they're always giving you 120% every time they come and play defense on the floor. So knowing that, like, by the time we get back to where we need to get to, if we're doing this right, I don't know what that team. I love Keon, right? But if you can go get a young player and you're resetting yourself and you're getting the organization back to where it needs to get to and doing it the right way and not trying to do it, then I think you have to think long term. And I don't know Keon's role on this particular in this organization long term, 4 years from now, 5 years from now, again, these kind of players.
All right,
Manny,
yeah. I
Manny,
don't know what's going on there. Yeah. Manny with the 203 freeze here.
We try to run it, but
Manny was like us last week, man. He was freezing up like us, brother.
We couldn't even clip nothing on that one. He was looking crazy.
I was sad. I want to go back and clip some stuff.
Want to get to TC?
Yeah. Let's hear from my guy TC, man. TC, what's good, baby?
Hello?
TC, what up, brother?
Man?
Oh, hey, listen, hey, y'all put me straight on, bro. What's up with my two brothers? Hey, Jesse, hey, you a fool for that. Jesse sneaky, boy, ain't you?
Yeah, man. Come on, man. We see you on the line. What's up, baby?
You VIP, TC. Come on.
Hey, listen, it's good. Leezy, what's up? Hey, so let's check it out. I'm doing that deal today, bro, in a heartbeat, and I love Keon. But the athleticism from Kuminga and the upside, bro, is what we need for this team. We already know what Keon is, right? And in that case, if they're talking about switch Keon out for Carter, we might as well keep Carter because Devin can do the same defensive things that Keon can do. If only thing he got to work on is his listen. Hold on, Kitty.
Hold on,
Kitty. I didn't say I'm letting you cook. I ain't saying nothing.
But listen, Lizzie, if we're talking about defense and he's a better rebounder than Keon, so at that point I'm keeping Devin, moving him, and then the boy Kuminga can be the stretch forward, right? So you got Domas, Kuminga. The boy Murray, he can go back down to the 3. The 2 can be Zach LaVine, and then you run with Shooter. The bench, we'll work that out, bro. But if that's what's holding this up, bro, you got to do that deal, bro. Because you got Carter in your back pocket, big homie. DeRozan, we're going to find a spot for you.
All right, TC. I hear you cooking. I will completely disagree with you right here. And not to say that he said this. I don't want to say that, but Keon Ellis is way better than Devin Carter.
Yes.
He's way better than Devin Carter. That is not we'll just switch them out or whatever. That's no disrespect to Devin, but that's a downgrade. Like you're getting the lesser player if you try to swap that out. You're in that particular situation. Keon is far better than Devin Carter. I don't think they're that close right now.
Good call, TC. But yeah, I'm not rocking with the Carter Ellis thing, man. Ellis definitely a better player.
But here's the other thing that we're not talking about as well. And this goes into how you feel about making a deal and how far you're willing to go. How does Scott Perry look at Jonathan Kuminga? If he looks at Jonathan Kuminga as a guy that, y'all, this is a risk and I'm willing to take this risk because the upside could change our fortunes as a franchise. I'm willing to take that risk. Like you mentioned, like Manny mentioned, Jesse mentioned.
Shout out to Manny.
I don't know when this particular opportunity is going to come by again. I might not even be here the next time this opportunity comes by to get a guy that I know his floor. I know what he can do in this league. I have an idea of what he could be in this league, and he's right here for the taking. I'm taking that opportunity, and I'm not going to allow Devin Carter or Keon Ellis to stop me from taking that opportunity.
Yeah.
If that's how Scott Perry is looking at Jonathan Kuminga, 100%. 100%. You do what you need to do to get that guy in the building. Now, if Scott Perry is looking at Jonathan Kuminga and saying, I like him, man. The upside is there. Had a good conversation for him. Good conversation with him. I like the guy. I'm not completely sold. You know, he's cool.
Mm-hmm.
If he's like, nah, then no, you don't trade Keon Ellis.
Yeah.
If it's a guy that you're not sold on and you're not willing to go all in and taking the risk, then absolutely not. You don't put Keon Ellis on the table.
Mm-hmm.
You say, if I can get him with this, cool, like good. But I'm not going to overextend myself to go get Jonathan Kuminga, a guy that I'm not really that crazy about and I don't believe in that much. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's really what it comes down to. And I think Jesse's feeling this way. I think Leezy feels this way. Jonathan Kuminga, in my opinion, is worth the risk.
I think he's worth the risk.
And hear what I say, he is a risk.
Yeah.
There is no guarantee that he's going to reach the heights that you think he might be able to, that he has shown the potential to. He could be just a random, 18-point per game scorer who scores points. Maybe he gets to 20, but it doesn't affect anything. Once again, this isn't a shot. This is just an example.
Yeah.
He could be Marcus Thornton. Marcus Thornton was a 20-point per game scorer, but it didn't result in any type of success for the Kings.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Marcus Thornton was a bucket.
He was a bucket.
He was a
got
bucket.
down.
Like he could.
I'll never forget him playing in the Heat.
Yeah, that was one of my favorite players during that era. Like I loved this game, but it didn't result in winning. That could be what Jonathan Kuminga is. It is a risk. 100%. It is a risk, but it's a risk that I'm willing to take, and I'm not gonna allow a guy that. Well, I'm trying to be respectful. Because I love Keon.
We all do.
But I'm not going to allow a guy who doesn't start for me right now to keep me from taking that risk.
Yeah, from getting someone that potentially,
I think
could be a star.
I think that's bad business, man. I think that's bad business. I wouldn't go about it that way.
Yeah, and you got to jump on these opportunities when you're in a place like the Kings are. If you have a chance to get a young potential star that has a high upside, you got to take it. Because Kings fans will be quick to say, "Oh, draft, we never draft anyone good. Oh, trades, oh, we never get the big players." Okay, you got an opportunity now to get someone with that high ceiling. So I jump on it. And obviously, yeah, we would like to keep Keon, but if that's what was stopping this from the Warriors, and you got to make some tough decisions. And at the same time, if Keon's already feeling a certain type of way, which I don't know, I listen to the insiders. I'm not insider. I don't know nothing. But if Keon's feeling a certain type of way, then do what's best for him and do what's best for your team.
Mm-hmm. And if I feel that way about Jonathan Kuminga, about taking that risk, taking that chance to go get him, I gotta go get him.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
I gotta go get him.
Yeah.
And I understand. Oh, why would you do that if nobody's offering anything else? It's not about for me personally. It's not about 100% others not offering. It's about I want this player. I can get the deal done this way. I'm not going to go crazy. Like they're not getting Keon, Devin, and 2 picks. Like that's, I'm not going to go crazy. I'm going to be responsible with it.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm also not going to if I really believe in him and I really believe in taking that chance, I'm also not going to let that opportunity slip away.
Yeah.
I'm going to go get the player that I want. I'm going to go get him.
Mm-hmm.
That's just the way that I go about it. You know what I mean? Like, and some might say that's bad business. I'm not even exactly sure that's how Scott Perry goes about things. But in that situation, I'm gonna go get that guy.
Yeah.
And that's how I'm approaching this.
We're sitting up around here talking about 2027. We can go make a move now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now I'm not saying he's about to be your franchise cornerstone and all that, but I want to see what he can do. Remember we were talking during the playoffs how upset I was during the T-Wolves and the Warriors series.
Oh yeah, because you're a Warriors fan. That's
No,
right. Yeah.
you see
I remember
the
that.
media.
I remember that. Yeah.
The media just out here spreading lies again. Can't trust the media. But no, I was upset because I remember at the time some people felt like Kuminga wasn't playing that great, and my thing was, yeah, Kerr hasn't set him up for success. He doesn't give him the minutes in the regular season to be ready for those moments. They broke the glass and said, all right, we just need Kuminga to do something. And that I just feel like he hasn't had his opportunity here in Sacramento once we start.
He hasn't, but I also want to stay true to what I've said. If anybody's listening to me talk about Jonathan Kuminga, said it again this morning, I'll reiterate it here. I do have concerns that he's empty calories. Like I've said a number of different times when they go against the Warriors. If Jonathan Kuminga wants to score 25, cool. If that makes sure that Steph Curry doesn't go for 36, cool, I'll take that. I don't think that's going to affect winning in that situation. Now, what you've got to find out, or what you're going to be rolling the dice on, is that type of mindset that I have for Jonathan Kuminga. Is it exclusive to the Warriors, or is it who he is as a basketball player? Once again, talking about a guy like Marcus Thornton who scored 20, but it didn't lead to winning. And that's something you don't know. That's why it's a gamble. That's why you're rolling the dice. So,
and here's the thing: you're getting younger, because a lot of people. I like LaVine and DeRozan. A lot of people hate on them. Defense, money, whatever. But they say, oh, they're just empty calories, just put up numbers, blah, blah, blah. They're older. You can get a Kuminga who's younger, who maybe can turn into something. And I don't know. I'm in on Kuminga. That's just me.
I am too. Hopefully it doesn't cost a guy like Keon. That's the best of both worlds, man. Hopefully you can get him without including the Keon Ellis, man. We got our guy, Eddie Gonzalez, one of the young GOATs out here. He's going to join D-Lo and KC for his Friday hit. We're going to talk more hoop. We're going to talk a little bit about this, but we're going to talk about the NBA in general. And I probably want to talk to him a little bit about something that's going around where I don't know if expansion's happening anytime soon, man. So we'll talk about all that, talk about hoop. We'll talk about anything with my man Eddie, man. That's how it goes. It's D-Lo and KC. It's ESPN 1320, #1 sports station.
Wrap up my wrench story real quick. So anyways, chat. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. That works for me. Yeah. What's up, chat? Hey, so chat, I was telling you guys the whole L wrench thing. Like, all my stuff comes from real life experiences, bro. I bought a couch, I bought an entertainment system, I bought bed, I bought all that stuff. And when you buy that furniture, they all come with the little tools. So at my house, I have like 12 L wrenches, but I just got them all over the place. And so that's why when I started modding, I was like, oh, L wrench. It was natural. So yeah, I got these things, keeping things on me. All right, chat. This is a commercial break. What you guys, what's on your mind? What's going on? Hey, Dave Garcia, you ain't wrong. See you, Lizzie. It's okay, man. I'm coming off the bench. It's okay. What, you intentionally bought and wore Warrior gear, Lizzie? I don't remember that. That was AI. You know they can do anything with AI nowadays. Drew down. Hey, Drew, I'm not gonna go against you. I know you're a Warriors guy. You know your stuff, but come on. Steve Kerr be tripping sometimes. Jason Tatum, anybody? Come on, man. And I always say this, man. Who Steve Kerr developed, bro? Moses Moody? James Wiseman? Come on, man. Oh, guys, I'm saying L, not L wrench, but you know, we can use that too. We can come up with something funny for that. Lizzie brought a prop. No, bro, this is real life. I brought a tool. Scooter, my dude Scooter, nice guy, man. Seen him at Sky River Casino. That's the homie. He's one of the nice people in the chat. Everyone else take notes. I'm messing around. Those are Allen wrenches, Lizzie. Oh, wow. Thank you, Zebra. I'm earning my stripes, Zebra. I'm learning. Allen wrench. What up? David Jackson. You guys just be getting me, bro. Hey, Steven Casanetta. I can never say your name right, but Ham does. It's always funny when I hear him say it. What's up?
You know, I keep it real with you guys at all times.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't act above it all. I don't act holier than thou. I don't do that, so I keep it a stack with y'all. I'm about to light them Twix and Snickers up in there. I'm about to light up everybody while I'm not here. Go get them. Go get them. Because when I'm here, I'm about to light the little bite-sized joints, man. You eat like 4 of those in a minute.
Bro, at that other place I be at, they have a little candy dish. And so whenever I go in, man, that's the first thing I tear up. They be having all this stuff. It's gotten to the point they'll just give me candy. Be like, hey, Lee, what's up? They'll give me a bag of Skittles or whatever. I'm like, please, stop. Don't encourage this.
Hey, Jesse, Eddie said the link that he has is it ain't good. Okay.
Jordan Poole. Hey, brother, I guess. Hey. Okay. Hey, KC, I wanted to ask you some stuff about one of your guys, but I don't know if we got time. I might have to save it.
I don't know. I don't know if I'm reading this right. I feel like we got 40 seconds, but
okay. No big deal.
Oh, no, we don't. Back here on D-Lo and KC. ESPN 1320, man. Come on, man. KC and friends, man. Have my boy Leezy rocking with me for a little bit. Leezy gonna pull up on us again, too. But we also got my man Eddie Gonzalez, man. He getting the connection going, getting right around the corner. There he goes, right there. Straight out of Yonkers. You know what I'm saying? My man in Yonkers right now. You know what it? No, I don't know if he's in Yonkers at all.
What's going on, man? What's going on?
Man, it feel like it's been a minute since I talked to you, man. I was off. I think you was gone the week before. It's been a minute since I hollered.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah, it's that time of summer, right? Everybody doing some stuff, man. Happy belated, by the way.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it.
So I'm not like a big wish happy birthday on Instagram guy. I feel like it's a nuisance to the birthday part. Like I feel like I be saving people, but I'm speaking to you now, so I can tell you.
I appreciate you, and I appreciate the love on social media from everybody. Like, and I got a lot of it. You know what I'm saying? I got a lot of it, and I want it to continue. I'm not saying this to say like next year don't say nothing. Like, please, I appreciate the love and everybody doing it. It gets a little overwhelming. And then I feel bad if I only respond to like the first 10 people and then 20. I don't know what to do sometimes. So it's a lot.
Only so many times I can type yes sir. And then but you know what? You know what I'm gonna do though? One of these days I'm gonna pretend it's my birthday and I'm gonna just see who really knows. You know what I mean? Like I'm gonna just do that and see what happens.
It's like 6 months away from your birthday.
Yeah.
And you have the caption like 36 blessed. You're like, oh, what's up, dog? Happy birthday. Well, you don't follow me, you just don't be paying attention. Like literally had my birthday 3 weeks ago.
It's funny too, because I don't expect nobody to know my birthday. Who just knows birthdays unless we see them, right? But I would like to trick a few people and then like see you didn't know. Like relax.
When is your birthday?
I'm not gonna tell you now because when I do the fake out,
I'm gonna check. No, I'm checking, man. I'll be like, nah.
My birthday's in November, man.
Yeah, see, so there's certain people where I've had them in my life long enough where I may not know the day, but I know the general time of year.
Yeah,
like,
you know what's coming up.
Right. Eddie, I've really known Eddie for maybe 2 or 3 years, so I don't know that yet. I'm not there yet. About 3 years from now, I'll know. Like, oh yeah,
we'll be locked in, buddy.
You would have got me. Like, if you would have like next week, if you would have been like 36, God bless me, I'd have been like, hey, big dog, happy birthday. You would have got me. Oh my God.
And you know, like the birthdays are funny too, because it's like now I gotta go find that one picture me and this person have, and I'm gonna run it up.
And for the 3rd year in a row, put that on my stories.
And it's like pics like 6 years old
in a year. We ain't took a flick in a year where I can take a new one. Let's go. And I got to make sure I'm looking good in the picture. It don't matter about him.
That's really what the picture is. Like, I like this picture of me. Let me wish you a happy birthday with it.
Hell yeah, man. But everything going good with you? I was telling everybody after Summer League, which you didn't attend. Now the NBA offseason is like really here. Like now everybody goes on vacation. You know,
you've seen all these pits. I literally just put my phone down. Chet Holmgren was on vacation in his final picture. So like you're seeing everybody on vacation, people getting married, celebrating hearts, my boy.
people getting married. Hey, it don't matter to me. But the homies are like, yo, why didn't somebody give us a heads up? Why didn't we know this was the case? And I know that's your homegirl. So why did we know?
So look, I knew for some time, right? And then it's like everybody's in town too. So like I'm like, oh, maybe I'll pop up, maybe I'll do this, maybe I'll do this. I didn't go to it was a little too celebrity for me. But I kept wondering, and I talked to Taylor too, and I'm like, I wonder when this is gonna go public. And then it finally did, and I knew it went public because 7 group chats lit up. I hadn't even seen it yet. And I'm like, oh, y'all seeing the news, huh?
And that came out of nowhere. The homies hit me up in the group chat like, WTF? 4 question marks. Everything.
Hey, that's the kind of respect Taylor got though, because in this world where we share everything, people been knowing about the wedding, the engagement, everything for a while now. And
it was like a real wedding.
So that's a lot of love.
Real wedding. It wasn't like, oh, this was probably half a year of planning, a beautiful location, invites, all this. Everybody, but all these people knew it, and nobody said nothing.
Nobody got eloped here. This was a thing. This is. But the engagement was a big thing, and they kept that tight. So the proposal. So again, salute to Taylor. Clearly, everybody loves her because everybody kept their mouth shut, including me. But yeah, I seen some broken hearts on the timelines, on the group chats, and everything.
I didn't even know Taylor. Broken hearts.
Yeah. 0 chance, by the way. 0 chance at that gorgeous woman. But I know it ruined some days, boy.
I was telling, I forgot who I was talking to the other day, but Taylor last year came to Sacramento for a game, and I didn't meet her. I didn't have an opportunity. I would have told her hey, I think because professionally, I think she's dope. I think she does a really good job. So I probably would have said something like that. But I was telling people, I saw from a distance after the game was over, the line for a picture with Taylor Rooks. I don't want to exaggerate it, but there was a line for a picture with Taylor Rooks. And she was really nice. She took people's pictures, really nice about it, smiles, pleasantries, and everything. But yeah, she be having a line for people to be like, hey, Taylor, can I get a picture?
It's a commotion if Taylor's in a room. It's a commotion. And she's polite, like you said, and she lets everybody have their moment. And that's, Taylor took me on my first red carpet walk. So she's like that type of person who's like, come on, you're walking the carpet. Like, no, come on. So it's all love with Taylor. I know it hurt a bunch of people, but it's the season. It is the summer. And you see, very strategically planned for that very important sportswoman, Taylor Rooks. Right at the NBA draft, NBA free agency, everything, and right before OTAs, she was not playing, boy. She knew exactly what she was doing.
She on her job. We kind of saw the same thing last year with Malika, huh? Didn't she get married around this time? Yep. Or she's only basketball, so it didn't affect her the same way with OTAs and stuff and training camp. But this is the time. This is the time somebody next year probably get married around this time. That probably when Coco and Donovan get married. Probably around this time next year.
That one's gonna be one of them ones too. That might take a couple years because she might want to make sure that joint. She just seen a fly wedding. She's like, all right,
let that marinate a little bit. Yeah, let me.
That's it's kind of like us with the shoes.
More
elaborate. But oh man, I seen how Kenny put on the 11s. Let me see.
Let me. You know what? I forgot I had those in the closet. Let me see what I can do with them now.
But I got some stuff. Let's see. So I'm expecting that one to be crazy.
Yeah, and then your boy was there. Obviously, you talk about stars at event, looking real dapper. He's looking real fresh. That's not my guy. I don't know him like that, but that's my guy. I ain't never seen a lineup that crisp. I ain't never seen a lineup that crisp. Well, that boy was like a sharp. I said, what?
My man been wearing chrome hearts and all kind of stuff. He on a different place right now, man. I just salute. He been in the gym lifting. I've been cracking up. Man, not you getting biceps. What you doing, bro?
We talk about Kevin Durant. Obviously, he was in the building, man. So, I want to talk NBA in general with you. We've been talking a lot of Kings, and I'll ask you some of the stuff that's going on with Jonathan Kuminga. Just your opinion on it, right? But when we talk about the Western Conference, I've said there's a tier where I think OKC's the favorite going into next year to repeat, win the West, all this other stuff. I think Houston is a championship contender. I don't know if I don't know if I'm ready until I see the season and see the games to say they're on the same tier as OKC. It's like, I guess they'd be like the favorites type tier, but I think Houston is a championship contender. And I don't think there's any other championship contenders in the West. A little below that, I have Denver and I do have the Clippers. Would you change any of that? Like, would you put Denver up there with Houston or the Clippers up there with Houston?
Put my bias hat on. Put my bias hat on. I'm gonna put Houston. I'm gonna put Houston on their own tier and say they're gonna win. But but I think they all have things we go into the season concerned about. When you look at Houston, to me, it's dribble creation. And I said this to Kevin. We talked about it the day he got traded, and there was still some adjustments to be made and stuff like that. But they have one point guard right now, Fred VanVleet. And even the guys they added like Josh Okogie, it's not like he's going to play point guard. So there's a lot of responsibility on Kevin at that point. Or Amen Thompson, if he's making this leap and playing a little bit more point guard. And we see every year how much, dribble creation matters, shot creation matters. And I think if you're pro Houston, you say, well, Kevin can do that. And if you're pro Kevin, you say, yeah, well, Kevin can do that. But we see how teams defend him, and teams are going to trap him and double him and get the ball out of his hand and see that he can do that. And, I have confidence in his ball handling ability, but I would rather there be some help somewhere.
Right.
When I look at Denver, it's like, there's injuries. Obviously you worry about Jamal Murray. You worry about, is Christian Braun have another leap in him? You got to get Cam Johnson in there. I think he's a great fit though. So I don't think that's going to be hard. I think that's the team that we all kind of looking past right now, maybe because we're used to Jokic, whatever it is. That's the team to me that's like, I think they're in that tier as well. Like, I think they're in that tier with OKC where that team can win a title. They got way better this offseason, and they didn't do much with it. They got Bruce Brown for next to nothing. They got Cam, who I think is a better fit at this point than Mike. Mike is probably a better player, Michael Porter Jr., but they've solidified their roster in a way that I think you're looking at that and you're saying, we took OKC to 7 games, and we honestly should have won. We got better this offseason. They're pretty much running it back. We think we're the better team. So, I mean, those are the teams to me. When I look at the Clippers is a little bit too old. Like, it worries me a little bit. And that's with Kawhi, obviously, with his concerns. You add Chris Paul, who is like that old, and James, obviously, with his injury concerns as well. But I love the Brad Beal pickup for them. I love what he brings, whether it's off the bench or as a starter, at a cheaper price than what you had for him in Phoenix. It's easy to say he's not as good as $54 million, and that's true. But when you get him at this price, he can play up to that. So I like what they did. I'm not a big Chris Paul fan, especially at this stage of his career, especially next to James Harden, especially next to Kawhi Leonard. But that's a team that's going to be reckoned with. But we said that all last year, and then they were out quick too. So, that's one of those teams I got to see it. So I'd put them a tier below, and then it's all jumbled up from there. You got Johnson, Steph Curry, and everything else going on after that, and it's a mess.
That's what I was going to ask you too with the West. Do you think there's somebody we're leaving out or we're overlooking? I don't, until, like I said, I see the games, and maybe, I feel differently when I see them playing. But like right now, I don't look at the Lakers as being that type of team, a championship team. I don't look at the Warriors like that. I don't think the Spurs are there. I don't think Minnesota is there as much as I like Ant and everything else like that. I think those 4 teams that we originally talked about, I think they've separated themselves from everybody else in the West.
Look, there's a massive question mark with the Spurs to me. I mean, it's a salute to Wemby. If anything, it's a small salute to De'Aaron Fox. I'm also a huge Dylan Harper fan. So seeing him in the summer league, seeing what he has, and summer league is a mess. Summer league is jumble. It's nasty basketball anyway. But seeing him next to NBA size, seeing how big he is, a healthy 6'6", I'm really excited about what that team's going to be. Victor Wembanyama is one of those like defensive forces that everybody's going to be able to play defense around him because you can't drive. So if I know you can't drive, I can do all kind of stuff to you now. I can look a lot better than I am defensively. And I think, look, he's maybe the best prospect of all time. He's made a gradual leap in his second year. I'm taking another one in his third year. The other team I'd point out is Dallas. Just because I love that for Cooper Flagg. I'm not the biggest Cooper Flagg fan, but I love the situation for him. He can come along slower. He's not going to kind of have that Ace Bailey situation where he's going to have the ball and not only be able to look as good as he can look, but also look as bad as he can look. And he's surrounded by veterans who are going to help, teach him the culture of the league and help him slide into a role on that team. And when Kyrie comes back, if Kai kind of makes it sound like he maybe not this season, it should be full steam ahead. And I think Jason Kidd's a great coach for him too. So that's another team that's a sneaky one, but they're going to sneak up on us in February and March when they're fully healthy and they get going. And maybe they add LeBron James. Who knows?
Well, there's always that. LeBron, that's an interesting character right now, boy. LeBron, he made sure he's been a topic of conversation all summer in sports and outside of sports.
I love how LeBron makes it all about him, no matter what. Like he's clearly involved with Tyler, the Creator's album somehow, some way. He could have just said nothing. The video could have just dropped, but his ass go on Thursday talking about let's go. Why are you saying that? They searching your tweets for Tyler, the Creator tweets for 20 years and he ain't found none. And then it's just like, right then and there, you could kind of guess he might be involved somehow in certain areas in the video. So, I mean, look, I'm a little like, I don't love how tabloidy sports is these days. I kind of don't care what he's dancing to with his wife or whatever, but it is funny to watch. It is funny.
He was dancing to that song like it was the second week the song came out. At this point, sir, there's no reason to be dancing that hard to that song.
He was dancing like it was the Gap Band or something. Like it was like took him back. You know what I mean? Like this, we on a cruise and they playing the jams and we just, it like I'm not trying to psychoanalyze LeBron and Drake, but this is my point. When Drake made a song and he's dissing like fraud people, a lot of people just assumed it was LeBron. Nobody said Drake was wrong. A lot of people jumped out and said, "Hey, don't do that to LeBron." Right. It wasn't about LeBron, but the shoe fit for a lot of people, and to me, that's enough. You could kind of allude at somebody being a little wishy-washy and off, and people will immediately defend LeBron. It's like you kind of telling on yourself a little bit there. But anyway. Yeah, I'm ready for basketball. I'm ready for football. Like, can we stop seeing these dudes dancing this song?
It's almost time to get there. I do want to talk to you about football too, because training camp has started. Raiders, you're a Raider fan. I want to know what you think about it. But I want to ask you one more thing about basketball, and I don't know how tapped in you are to it because it's not the biggest story just yet. It's kind of went under the radar this week, but this whole situation about expansion and how we may not be as close as we realize or we thought we were to NBA expansion. Adam Silver talked, I think, during Summer League, answered question with reporters, and he really kind of sidestepped the question a lot and was kind of talking about, there's a lot of people that, are interested in getting teams, and it's something that we've got to do. And he said something that like really resonated with a lot of reporters was he like, when you talk about expansion, we're really like on day one of that process. And everybody thought we were like damn near at the finish line. Like, what you mean day one? A lot of people are speculating that the owners are kind of looking at the new TV deal. And I'm like, yeah, we want to split that one of 30, not one of 32. Like, what you talking about? Expansion can wait. We ain't splitting it up just yet. Do you like kind of agree with what everybody else is kind of hypothesizing that the thought of Vegas and Seattle may be a little further down the road than we realize?
Yeah, like that's one of those stories that's kind of like you mentioned, been under the radar, been kind of building up for some time. I mean, a couple years ago, for all intents and purposes, it seemed like Kevin was on his way to some portion of a team in Seattle, and LeBron and the Fenway group were on their way to some portion of a team in Vegas. But it quieted quick for whatever reason. And the most insight I ever had to it was when the Commanders went up for sale after all of that. And I remember asking Kevin outright, like, yo, are you going to get in on this? And it's like, I'm just not there yet. You know what I mean? Like, I would love to, but I'm just not there yet. And we talked a little bit about the NBA team, and he was the one who kind of made like, yo, that's like way out the way, like way pipe dream at this moment. And so I was just like, oh, okay, again, just tuck that. We're just having a casual conversation. But the LeBron noise died down a lot too. And his connections with the Fenway group and all the stuff they're doing. And I think Kevin just became part of a soccer team group. I don't pay the closest attention to all of it, but it did definitely seem like the expansion talks quieted down. And Adam Silver said something, maybe it was around the All-Star break, where they're closer to a team in Paris than they are to a team in Seattle. Yeah. And that kind of went under the radar too, but it was telling because it was the NBA's mission for 20 years has been international expansion, in international, just global expansion. And so much of their moves in terms of marketing, in terms of business, in terms of everything else pointed towards that. They have the United States, it's fine. They have Canada, it's fine. They have some of Mexico, it's fine. They want China, they want Germany, they want England, they want all of this stuff. And they are consistently making moves towards that. So when he said that, we're closer to Paris than we are to Seattle, that's what jumped out to me as well. I think it's a while. I think it's a while before they want to split that money up. The values of these teams are so overwhelming right now that I think that in and of itself creates a problem too. Because it's like, okay, what do we charge you to get in now? Because we just had a team valued at $10 billion. Like, what are you gonna get? How do you buy into a league where that's $10 billion worth of work? We just had a W team worth $500 million. So it's like, I don't think there's a rush there. I don't think they need it. I don't think they have the talent pool for that either. We have some bad teams. And so I don't see there's the rush for that. Maybe some realignment, but I think they're also waiting for the expansion to make their realignment as well.
And they got another team that they've got to sell and set the floor, I would think, when talking about the Trailblazers. I don't think the Blazers are going for the Lakers, what the Lakers did, but if somebody potentially, whether it's Phil Knight or somebody overpays, quote unquote, overpays for Portland and gets them at $5 billion. All right, Portland just went for $5 billion. That's the floor. Like, that's where we're starting. And now you're asking a question, and I'm sure there's people who would do it, but like now the pool starts to shrink of people who are like, all right, man, you want me to pay $9 billion to be in the NBA? Like, I'm cool. I don't really need to do that.
When the Lakers are valued at $10 billion and that, look, the valuation is true. You are what we can sell you for. You start looking at the Knicks and saying, well, that might be 15. They have the building, they have everything. Or you start looking at the Cowboys and it's like, is the Cowboys $20 billion? Like, what is each of these situations? What is the Dodgers? What is the Yankees? And so when you put $10 billion up there, you completely alter the sports landscape, right? And we're probably on our way to $1 billion W franchise at some point. If the Valkyries are $450 million, right? So everything's changed. And just like you just said, there's only so many people that can foot a $10 billion bill on earth. And then you start getting into, it was rumored for a while that the Saudis may get involved with the Celtics. And it's like, how deep do you go down that rabbit hole? And on and on and on and on. And personally, I don't think the NBA cares, but it's just Pandora's box. So I don't think they're ready for that. But when they are, the line for those two teams or one or whatever it is, it will be 4 times as long as the line is for these W teams, and everybody's lining up for these.
Well, and then you brought it up, and you're 100% right. I remember seeing this too, and I continue to see it. I saw it yesterday, where Adam seems to be like he's the main thing. I want to say the main thing. One of the things I keep consistently hearing is he's locked in on this Euro version of the NBA, like battling the Euro League and stuff like that, and it kind of feels like that's his baby right now. That's what he's trying to foster, as opposed to 2 more teams in America. You know what I mean?
And that goes towards how the league is marketed as well. We've had these conversations a bit before, where we haven't really moved on from the big 3. But when I talk to people in the league and the marketing teams in the league office, and they handle international comms and all this stuff, 2 years ago when all 3 of those guys were out playing in first round, it was a panic. Because everything dips when LeBron, Steph, and KD are gone. Everything. And their focus is international expansion. And so we need to see massive numbers over there. You know who people watch in other countries? You know who they tune in for? LeBron, Steph, and KD. Love all the young guys, love all the other stars, all of that, great stuff. But they're here to see LeBron, Steph, and KD. So there's a lot of work to be done. I think that's a huge focus for the NBA as well. Like, how do we expand internationally without those 3 guys? Because we're not gonna have those 3 guys forever. How do we build up the stars we have? I think the last wave of stars, the guys who are approaching 30 and into 30 now, we're talking about the Jokic's and the Giannis's, didn't quite have the boost as they would hope. And then you have this next wave of stars, the Tatums, the Anthony Edwards, the Shays, and eventually the Wembys. And they're hoping that's going to be the wave where it happens. Again, the NBA's focus has been for 20 years expanding internationally. It was David Stern's baby, is now Adam Silver's baby. So much like he said, like we might see a Paris team before we see the Seattle team. If they can handle the travel and make all that make sense, I think we would have already had it. Yeah. It's just, there's a few barriers in the way, but they're going to play more and more international games every year. They're playing more next year. They're going to China next year. I think we're just going to continue that upward trajectory.
Eddie, before I get you out of here, we got about 30 seconds. I got to get we're going to have a more in-depth conversation as the month goes along, but just real quick, real surface, how you feel about your Raiders, man? You thinking 500 is a possibility?
Hey, man, we got extra playoff spot this year. I mean, I'm bought into Geno. It's that time of year. Like, once they start playing these preseason games, and I'm like, man, Geno been cool for a couple years, and Max looks good, and this and that. I mean,
they need an O-line. I think that's their
it's the line, and I don't love drafting a running back at 5 when you need a line, but I think they'll be competitive bunch.
Genty worth
it. But Pete Carroll said the other day, like, I've been winning 10 games a year for 20 years. They're going to be a competitive, prepared bunch. I just don't know if they have the talent, like you said, on the line, and now the D line when they lose my guy yesterday. But it is what it is. Before I go, shout out my dog Marcus. He dropped the album today. It's fire. They're performing at the State Fair. They posted it all over his stuff. Marcus C+.
He performing tonight at the fair?
I think it is tonight.
Okay.
He doing a set with Plus, and I just wanted to shout them out because I hate that I can't be out there for some of this stuff, but it sounds like the fair is cracking again, man.
It is. The weather's been great too. That's the killer. Like, that's the good thing. Like, it hasn't been 100 for pretty much since the first night the fair was here. It was like really hot, and Ludacris was here, but it still had a good crowd. After that, it's been like, I don't even know if it's gotten into 90s since then. Like, it's been hella good. So
dog, it's
been too long, bro. You keep saying it's been too long. You need to get back out here, bro. Stop playing with us.
It's 95 and storming out here right now. Marcus got that album, Not Enough Years. That's what it's called. So I wanted to get it right. Yo, I was supposed to come next week. Cat's out the bag. I was supposed to come next week. I had to cancel last minute. I had to do some work stuff out here. But I'll be out there soon, man. My daughter just got a crib. Like, she want me to see it. It's a lot going on. It's a lot. I need to be out there.
It's live in the studio, bro. You got to pull up. Bro.
That was like, bro, we going to talk because I need to make that happen.
Yes, sir. Eddie, man, I appreciate you, man. Enjoy your weekend. I'm going to talk to you next week, big dog.
Yes, sir. Salute, my guy.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We got Bonta Hill coming up in about 45 minutes or so. I want to talk to Jesse a little bit more about the expansion thing, and I do want to get into this Cam Newton situation because people just aren't listening. They're not hearing. We'll get into all of this, man. It's D-Lo and Casey. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento's #1 sports station. Guess where I'm going to go get some more Snickers.
Yo, what up, Chatty House? We back. Oh, we moving today. All right. What's up? Jess in here wilding. What's going on with you this week, Jess? I expect it. Okay. Drop the bomb on me. Gap band. That's always good. I don't know the context, but we with it. Oh yeah, man, UFC's not the same anymore, bro. I know you're not a big UFC guy, but back in the day, it was cool. You used to have personalities. It's like wrestling. You would have your Rampage Jackson, your Forrest Griffin, Kimbo Slice. You would have cool guys. Now it's just like, hey, I'm John Smith from Wyoming. I'm like, who the hell is this?
I don't know anybody who Suriel Drew Down. You're in here.
Tim Aspinall.
I know Tom Aspinall. I think I know who that is. Surreal Gain. He's the #1 contender, #1 heavyweight contender. Wow. Who the hell is this guy? Is that how you say his name? Surreal Gain?
Bunch of nobodies. I don't watch anymore. I used to like it. It was cool, but it's not the same anymore.
Tragic.
Hey, did you guys I can't tell what the chat was talking about, but did you guys talk about Drake's new song? Did you hear the one Central C?
No, we didn't talk about it.
Okay, I was just curious.
We can talk about it when we come back.
Or were we talking about Cam Newton? What were we talking about?
Gone. Okay. Surreal gone. And once again, I don't know. I'm not here to say these guys are good or bad. I don't know. I just don't know who they are.
I don't know.
They could be the best. I don't know that. I just don't know who they are. Damn. Yo, that was crazy. Yeah, I'm not really.
It's not your bag.
Is this a pay-per-view event on Saturday?
Chatty house question. That's a chatty house question. I don't know.
What was I was watching the other day? Yo, this. Hey man, I might have to pull this up. The other day, I saw some clip. Oh, there goes Bill Barnwell. I saw this clip of a UFC event, and this guy got knocked out, and nobody came in to help him.
He was just laid out.
I said, "What is this? The heck's going on around here?" Let me see if I can find it. It was so bizarre.
He's from France.
I think it was like Saturday or something. Yeah, here it goes. We about to come back, huh, Jesse?
Here we go.
D-Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320, and I just have to play this for the radio audience, or excuse me, the YouTube audience. Go check us out, ESPN 1320 on YouTube and Twitch. And we were talking about UFC during the break, and they've got guys fighting this weekend. Well, I don't know who they are. Once again, I'm not here to say they are bad or anything like that. I'm just telling you, and I'm a fringe guy. A fringe fan.
In the words of Mike Tyson, I come from a different culture.
Yeah, I'm not here to say it's good or bad. I'm just telling you, they have people fighting for the heavyweight championship this weekend with UFC who I haven't heard of them.
And my point was, because back in the day, I used to be in a UFC. I said, hey, back in the day, we used to have personalities. We had Rampage Jackson. We had Kimbo Slice. We had Forrest Griffin. We had people that moved the needle.
Yeah.
Nowadays, it's John Smith from Wyoming fighting. Who is this? I don't know these people.
I don't know. Like I said, and look, maybe it's not for me to know. Like if I'm a boxing fan,
okay,
I know Sebastian Fundora.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
You know
I know
Shakur?
Bam Rodriguez.
Yeah.
I know Boots Ennis. I know those guys. UFC fans or other people, they may be like, yo, who is this? I don't know no Boots Ennis. So that's fair. I'm not
not your back.
That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying. But I came across this clip the other day. Jesse, you might enjoy this, where it was it's not UFC, but it's some MMA fight. And this poor guy gets knocked down. Sorry to the radio audience, but I think this is good. Poor guy gets knocked out, and nobody comes to get him. Look, he's knocked out. Fight's over. You know, guy's there in the middle of the ring. He's celebrating. The ref is saying he's knocked out.
Yo.
Where's this? Yo, where's the doctors?
He's laid out like Debo at the end of
doctors?
Friday.
The doctors aren't in the ring yet.
Somebody help.
And medical just calmly gets over to him. The man hasn't moved yet.
He needs some milk. He's out cold.
He's just out. Medical's just like, hey, it's good.
Hey, you
That's
know what he looks
crazy.
like? He looks like the one homie's avatar with Draymond Green, where he's laid out during the playoff game. He's just.
That was who was that was laid out?
That was
like
somebody's avatar of Draymond Green. Yeah, he looked like Draymond right now, just laid out. He just.
Which also reminds me of one of my favorite moments of all time in the NBA, when Carmelo got concussed, maybe.
Oh,
and
yeah.
they just kept playing the game.
Yeah.
They went up and down the court. I don't know, 3 times.
Yeah.
And played around Carmelo.
Sad. Hey,
Yeah.
hey, KC. Hey, man, throwback real quick. Hey, since you're talking about Carmelo, man, that was one of my favorite players growing up, man. I used to be a big Team Melo guy. You know, time is crazy. Now his son's coming up now. It's wild, man.
Yeah, Cayenne going to going to Syracuse.
It's wild seeing all the players' sons coming up. You got Chris Paul's son, who's pretty good.
Chris Paul's son, real good.
Andre Iguodala's son for a minute was getting buzz. Gilbert Arenas, his son, separate case.
Man, Elijah, man.
Yeah,
get well towards meniscus. Oh, get well soon, big dog. Get well soon. So he's probably gonna be out for all of his freshman year at USC. That was sorry to hear that. That was tough to see.
I think Jason Richardson's son is playing now.
Yeah, he's with the
Magic, I think. I want to say
with the Magic.
Yeah.
He went one spot before Nick Clifford.
No. Oh, whoa. Okay.
Or one spot after, excuse me.
Mm.
He won one spot after Nick Clifford. And the story goes, they thought the Magic really wanted Jace Richardson, that's his son.
Yeah.
They really wanted Jace, and they felt if they needed to, they were going to trade up to get him. But they believed the Kings already knew
they knew who they wanted.
So they let it happen. But yeah, Jace Richardson with the Orlando Magic.
Okay. So Bagley after Nick. Okay.
Yeah, one spot after Nick. So let's go to football a little bit real quick. Because Cam Newton has been, causing a little bit of a dust storm because he's got his podcast and everything that's going on. And I don't know where the origins of this really came from, but he said something to the effect of Jalen Hurts. I think he said Jalen Hurts is not a top 10 quarterback. And people were highly upset with that.
As they should be.
Okay.
I was in that party.
Highly upset with that. Leezy, I don't think you're listening to Cam Newton. I think you're listening with your heart and not listening with your ears. Because while I'm not always like in agreement with Cam, and at first I was like, Cam might be hating or whatever.
Yes.
When you listen to Cam, and I'm about to play the clip, it's going to be about 2.5 minutes. So y'all got to, or I'll play as much of it as we can, or whatever. But when you listen to him, it makes perfect sense. Now, Jesse, be prepared. I watched this yesterday. I don't think there's any cursing in this. I don't think so. If there is, we'll dump it real quick. But I think we're good. Here's Cam Newton. After he's already said Jalen Hurts is not a top 10 quarterback, defending himself. Here he is. Oh, need sound.
Is going to go viral. Box office. Who hotter than me? Well, Cam's wrong.
Cam Newton went to 3 Pro Bowls. Jalen Hurts already been to 2. Cam Newton was an MVP, and he got to the Super Bowl, and he forgot to bring his cape.
Mr. Ryan Clark, you're attacking the messenger and not attacking the message. Terrell Owens, we all know that you don't have the best relationships with your quarterbacks. Me being a quarterback, I'm just going to leave it at that. Gilly, you posted me on your social story. And Peggy, I got a question to ask. Can you name me one Gilly the Kid album? Damn. Did you know his album was Philadelphia? That's damn.
Jalen Hurts is the quarterback you got to go through in the NFC to win the Super Bowl.
You do not need to go through Jalen Hurts.
Who do you need to go through?
The Philadelphia Eagles. Damn. So since that we want to attack the messenger, Ryan Clark. Okay, let's pull up your stats. Second team All SEC. We cannot relate. Undrafted in 2002. We cannot relate. Won Pro Bowl in 2011. We cannot relate. People keep attacking Cam, the person, or why he didn't jump on the fumble, comparing and contrasting. So when I compare and contrast you guys' statistics and Dan Orlovsky, never mind. But the message here is Jalen Hurts. This has nothing to do with me hating. Eagles fan, this has nothing to do with me being bitter. This is just my thought process in evaluating quarterbacks. Let's make people debate about sports again. There's too many homeboys in the industry. There's too many insiders that are moved by relationships. Well, you're not talking about the person. You're more or less talking about their performance. And that's what I will talk about. Did you know, Peggy, Jalen Hurts only threw for 2,900 yards in the whole season?
Yeah, 2,903 yards.
Did you know that his former teammate at Alabama, Tua Tagovailoa, threw for 36 yards less? You know the kicker in that is?
What is it?
Tua only played in 11 games. Baker Mayfield threw for 4,500 yards, 41 touchdowns, and 16 interceptions. Justin Herbert's stats, 23 touchdowns and only 3 interceptions. So what are we talking about here, ladies and gentlemen? Cam hating on Jalen? No, that's not the case. He doesn't need to play elite for his team to be successful. They're not winning games solely on his performance. The elite guys is. He lacks nothing in the skilled department. But like I told him, team situation doesn't require you to showcase your individual talent. These guys that I put on the list are all valid. So stop coming for me as if I don't know this game of football.
All right, we'll leave
Cam Newton.
Thank you. I was getting
We'll leave
upset.
it right there.
Man,
I don't know why
I
you're
was
getting upset.
Because he's not right.
Okay,
He's
Lizzie.
he's talking about, oh, I don't like you don't like the message I'm saying, so you're attacking the messenger. What did he just do? He checked every one of the messengers, talking about T.O., talking about Orlovsky, talking about all these people.
No, he's got the right. I mean, if those people are talking about Cam, don't know what he's talking about, or he's right, he got every right in the world to clap back.
He's talking about, oh, these people can't relate to me. He can't relate to Jalen Hurts. He ain't never won no Super Bowl. He ain't won no championship.
See, once again, Lee, and I'm not even like the biggest Cam Newton fan, but Leezy, you're doing exactly what he said. You're not listening to him.
Okay.
You're not hearing him. And he, in one instance, is the reason why we're talking about, he brought up everybody else's accolades.
I'm upset.
It's because they brought it up with him. Did you see the clip where Ryan Clark was like, yo, Jalen Hurts, Cam Newton made 3 Pro Bowls. Jalen Hurts already made 2. Okay, well, if we're gonna talk about credentials,
okay,
let's talk about him, Ryan Clark. And that's where that came from.
Okay.
That's where that came from. And he said, if everybody want to go back and talk about, oh, I didn't dive from the football in the Super Bowl.
How he quit.
Okay. So let's talk about what you did, Dan Orlovsky. Let's talk about you then, Terrell Owens. If we're going to talk about me, then let's talk about you as well. That's all he did.
Okay.
There ain't nothing wrong with that.
No, there's a lot wrong with that because he's being a hater. If he did this to Brock Purdy, you wouldn't be feeling the same. If he came out here and said, oh, Brock Purdy, he's just relying on CMC.
He probably doesn't have Brock Purdy in his top 10. He probably doesn't.
Who's in his top 10?
I don't even know who's in his top 10.
Because that's my
he probably doesn't have Brock Purdy in his top 10. But I would say this, he explained it too. And this is where the reason why I can relate maybe a little bit with what Cam Newton is talking about is because I feel like this happens a lot with me and Keegan Murray.
What do you mean?
People don't necessarily like or agree with what I have to say about Keegan. And then they just say, like, KC hates him. You're not listening to what I'm saying. Like the other day when I was like, yo, I ain't never seen Keegan do something that Neek did on the basketball court.
Okay.
Like with the handle and all this other stuff. I said,
he doesn't.
Keegan don't have that handle. He don't have that wiggle.
Yeah.
Oh, you just think he's terrible. Did I say he's a terrible basketball player? Did I say that Neek Clifford was better than Keegan Murray? No. Did I say I don't want Keegan Murray on the team? No. Did I say I not want him out there and being a value? I didn't say that.
Yeah.
But the minute you say something that people necessarily don't like, then all of a sudden you're a hater and you don't like the person. And that's not what happened here. Mainly because Cam said specifically, he said, Jalen Hurts, what I'm telling has nothing to do with your physical ability. Yeah. You can do everything. He literally said that. He said, you can do everything. The difference is your team doesn't require you to use all those traits. He's not saying you can't do it.
Okay.
He's just looking at the situation that says your team doesn't allow you to drop back, or doesn't necessarily need you to drop back and throw for X amount of yards or throw 100 different times. All you need to do is play your role. Hand the ball off to Saquon, make timely throws.
No. Hold
Here you go. He ain't listening.
Hold on.
You're not listening.
Okay.
Hand the ball off to Saquon.
Okay.
Make timely throws.
Yeah.
Push, use your legs when you need to, and don't turn the ball over.
Okay.
That's your job.
He's good at his job. Good enough to win a Super Bowl.
That's good, but
There's nothing wrong with that.
Is his job the same as Lamar Jackson's?
Well,
no, it's not. Lamar has more responsibility. Lamar is needed to do more for Baltimore to be successful.
Okay, and
is his the same as Josh Allen's? No, they need to do more for Buffalo to be successful. And when they are successful, when they are leading them to wins, you rank those guys higher than Jalen Hurts.
Okay. I'm gonna try to stick to the message he said. He said Jalen Hurts isn't a top 10 quarterback. That sounds insane, Casey. Who are the 10 quarterbacks ahead of him? Don't say Baker Mayfield. Sorry, Zabo. Don't be saying people like that. Don't be talking about Herbert.
Why wouldn't you say those guys are better quarterbacks than Jalen Hurts?
Because they're not. Jalen Hurts has been to the Super Bowl twice. People want to be like, this is all Saquon Barkley. Saquon Barkley just got here last year. They made it the first time without him. And the only reason they lost is because Chiefs ran out the ball and ran out the time.
So let me ask you this, Eagle fan.
Yeah.
Was
flag was fly. I'm getting pumped up. My heart's racing. I feel it, boy.
Would you say Jalen Hurts had the same type of year last year that he did the first time they went to the Super Bowl?
Oh, yeah, you can say he did better. He
absolutely not.
He broke his own record. He had 15 rushing touchdowns. He broke his own record. So he ain't throwing it all the time.
Here's
but
here's the other thing with the rushing touchdowns. Come on, man.
Breaking his own record.
Come on, man. So and they do this with Josh Allen too. Once again, like when you talk about rushing touchdowns, I know they count the same. I think there's a difference between what Lamar's doing on the ground.
I knew you were going there because
what Lamar's doing on the ground and what Jalen Hurts is doing.
Here's Cam's top 10. And yes, there's a difference between the tush push and what Lamar Jackson does. Like, we can all talk truthfully about what's going on there.
That's it.
You got Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow. Any issues there?
No.
Matt Stafford, Jared Goff, Jaden Daniels.
No, he's better than Jaden Daniels. Jaden Daniels ain't there yet. Jaden Daniels can come out and have a CJ Stroud year. No,
I don't know about that.
He ain't better. We just beat them. We beat them to get to the Super Bowl.
That's team though.
Yeah, that's the team. You guys had a great defense. The Redskins, the Commanders turned the ball over 5 times.
Real quick, 8 through 10 is CJ Stroud, Justin Herbert, Baker Mayfield.
No, CJ Stroud's not there yet. I not like CJ Stroud. I like Daniels. They ain't there yet. No.
Do we need to go to their numbers? You think they got better?
We go to the rings. Let's go to rings.
You got better.
Let's go to the rings.
So all right.
Okay.
So we go to rings.
Yeah.
Here's the one we always talk about. Brad Johnson and Trent Dilfer are better than Dan Marino.
No.
They better than Jim Kelly.
No. I get the rings thing because people do that in basketball. They be like, Adams Morrison, he won with the Lakers. He better than so and so. I get that. No, he's the quarterback. He has a lot more responsibility than that. Come on.
He does, but he doesn't have the same responsibility as these other guys. I don't believe. That doesn't make him not important, not vital, not a leader.
Bro, he didn't even throw for 3,000 yards last season.
Cam
Come
said
on,
it.
yeah.
Cam said it.
Okay, let this be Brock Purdy.
What did he say?
It's not Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy did throw for 3,000 yards. Brock Purdy did all that. It's not Brock Purdy.
Bro, Cam talked about it. He said Tua threw for 36 less yards than Jalen Hurts. And Tua played like 11 games.
Jesse, who would you rather have, Tua or Hurts? Come on now, be honest. Who would you rather have?
I think Jalen Hurts is ranked. I would rank him ahead of Tua. That doesn't mean Jalen Hurts is top 10.
That's also another discussion here.
He's top 10. You can't just come off a Super Bowl win talk about he's not top 10 and want to discredit everything.
Absolutely can.
No, you can't.
So Trent Dilfer, when he won the Super Bowl, instantly became a top 10 quarterback.
I think Jalen Hurts does a lot more than people are giving him credit for. Based on everything, he's not getting the credit he deserves. And it's crazy at this point.
Threw for 600 less yards than Jaden Daniels. Threw 7 less touchdowns, 4 less interceptions though.
Jesse, pull up Jalen Hurts' overall record. He's like 49 and like.
That's team again. That's team though. We're talking quarterbacks here.
Gosh, okay. AJ Brown ain't been there forever. Devontae Smith ain't been there forever. Saquon Barkley ain't been there forever. Okay. So why are we tearing down Jalen Hurts?
We're not. And this is where Cam is talking. Like, just because he don't have him in the top 10 doesn't mean he thinks he's bad as a quarterback.
Okay.
Just because he doesn't have him in the top 10 doesn't mean he's not even capable of doing. That's not what he's saying. He's saying the team that you're on doesn't require you to be great for them to win. These other guys that are ranked ahead of him, these quarterbacks need to be great for their team to win.
Okay, but here's the thing, though. I know you're a big Lamar Jackson guy. I like Lamar Jackson, too. I would say, Lamar Jackson better than Jalen Hurts. But here's
breaking
the
news.
Yeah,
2-time MVP better than no-time MVP.
Yeah, how many times you got the Super Bowl? People acting like Lamar Jackson out here playing with scrubs. Yeah, a good team, too. And if he's such a better quarterback, then why can't he take the next step? What's stopping him from taking the next step?
Who's his best receiver?
I'll be watching Ravens. Like
exactly. We'll take a lap. We'll take a lap, bro. We'll take a lap.
No, look, Jalen Hurts is a damn good quarterback.
Yeah.
Damn good quarterback. I'll look at this top 10 list right here. And just off maybe liking him, or I might put him ahead of Justin Herbert.
Yeah.
If I had to switch it out, I might take Herbert off.
What's Herbert's playoff record? Come on.
Well, once you talk, Herbert has more on his plate. This is where the crux of the argument comes from, Lisa, that you don't acknowledge and others don't acknowledge. Herbert has to do more for his team to win. Jalen Hurts doesn't have to do as much for his team to be successful. And I'm not saying that you can, like this is the way it goes, but if that's the case, it gives off, we can put a number of different guys back there that won't mess it up as long as we got the talent around them.
And if we're arguing about guys 9 and 10 on that list, then Cam isn't too far off.
No.
Hurts is top 5 at least.
Hurts is top 5.
I'd say he's top 5.
Are you crazy? Now you're crazy.
I need to
He
see
ain't no
Cam's
top 5
list.
quarterback.
Cam didn't complete the assignment. He got to show his list. Don't
I
just
read
say
you
it.
the list.
We just read you the
Yeah, we
list.
read you the list.
Run it back one more time.
He had I gotta pull it back up, but he had Lamar, Burrow, Allen, and Mahomes top 4.
I got you right here. You got it, Jesse? Or?
No, pull it up.
Okay, I got it. It's Allen 1, Lamar 2, Patrick Mahomes 3, Joe Burrow 4. Do we have any issue there?
Wait. Why are those guys ahead of Patrick Mahomes?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Okay. Wow. This
might
list. This is a wild
be
list.
it might be because they're better. Like on the low, and this is a up-to-date list. This isn't a career list necessarily. Last year, those two guys had way better years than Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes had a cool season last year.
Yeah, that
but it
wasn't his best
wasn't
season
an MVP caliber season.
Yeah, no, I can agree.
So that's why those
that
two are
year.
above them.
Yeah.
But you got those 4. Do any disagreement there?
I mean, if we're going off just
Talking
last
about
season,
Jalen Hurts.
No.
Okay. Matthew Stafford.
We beat Matthew Stafford. Matthew Stafford is good, but man, come on. I'm not
You
saying
think Jalen Hurts is better than Matthew Stafford?
Yeah. At this point, if we talking about last season,
At what?
Running the ball?
Brother, Matthew
The fifth
Stafford
worst?
ain't that guy no more. Like he's good, but he's
What
not
is he
him
better
no-
than him at?
Hey, you starting your friend. Hey, who'd you rather have? You rather have Matthew Stafford right now or Hurts?
I'm asking you who's a better quarterback. I'm asking you who's better.
I'm asking the Dolphins fan. I want to know.
All right,
you guys gonna need a
okay, all
quarterback
right.
soon.
No, that's what we're doing.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing.
Yeah.
Who would you rather start your franchise with right now? Jalen Hurts or Jaden McDaniels or Jaden Daniels?
I still like Hurts. I still
You
keep
sound
Hurts.
crazy.
I still keep Hurts.
Everybody
seen enough,
be
Daniel.
calling you to make a deal. You sound crazy. You rather start a franchise right now with Jalen Hurts instead of Jaden Daniels?
I don't pull the KC line. I like Daniels, but not to be disrespectful.
You sound crazy right now.
I like Daniels. I'm not gonna hate on him. I'm just saying. I keep my boy Hurts.
All right, that's your opinion. I can't get mad at your opinion. I can't get mad at what you want to do. You would be a losing team. You would lose to me all the time, but that's okay.
Hey, last time Niners and Eagles played in the playoffs, that was a different story. I don't remember who won.
Oh yeah,
That
my
was a
bad.
different
My
game.
bad. Christian McCaffrey didn't do a good job at quarterback. That's why, that's our bad.
Hey, that's Purdy's guy. That's his weapon. Why can't he succeed with his weapon?
Why can't he?
Hurts
Oh,
succeeded
why?
with his weapons.
Why? Look, he said, why can't McCaffrey play quarterback?
No.
Come on. That's what happened. McCaffrey was playing quarterback.
That year, didn't a lot of people say Niners were the best team, overall team, not just quarterback?
Josh Johnson was in that game.
Oh man, this is
What do you think? It
wild.
was a running back playing quarterback.
No, I didn't say. When did I say that? I'm saying that's
You said, why couldn't McCaffrey get it done?
No, I said
As a
no,
quarterback.
I never said that at quarterback. No, brother. I'm saying I'm saying the Niners had a great team. People said they were one of the best teams. They didn't succeed. That goes on everybody. What are we talking about? Chat, hell, what are we talking about
It's
now?
getting hot in the room.
It's getting real
It's
hot.
hot for Leezy right now.
Man, I'm just saying, let the Niners win, and then we'll talk about this. And people say he's not.
Why are you ignoring the fact that the 49ers played the second half with a running back playing quarterback?
Hey.
What do you mean they had to step up? What? They didn't have a quarterback.
Why couldn't journeyman Josh Johnson get it done?
Hey. I don't know. Tell you, we didn't have problems. So I don't know, man.
And mind you, look, Brock Purdy's not on this. I think Brock Purdy's top 10. I do think Brock Purdy's a top 10 quarterback.
Oh man, I
I
can't
do.
believe it.
But
Just
he's not on
believe
this
it?
list. He's not on this list.
Man, let Purdy win the Super Bowl, and then people say he's not top 10 the next year. It'd be a riot, bro. We have a 3-day show on that.
Look, Leezy, I also wouldn't care. I don't care. I don't care where you, Cam Newton, Bill Barnwell, Ryan Clark rank Brock Purdy.
Okay.
I don't care. What I do care about is if the 49ers win games and win Super Bowls.
I'm
And
saying
if they can do that, you can rank them wherever you want. Because wherever you rank them, that is not going to get me as a 49ers fan where I want them to go.
Okay. All right.
Would you be happy? Let me ask you this. Would you be happy if Jalen Hurts was ranked top 3 on Cam's list and they missed the playoffs this year? Would that make you happy?
I think. Well, I'll say this. I think he deserves the respect. Yeah, I would like him to be top 3. I think it should reflect.
So, did you hear what I said though?
But would I care?
Would you?
I don't listen to Cam Newton.
Would you? But no, look. Would you be happy if everybody that has a ranking put Jalen Hurts as a top 3 quarterback, but they missed the playoffs this year? Would you be happy?
No, I wouldn't be happy because that's the goal. At the end of the day, you want to win. Yeah, so
exactly. So let me ask you this.
Uh-huh.
If nobody ranked Jalen Hurts in the top 10 and they won another Super Bowl, would you be happy?
Yeah, that's what's going to happen. Because people, I agree with you. Because people have been disrespecting Jalen Hurts for years. When they drafted Jalen Hurts, they're like, "You got Carson Wentz. Why are you getting Hurts? Where's Carson Wentz at?" So I don't care. Hey, my first quarterback, Nick Foles, won.
Who you arguing with right now?
What? You sticking up for your Carson Wentz?
Who brought up Carson Wentz?
Yeah, it's the me. No one was talking about you.
I think I figured out who works Sleazy up the most in all of sports. And that's Jalen Hurts perceived disrespect.
Any Eagles disrespect. You should see me when people are hating on Nick Foles. I was like, hey, I understand, but he beat Tom Brady. Okay, Tom Brady wasn't hurt. Don't get me going about some Eagles, man. It ain't HAL no more.
Leezy got so worked up. He started a Carson Wentz versus Jalen Hurts argument.
I did. I'm starting. We got new topics. Put this at the top of the rundown.
This is fantastic, Leezy. This is great stuff.
I'm sorry.
I think Jalen Hurts is a good quarterback. I don't think he's a top 10 quarterback. Yeah. If I really wanted to put him in there, I might put him in there ahead of Justin Herbert. I'm not a big Baker fan. I'm not a big Baker Mayfield fan at all. But I can't deny the year he had last year. Yeah. He was balling. He was balling.
Three teams. He figured it out.
That's fine, but he's here. We're talking about right now. Okay. He's here, and he played well. You're talking to somebody. I don't like Baker Mayfield, but he played really well last year. Yeah, he was doing his thing, so he deserves, at least in some rankings, to be considered a top 10 quarterback with his production, what he was able to do last year, and he also had a good year the year before as well.
4,500 yards, 41 touchdowns.
Come on, would you say 41?
Yeah,
come on, man.
He's got that great team. He's got that great team around him. Oh, those guys helping him out, man. Where would he be without all those guys? Amazing. He's a real game manager. Good job, baby.
Hey, Jesse, what do we do? Are we gonna go here? Or are we going?
Yeah, we're gonna go to break. We'll go to break.
All right, man. We'll be back, man. Leezy gonna stay rocking with me. We got Bonta Hill coming up in about 15 minutes or so. We'll talk about 49ers training camp and a little Jonathan Kuminga as well. I want to hear from you. We got like 15 minutes in the week for calls. I want to hear from y'all, man. What y'all think about Jalen Hurts? What you think about Cam Newton? What you think about top 10 quarterbacks in the NFL? Elk Grove Kid Talk Line 916-909-1320. It's ESPN 1320. It's D-Lo and KC, Sacramento's #1 sports station.
That was wild.
That was good stuff.
Yeah, that was the fastest time flew by for us, boy.
Great stuff, Leezy.
I'm sorry, bro. I get mad, man. I get mad. Oh, Cam Newton's wild for that, man. And the thing is, nowadays people do a lot of wild takes just for views and clicks. He really meant that. He really meant what he said. You don't think he's like that?
He didn't say that.
He says the players around him are doing everything. It's like, no.
That's not what he said. That's not what he said. That's not what he said.
Okay. All right. I don't listen to
what you're. That's what you're hearing, though.
Yeah.
For some reason, that's what you're hearing, and he didn't say that.
Hey, you say
he said Jalen Hurts with the team that he's on, it doesn't require him to be great.
I don't think you get that far not being great. I don't think you have the record he has not being elite at some level, brother. Even if you have the weapons around you, you can still not perform.
That's fine.
Look at Baker. Baker had Odell. He had all types of receivers and people around him, and they never got it done in Cleveland.
Odell was blew his ankle out.
No, he didn't.
No, he did.
What are you talking about? Yes.
Oh, man. Okay, Jesse, your guy too. He got great weapons around him. He got Tyreek Hill.
I'm not arguing for Tua.
Out every
hold on. No, let's talk about Tua. Casey, how many times have I said, if Tua don't get it done this year, you're gonna have to move on probably. Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. All right.
The guy gets knocked out once a year too.
You better move. You better learn how to move like Hurts and Lamar. You better start running. You better get out. You better get to the sideline. I'm sorry.
Weezy.
Hey, you asked for this, Jesse. We talked about this. Man. 20 versus 1.
20v1. Oh man, this is the no, I'm not even gonna put that on the screen. You can't say that, Michigan. Usually that's the That's the rule. If they give money, you got to read the comment. But we ain't doing that. We ain't doing that.
Michigan been on me for no reason, dude. I used to thought Michigan was cool.
Michigan is cool, man.
Changed, man. I thought he was cool.
Well, that's like you calling him Stephen Clown.
Stephen Brown ain't never been cool. That's okay. Hey, Stephen Brown ain't never been cool. So you right about that.
Oh man, come on, man.
It's all good. I got confidence. I'm not a Dolphins hater. I like the Dolphins. They should be better.
Oh no! See now you feel better. Now you feel what Cam be feeling. Now that he called you a Dolphin hater.
I'm coming after Michigan Wolverines. Zabo, the baby daddy.
Oh man, that was funny.
See, if you ever want to make me mad, just bring up the Eagles. I remember one time I called in. I forgot what you guys talking about. You're talking about McNabb and how he never got it done. Andy Reid. Oh, we're talking about coaching. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're talking about coaching. I remember I called in. I was hella mad.
I don't know why. What did we say? Something not factual?
I forgot what you guys said, but I was hella mad. That's when D'Lo like that's BAL, black ass lazy. He is mad. I was heated that day.
There goes top 10 quarterback Jared Goff. He is. He got him at 6.
Jared Goff is cool. I ain't gonna hate on Jared Goff. I like Goff. I liked him a lot when he was on the Rams. He was cool.
There are a number of different people that I think I've seen like analysts, but I know I've talked to some people too that say the Lions are not making the playoffs this year.
Why?
What y'all think about that?
I think they get back. They get back.
They can, but we're making a prediction. Ain't what they can do. We making a prediction.
There was no B money, but there's some Lion money, man. Jared Goff was. I never bet against him.
He was cooking. Right?
He was cooking for me, boy.
All right, here we go. Oh man.
Hey.
What a way to close out the week, man. That boy Leezy producing, boy. That boy coming through, man. D-Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320. Leezy rocking with me here for the rest of this Friday afternoon. My boy Bonta Hill pulling up on us, man. We're going to talk a little 49ers training camp. I know he's out there heavy. We'll talk about that. Talk about Jonathan Kuminga. And really to give that side of things. One of the things that happened when all this came out, in my opinion, was a lot of people were like, would say, hey, this is what we're hearing. This is a deal and all this other stuff. And people would be like, oh, man, that's wrong. You're getting bad information, da-da-da-da. And I was always like, I don't think they're getting bad information. I think you're getting one side of the story and you're talking to one particular group and you're talking to another group that gives you their perspective, that POV of how a conversation went down or what they're willing to do. And I think that's all it was. Like you hear guys like Bonta Hill, Anthony Slater, all that other stuff. They're locked in with the Warriors.
Yep.
And when they talk to the people within the Warriors who tell them, maybe what's going on and what's up with that situation, they're getting that Warrior POV. You talk to the Matt George, you talk to D'Lo, you talk to James Ham. They're not talking to the Warriors, so they're not going to be in tune with how they see things.
Yeah.
But they are talking to the Kings and Kings people and talking to them about how they perceive conversations are going and what they're willing to offer and all this other stuff.
Yeah.
And that's all it is. That's all it is. It's not, I don't think it's necessarily, I personally haven't seen necessarily where one side is better than the other or more informed than the other or anything like that. One thing that I'll say is I ain't talked to as many people as any of those guys have.
Yeah.
But I'm intelligent and not that they aren't. I'm just saying I'm kind of looking at how things go.
You tapped in, you seen the whole picture.
Yeah, I kind of look at how those things go. And I talk to my type of people and I'm like, all right, I think Scott Perry in this situation looked at the landscape of the NBA, looked at what potentially could be called for. Hold on one second. I I can't.
I can't tell who.
I can't see. I don't even know who that is. Yeah, I don't know. I can't.
It could be anybody. It could be Dusty.
Somebody,
It could be Chris. It could be anybody.
I can't see. There's like a glare on the window, and it's just a shadowy figure.
Oh, this is Pearl
there it
Jam,
is.
John. Yeah, this is one of Abe's people. I got
Okay,
you, brother.
okay.
I
Here,
got
go
you.
make sure he
No.
gets where it gets real quick. Just real quick. Make sure he
I
knows
know what
what's
he
going on.
wants.
Yeah,
I'll tell him around there.
yeah. Because it was just a shadowy figure. I couldn't see what was going on over there. I didn't know who that was. But yeah, like that's all it is. I think Scott Perry looked at the lay of the land, knew what was going on. It talked to other agents, maybe it talked to other teams, and knew what the market would be for Jonathan Kuminga. He said, I think this is what the market is, and this is the offer that we're going to get for him. Because I think all things considered, it's a competitive offer. Now, Warriors media, Warriors fans, and maybe the Golden State Warriors themselves maybe hadn't done their homework on what the market was for Jonathan Kuminga and what the market was around the league.
Yeah.
And they heard that deal and was like, nah, that's crazy. What? No, we talking Jonathan Kuminga. Ain't no way in hell I'm giving you that for Jonathan Kuminga. He is worth way more than that.
Yeah, the guy who they don't want to play. Yeah.
And Scott Perry was probably sitting back like, no, he's not worth more than that. This right now in this climate, that is about what you're going to get. And once again, Warriors media and the Warriors themselves, Joe Lacob, like, oh, you're crazy. We'll go find a better deal.
Show me.
And here we are about a month later, and it's the same deal.
Ain't happened yet.
Nobody else has stepped up and said, this is what we're going to offer that's better for Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah.
Honestly, and I don't necessarily know what the financials are for other teams like that, but if I was
Miami,
yeah, Miami, but let's go outside. If I was just trying to think of a random, if I was Chicago,
okay.
If I was Chicago, I'd be like, that's the price for Jonathan Kuminga right now. Yeah, let me see if I could beat that, because that price is pretty low.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have to give up a whole hell of a lot. Let me see if I could beat that. I would go and try to match that offer. You know what I mean? But nobody's done that.
Okay.
Here we are a month later, and nobody's done that. So that's just kind of the way I look at it. And talking to Bonta, you get a better understanding of, some of the things that he's hearing, because we all know Bonta tapped in.
Oh yeah, he's
he's talking to a lot of different people that are close to the situation and hearing what he says about the situation. So, that's what I'm looking for. And then obviously he's at 49er training camp. Obviously, the Giants have a big 3-game series this weekend at Oracle Park against the New York Mets. The Mets have found their way back into the lead of the NL East.
There we go.
And now the Giants aren't even chasing them no more. They're chasing the Phillies.
Right, don't even worry, bro. We got you. All right. We got the Dodgers this weekend. We're going to take down sorry ass Ohtani. Don't even think he's ever been that
Is he pitching?
No, he's not pitching this week. We got Kershaw on Sunday.
Oh, if you don't light him up.
Yeah. We got Bayo today, Crochet on Sunday. So I'm hoping they get 2 out of 3 at least. Help you guys out. I've never been like this big Dodger Ohtani fan or anything like that. So
I'd appreciate that. I remember earlier in the season, we took 2 out of 3 from the Yankees in New York. I like the favor return.
Everyone takes 2 out of 3 against the Yankees. We've done that like 2 different times.
That was disrespectful.
I think we've got 4 out of 5 against the Yankees this year. I think
that was disrespectful. I also want you to make sure that you ignore the fact that we got swept by the Blue Jays just a week ago, and we didn't help you out. Ignore that.
To be honest, it's fine. I don't really worry about the Blue Jays.
Nobody's worried about the Blue Jays.
They're leading the division.
I know. It's just being a Red Sox fan. It's just I don't know.
They cooking right now.
But we're not going to catch I'm not worried about the division right now. We got to get back to the playoffs. Either way, though, we're going to help you guys out.
I appreciate it.
We got you guys.
Thank you. I'm gonna need that. Because everybody kind of been beating up on the Dodgers lately. I need you guys to make sure they stay down. Stay down. But Giants, they got their own problems they got to take care of. Now, at the beginning of the week, Jesse put it in the rundown. We were going to talk about it. We were just going to talk about, they just got swept in Toronto. They've lost, what would that be? 5 of 6.
Yeah, something like that.
Hey, they might need to be sellers. Couple days later, a Rafael Devers moving to first base later.
He's hitting the baseball all of a sudden. You move him to first base, give him his first base glove, and all of a sudden he's hitting tanks.
That's it. I think when he goes to first base, I think he's like 4 of 6 or 3 of 5 or something like that with 2 home runs. Let him cook. All of a sudden, Giants are 1 game back in the wild card, and they're 5 games back in the National League West. And depending on what they can do this weekend, that could get even closer if, like my man Jesse says, Boston helps out a little bit.
I think if you got a guy like Devers heating up and he's like back to himself, I think if you're the Giants, you go for it. You're more so your buyers and you're trying to make the playoffs and you still go for the division because let's be real, like 5 games isn't some absurd amount or anything like that. If you still, I guess, can see a vision forward and like the future and all that, and it's just not gonna just, I guess, handicap you, then I think they should go for it.
I agree. You also
contrary to what we were saying on Monday.
You also that's hilarious. Hey, no, can we get this real quick? No, because I don't even know if they want to be on camera, but that is funny. There's a kid standing in the window.
I didn't even realize that right now. Yeah,
It's like they're staring at like one of those fish tanks. People just watching us.
She was like her nose was on the window, staring at Jesse doing his thing. That was the little kid has to be 4 or 5 years old.
Big Friday vibes right now, man.
Oh man, you set it off.
I did.
You set it off.
I'm still coming down from that. By the way, that's about my quarterback. That's my quarterback. For like T.O. I'm still coming down from that.
But Jesse, to your point, yeah, man, like go get that. And with the Giants, I really believe when you've got guys like Logan Webb and you've got Robbie Ray, get into the postseason.
Well, that's the thing too. Like Buster Posey with him leading it, they're not. It's not like how it was with Farhan or whatever. It's like they won 106 or whatever that one year, and I feel like you and everyone was like, oh yeah, I don't know how sustainable that's gonna be. I feel like Buster Posey's building something. It's like the Giants are gonna be around for a little while, so I feel like they have an opportunity now to actually like do something.
Yeah, lazy.
Oh, whoops, my bad.
Sorry. You know you can't do that.
I see. Okay, here we'll do a full transparency. So I went to put Michigan Wolverines in a timeout, and he got banned. So now,
lazy, you can't do that. We have to go find him now. That's
I know,
damn near impossible.
You'll find him. I know. I was trying to do a timeout. Different setup. I'm sorry.
D-Lo gonna get your ass.
Yeah, you go ahead. Go ahead and check it next time. Go ahead and check it next time.
Any final words on the air? Because when D-Lo come back, that might be it.
Wait, here's the thing. Let me explain, guys. Let me get my Cam Newton on. Let me explain to everybody. We've all been banned. I've been banned once. Deuce was banned once. People get banned in here.
Nobody needs to be banned.
I didn't want to ban them.
That's part of the regular fabric of this show.
Michigan, I apologize. I meant to put you in time.
Yeah, you gotta take a lap for that one, brother. You gotta take a lap for that one.
But back to the Giants real quick. Yeah, I agree with you. Buster Posey, he's trying to build something that's sustainable. He's trying to build something that can compete with the Dodgers, can compete with the Padres. And he's not looking at this as, oh, we're going to be safe. And, we got to make sure the Vazorp is right there. And, we're only getting players with Vazorp. So let's get Mitch Haniger, who doesn't have a job anywhere now. But his Vazorp is really like, no, we're not doing that. We're getting baseball players. And if we got an opportunity to win, if we got an opportunity to get into the playoffs and have 2 guys like Logan Webb and Robbie Ray go pitch 4 games in a 5-game series, that's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do.
It needs to be too. You brought it up kind of right there. Like you're bringing in baseball players finally. Baseball has kind of gotten away to what it used to be. And I feel like Buster Posey's kind of trying to do that back again with the Giants. Obviously, analytics is a big part of it and stuff like that now. Like you can't really avoid that anymore. But the game isn't a binder.
But I think the game as a whole is starting to get back for that.
I hope so.
I think it's starting to get back to that. It went a little too far left with the numbers. And when you talk about the numbers, it's not to ignore the numbers. That helps you with data, but that should only be a tool. That shouldn't be the end-all, be-all, which was for a guy like Farhan. It was like, I'm only going by the numbers. I don't know how to look at this from a baseball player perspective or the things that you can't measure. I'm not looking at it that way.
Both things can be true. Like Grady Little needed analytics probably when he let Pedro pitch too much in 2003.
I can't believe he left him out there. Can't believe he just left him out there like that. The guy had already given up 3 runs, and he had already.
Pedro looking at him like, I'm ready. I'm ready.
Pedro what was that, the 7th inning or 8th inning that happened?
I think it was like the 8th, or they sent him back out for the 8th or something like that. Yeah.
At the end of the 7th, Pedro said what's up to his people. He said that was his thing. I'm done. And then Grady said, no, you're not. Get back out there. Oh man. At least they were able to rebound from that, talking about the Boston Red Sox. But I had this thing that I was going to talk about all week long, and I don't think I'm going to get to it. But baseball cooking right now.
That's facts. I've been wanting to talk about this all week too.
Yeah.
There hasn't been a day this season where I haven't had a game up at one point.
Baseball is cooking. Major League Baseball as a whole is just doing a phenomenal job. And I know there's the elephant in the room, which is the way Rob Manfred is handling the A's situation, which is egregious. But when you talk about the game, when you talk about the coverage of the game, when you talk about the way it's played, I mean, I wasn't here for it. I thought the All-Star game was fantastic. That was great. I looked at that home run derby situation at the end. I said, yo, this is really cool. I wouldn't want a real game decided that way.
No.
I wouldn't want that to be how you go about things. But in the All-Star game, hell yeah, that was dope.
One thing that kind of told me baseball is back to low-key is that the Tigers had a Sunday night game. I think it was against the Guardians or the Twins. Otherwise, Tariq Skubal was pitching.
The Rangers. I was watching that on the plane. Yeah.
And I saw the numbers after that. I was like, oh yeah, Sunday Night Baseball did their biggest numbers in however many years or since whatever. It's kind of like you look at it's like that was just Tigers, Rangers, like you said, or Tigers versus whoever. It's like those aren't like big name teams or anything like that where people are tapping in.
Yeah, no, they're cooking. You talk about attendance. I don't know where it's at right now, but I remember at around May, attendance was up a lot. Like it was, the attendance was booming at that point. So, like I said, you talk about the game, the way the game's being played. It's getting back to a little bit more of just the game and not the numbers. It's getting back to that. The coverage of the game, MLB Network, I think that's the best sports channel. Like league channel there is. MLB Network is amazing. It is number one. They do such a good job with how they go about covering the league and giving different types of angles to covering teams and players and things of that nature.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, like you said, where the game is at is good. Like people can say whatever about the A's, but the actual experience and going to the games is great. It's something I'm taking advantage of. I've been to like about 4 or 5 games now. They've all been great. And I think we were at the opener. That was cool. I was at the Yankees game. That was dope. Got you some good gear there. And overall the experience is fun. I've been enjoying it at least.
Yeah, man. Major League Baseball. The one thing that I do not want any part of. There's one thing about baseball that I'm cool off of. And they tried to mess with it in the All-Star game. I don't want nothing to do with that umpire challenge, bro. Don't bring that in here.
What do you mean umpire challenge?
You see they did that in the game. They
No, I might have missed that though.
Balls and strikes.
Oh, the ABS system they're talking about?
Yeah. No, I'm cool off that.
Yeah, I don't know if I love that either.
I'm cool off that. I don't want nothing to do with that. I don't want robot umpires. You guys know I don't want no robot umpires. I don't want that, but I don't want you to be able to challenge a balls and strikes.
There's no right strike zone. Like there's no right way to.
Yeah, not everybody's the same.
Not everyone's got the same strike zone. Yeah, and I feel like there's no right way to differentiate just for the little guy for Altuve or whatever. Like there's just no right way to do it.
Isn't that gonna make the game longer too? Aren't they trying to shorten down the games? You could bring in all this challenge and it's going to extend to it.
Like I don't think I don't think it'll affect like the time that much because they did it in the All-Star game. I saw it executed a couple times and it was real quick. The batter or the catcher taps their helmet real quick. Umpire says, hey, we're going to the system to check and see. It might have been like 45 seconds or something like that. So
balls and strikes, that is arguable. Like if it's on a corner of the plate or however off the whatever, barely touching the plate or whatever, like that's at the umpire's discretion. Right. I don't know necessarily that a computer, like I guess fine if you have the computer has a set designated strike zone, whatever. But I don't know. Like it, I think it's better the other way.
Yeah, I agree.
There's a point where like the game is what the game is, and you can't always fix it.
I'm also, and I may be alone in this. I appreciate the human element of sports. That's why I don't want robots. I get a certain amount of challenges, but not a bunch. Like sometimes you're gonna get things wrong, and I know money's on the line, people's jobs are on the line, all this other stuff. I know that kind of stuff happens. I get it, but
It's an element of the game you don't want to take out.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Hey, can you get Bonta another link? He's trying to get on right now. Hold on 1 second. But I like the human element of the game. You know, I don't want that to change. No. I don't want that to go away. And I know you can challenge some stuff and all that other stuff, but the balls and strikes thing, I didn't like that. I do love, and I know some people have been critical of it. I do love the extra innings rule that's been here for a few years now. I think that's fantastic. The ghost runner on second starting in the 10th inning. I love when they didn't have it too, though. I may be the wrong person to ask, because when you just played a regular game like they do in the playoffs and it might go 16, 17 inning games, I'm cool with that too. I'm cool with that too. So I'm baseball cooking right now. Baseball is definitely
baseball's back.
Yeah.
It's in a good place.
Yeah. Let me see. Let Bonta know.
Yeah, we got that link back to him. StreamYard. I don't know why you're doing me dirty today.
Yeah, man. There you go. There you go. Hey, there you go. Hey, there he is, man. MC Sports Bay Area. Young goat. Hey, yeah, man. What's up, baby? What's up, man?
KC, man. Happy belated, man. My new guy. What's the new guy? Hey, I've been seeing him on the show since a new host.
That was my man.
Every time I tap in, man. That's the Rook. Walking in the studio doing a show. That's
the Rook. That's the Rook right there. He's the
that's the Rook.
He's the Spadoni. You know what I mean? He's the Spadoni. Yeah. The Rook.
What's going on, man?
Not much, man. Not much. Man, you know, you're a busy dude, so I'm glad you were able to squeeze this in. So many things I want to talk to you about before we tap out of here. Real quick, I was just going on this diatribe of how I know a lot of people, especially like in recent memory, like really critical of Major League Baseball and baseball's boring, all this other stuff. You're like myself. You're a big baseball fan. You've been a baseball fan your whole life. Maybe we're a little biased, but outside the way Manfred's handling the A's, like that's a black eye on everything. Outside of that, I think Major League Baseball is cooking right now. I think it's phenomenal. The league is doing damn near all the right things. The coverage, the MLB network, I think Major League Baseball is fantastic right now.
KC, you know, I think the last few years has been fantastic because we had this influx of young talent coming in. Ronald Acuna Jr., Albies down in Atlanta. You got O'Neal Cruz Jr. out there in Pittsburgh. You got the Cubs. All of a sudden, they're relevant again. The Milwaukee Brewers with Jackson Chirino, the rookie last year, who's now following up what he did last year as a rookie. Baseball's popping, bro. Like, the only thing I had a problem with was the end of the All-Star game. I didn't like the Derby. Call me an old man if you want to. I wanted one more inning. I'm old school there. Because, like, why are all these guys leaving? Judge, stay your ass. Why are you leaving? What's good? Oh, we don't got enough players. We're all leaving. I wanted another inning because I thought it could have been one of the best All-Star games we've seen in the last 20, 30 years. But with that said, it was really good theater for 9 innings. The Derby, whatever. I'll grow into it and I'll like it. But the Ghost Runner during the regular season, the games are moving faster. These guys are balling, man. I look at the division with the NL West with the Padres, the Dodgers, or the Giants. We may have a classic pennant race here in the month of August and September. You got a classic race brewing in the Central. The NL East got Philly and the Mets battling each other. This is great baseball. Then you go to the American League. The Blue Jays, dude, they got Bichette, Vlad Jr. They got dudes. Boston's now making noise again after the Devers trade. I'm with you, Casey. Like I'm excited right now because we got football coming back. The NBA offseason's kind of wearing down. But baseball, man, they're gonna have me locked in until November, dog. Baseball's popping, man. You're right about that.
For real. They're doing, and I think the way there's this perception or this narrative that baseball is so old school and all this other stuff. You know, one of the things I always say, and I loved what he was able to do for our beloved San Francisco Giants. The all-time moment of Game 7, 2014, and what Madison Bumgarner used to do. But I used to hate, even though like outside of Giants, Dodgers, you know, know how that is. I used to hate the way he behaved with Yasiel Puig. I hated that policing of the game and, you know, just run down to first base. Let's stop all that, bro. And they're getting that out of the game. Like the celebrations that we would see normally in the postseason. Now everybody, there's like an understanding of, like, yeah, if you want to do that in May, cool. I'm not going to throw it at the next batter or nothing. Like they're incorporating that into the game. And I think that makes it for a more intense, more enjoyable game, man. And they doing damn near outside of the A's. They're doing damn near everything right now.
Dude, think about it, Casey. You're playing 162 games and things become redundant, right? And it's the reason why Bumgarner never got a job after getting cut by the Arizona Diamondbacks, because it wasn't just Puig he was throwing at and telling people. Remember Carlos Gomez, who could be a hothead, he fouled one off and got mad at himself. And Bumgarner's telling me, get your ass in the box. And you don't want to mess with Carlos Gomez. I'm like, Bum, dude, chill. Just throw a strike, dog. Like, so he was doing that with a few guys that I had a problem with. That's why Mike Muncy was like, yo, I just hit your stuff to the water, homie.
That was cold,
Go fish that ball out of McCovey Cove, dude. So he needed to be checked. And that needed to be out of the game. It's seriously, because I like when Ramos, he's bat flipping walks right now. Like, whatever, do your thing, dude. If you're going 3
really
or 4, I don't care. I walk sideways. When I saw Marcelo Zuna, he's not the best guy in the world. I get all that. But I saw that dude during a playoff game walk down the first baseline after hitting a home run and stopped in the middle of the first baseline and took an imaginary selfie. I said, you know what? I get down with that. Ronald Acuna Jr., the way they run to the third base and he's doing a little dive and he's doing all this stuff. Give me all that, man. I want an all-time Tatis Jr. It's made baseball more enjoyable. It's made it more relatable to kids. I think a lot more kids are playing of all different colors, all different shapes and ages. So, yeah, baseball's having a hell of a season, man. I'm locked in. I'm like this Mets-Giants series. I'm like, man, I don't know when the last time I've been excited for a late July Giants series, man. Farhan's gone. Posey's got these guys going. They didn't beat the Braves in 2 straight. Verlander got to win. Devers is hitting balls out the
Devers is back, baby. Devers is back.
Man. Willie Adames is back. Chapman's hitting, man. Injected into my veins, Casey. That's why I always love you, man. Because you're a 3-sport star, dog. You got to be a 3-sport star, man.
100%, man. We got my boy Bonta Hill, man, NBC Sports Bay Area. He's down at Niners training camp. I'm going to try and get to Niners training camp, but I can't have you on here without talking about what's going on with Jonathan Kuminga, the Warriors, and the Kings. Now, here's what I said a little bit earlier, Bonta, because when all this kind of dropped about 3-4 weeks ago, there was a lot of talk of, oh, man, you're getting bad information. And I looked at it like this. I looked at guys like D'Lo and Matt George, and they're talking to people in Sacramento, and that is the Sacramento POV of any discussions that may be had. You, Anthony Slater, you talking to people in the Bay Area and Golden State, and that's the Golden State POV of the conversation that was had. It wasn't that anybody had wrong information. It might have just been, hey, the people I'm talking to perceived the conversation this way. Right. The people I'm talking to perceived it this way. And that's how I always looked at it. And that's why I want to talk to you, because we have an idea of how it's being talked about on this side. But what is that Warriors point of view or that Kuminga point of view of the situation over there?
Well, it's funny you brought up Matt George. I ran into him on the first day of training camp. And Matt George is my guy, man. We all, people see Twitter and going at it. Like, all you guys are my dudes. I'm not beefing with sports, right? Like, come on, man. We work in sports, dude. I got out the hood for a reason, all right?
Yeah.
I'm not about, but the information. But, you know, even Warrior fans are coming at me because there's this whole thing about Jonathan Kuminga saying no to $30 million per year, right? And I was told in October, like, that wasn't the case. They didn't even get close to numbers. I think Anthony Slater may have confirmed that at some point over the last couple of weeks. So so this thing is still going around. I want to start from there, Casey, because, he said no to $150 million. He played himself. First of all, let's make it make sense. You're a role player, right? In which the Warriors have basically made him a role player. They haven't given him starter minutes like that. He's averaged, 20, 25 minutes over the course of his career. He'll pick up a DMP. We saw it this past year. He was playing his best basketball. He gets hurt. Jimmy Butler comes. He's out of the rotation. Then all of a sudden he resurfaces in the second round. It's like, oh, damn, he could ball. Well, some of us knew he could ball. Like, when you lock him in as an all-ball defender, he could defend. When you tell him, hey, Kuminga, I need you to do this, he's walking into 18 points a game. Now, does that translate into winning at times? Who's around him when he's scoring those 18 points? I think that's also important because he doesn't get the opportunity to play with Steph like that and Draymond like that. If he played with Steph and ran that two-man game, which Steph Curry talked about this past season, saying, yeah, man, we got something there with the two-man game because of the gravity Steph Curry creates, where Jonathan Kuminga setting the screen and diving downhill, he's either going to dunk on your head or get to the free throw line, which the Warriors had trouble doing in the first place. So this whole notion that he passed up $150 million, if you're a role player getting that many minutes, 20 minutes a game, knowing that your starting spot is not solidified, knowing that I may be the 8th man today, I may be the 10th man, I may not even play. Jonathan Kuminga ain't no dummy, all right? I know his people, I know his camp. They ain't saying no to $30 million per year. You sign that contract saying, I'm not even a starter, dog, I'm getting 150. That's how he's going to play it. So this whole notion that he passed up money in the first place was this big myth. Now we get to what's happening right now. And Jonathan Kuminga, which I try to tell Warrior fans, he's got a lot more leverage than y'all think because Warrior fans are in their feelings right now. And trust me, I love Dub Nation. Oh, man, you need to pick a side, Kuminga. You need to do this and do. No. He's going to play this out because he wants to know that I'm going to get an opportunity to start and prove myself to be a star in this league, which I can't be mad at. Whether or not you think he's going to be a star is one thing, but I'm all for a player betting on themselves saying, I want to be the best that I could be. I grew up watching Kobe. I grew up watching these guys. I want to be a damn all-star. I want to go ball out. So I can't be mad at that. So right now, the Warriors are stuck in this position where I don't think they could bring him back into the locker room knowing that, well, we don't know what role you're going to have. And I've always said this, Casey, you know, in our text, if you bring Kuminga back and he accepts the qualifying offer with this notion that, hey, they're going to do right by him and they'll trade him in February. What? They're going to give him a contract knowing he's going to be traded in February? How do you think that's going to work out? That's where people don't have that human element, that experience of being on a sports team or being in a locker room saying, you got Kuminga walking around here knowing he's going to get traded in February, and everybody's going to be hyper-focused on every single move he makes. Oh, what if he doesn't dap up Steph Curry? Oh, he disrespected the GOAT. Oh, what if he doesn't look at Steve Kerr? Oh, he don't even look like Steve Kerr. He's disrespecting the coach. We don't need those problems. The Warriors don't need those problems, and that's a cloud that can hover over this organization for the next season. So right now, I don't know what they do with the Kuminga situation. I said it a month ago on the Morning Roast. I don't know what's going to happen. But I was sure after the season that I said there was a 90% chance that I think he's not coming back to the Golden State Warriors because I know he thinks that I may not get the opportunity that I want in Golden State. So maybe it is Sacramento. Maybe it is Phoenix. But I don't see it happening in Golden State after 4 seasons.
I agree with you. And I think the Warriors have misplayed this Kuminga situation for a couple of years now. And now they're at the point where, and this is what I've talked to you about this, and it's no shade. The Warriors are a championship organization, but they're not 100% perfect. And I think they misplayed what they thought Kuminga's market would be. And when Scott Perry, reportedly came to them and said, this is what we'll offer you, they laughed like, are you crazy? We're talking Jonathan Kuminga. We're Sarek and Carter, goodbye. We can get a better.
I laughed at it.
Yeah,
hey, see, I laughed at it. I was like, come on, man. Joe Lakers not accepting that. See,
right.
Jonathan Kuminga.
and he was like, we'll go find a better deal. And here we are a month later, and essentially Scott Perry's like, I did my homework. There isn't a better deal out there. Do you want to take this or do you want to bring them back? And now they're forced with a situation where I don't think there's necessarily any good situation for the Warriors. Yeah. I'm with you. I wouldn't bring them back into that locker room, but it's also a tough call to take Sarge and Devin Carter for Kuminga. So I think if you're the Warriors, you got to choose, the best of a bad situation. But they still have their option of bringing them back and trying to make it work out.
I would bring them back, KC, because you look at the Western Conference, they're getting younger, more athletic, and they're getting bigger. And the Warriors right now, they were already one of the least athletic teams in the NBA. Let's face it. And they're playing small. You can't do that in the West right now with the OKC, Denver, Houston, Minnesota, San Antonio, Dallas. I mean, the Clippers are getting big. Like, come on, man. It's a new league right now. And Kuminga showed you after getting all those DNPs, which is just mind-boggling to me, how people can sit up here and say, oh, he's a bum, he's a scrub, he can't play winning basketball. When Steph Curry goes down and you had to, hey, JK, we need you. And he does what he does against Minnesota. I know they didn't win a game, but it wasn't his fault. He did what he had to do without even playing. And all of a sudden, oh, he can't play with Jimmy Butler. And then all of a sudden you see Jimmy Butler and Jonathan Kuminga making sweet music together out there balling against the T-Wolves. I'm not a fan of getting rid of talent like that. I would keep them. I understand the locker room dynamics. I personally am a big fan of Jonathan Kuminga from the day one when I met you up at the California Classic to go see Jonathan Kuminga in his first ever game. And he tried to dunk on 8 dudes. He may have missed 5 of those dunks. And I said, you know what? This guy got some. He don't care. And I run into Tim Roy, the radio voice of the Golden State Warriors, who sticks with me to this day. Bonta, I think this guy could be like Ron Artest in the league. And I said, well, sign me up then. I'll take Ron Artest all day. So I'm not a fan of getting rid of talent. I would keep them back and try to work this out as much as possible instead of settling on pennies on the dollar here. So, the Warriors. And I think another thing, too, is important, KC. We all underestimated the CBA, the new CBA. Because last year when you guys re-signed, I thought Malik Monk, I swear to God, I was talking to Matt George about this. I thought Malik Monk was going to get $25 to $30 million a year. I really did. And when he came back for what was it, 16, 17 a year, maybe 18?
At 18,
I said, oh my gosh, the new CBA is no joke. People were afraid of that first and second apron and getting those picks frozen. So now all of a sudden, the money's drying up. And if you're a restricted free agent, you're in no man's land. Look at Josh Giddey. Look at Cam Thomas. Look at Jonathan Kuminga now. So it's not a pretty situation, but the Warriors aren't panicking yet. And I don't think they'll panic yet. They got a long way to go until training camp. I think they're going to play this out for as long as possible while Kuminga gets his work in wherever he's at, Miami, New York, wherever he's getting his work in. So it's an unfortunate situation that the Warriors are the one team, Casey, that haven't made one move yet.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Hey, look, clip this. You won't hear this often. Draymond was right. Draymond was spot on. He said it when the CBA happened. He said, "No, this is bad. Like this is not going to work out." And he was right. Draymond was dead on about it.
CBA's a mother. You know what, man? It has changed the league. It's changed the league. And Oklahoma City stockpiling those picks, having 14 first-round picks in the next 7 years, 4 picks in next year's draft. They're set up better than anybody to run a dynasty right now. They locked up their core. They got all these picks, all those interchangeable parts. Isaiah Joe, Wiggins, Jalen Williams from Arkansas. They could move those dudes out because they got 14 first-round picks in the next 7 years.
Man, it's crazy. It's crazy. Bonta, before we get out of here, I got about 2 or 3 minutes. You're at 49ers training camp.
Yep.
And I'm going to talk to you again. We're going to talk to you again before the season starts. But I've heard you say it, and I'm in lockstep with you. I think these Niners are kind of flying under the radar.
Man.
And I think the Niners are going to win the NFC West. I'm saying
with you.
Hey, what you seeing from the group so far, man? No pads yet. No pads.
No pads yet. So I don't want to go crazy. I'm not going to go crazy and do the Trey Lance thing. Like, oh my God, he looks like a fire.
We played that the other day. We played that because I was on the same tip. I was on the same tip. I was saying the same damn thing.
Listen to 49ers, KC. Greg Papa went on the show that Monday. Said it's the best throwing experience I've ever seen, or the best throwing exhibition I've ever seen at NFL practice. So we want the old. A lot of people are ducking the smoke now. I'll die on that story. He should have started week one anyway. Christian McCaffrey, if he's healthy, that's the key. 18 touchdowns inside the red zone in 2023, to over 2,000 scrimmage yards. CMC looks like CMC right now. But again, those shoulder pads right now. So I'm going to reserve judgment on, the guys that I don't know about, the CJ West, the Michael Williams, the Alfred Collins. Them some big boys, KC. They hitting that sled pretty hard, man. I'm like, if they could be space eaters. CJ West, if he could be DJ Jones, if Michael Williams could give us a little bit of Buckner and Armstead playing inside and outside, and Nick Bosa, you got to turn the ball over. You got to get those strip sacks. You got to make game-changing plays this year for the 49ers. They are flying under the radar. And one thing is important, KC. Kyle Shanahan as an underdog, he loves being an underdog. I saw him run a trick play today. They was running trick plays for those pads. And I said, you know what? Jawan Jennings looks crisp. Pearsall showed us some flashes late down the stretch. BA's out there participating. He's going to be back in late October, early November. I think the Niners, if they could weather the storm early in the season where I think 6 of their first 9 games are on the road, they come out of that maybe 5-4, 6-3. Shanahan looks refreshed, bro. He looks refreshed.
Well, you even look at that, and I usually don't like to play this game because you just never know. But you look at that and the schedule. We talking about the Saints. We talking about the Seahawks. We talking about I think Cleveland is on there in those first games. Even though they are on the road, Jacksonville at home. Even though they are on the road, some of those games, man, they look a little gettable, man. Like
they look gettable,
KC. If Kyle Shanahan is who I think he is, the roster is what I think it is. Yes, you should be going into New Orleans and beating the Saints. Yes, period.
And Sam Darnold. Who's afraid of Sam Darnold, for crying out loud? I'm not afraid of Sam Darnold. I know he lit the Niners up last year in Minnesota, but I put that on the 49ers offense for not converting touchdowns and not scoring inside the red zone. They had an issue there. So, look, Shanahan looks refreshed. Robert Saleh's barking. He's going to show that energy on defense. That's a key. Robert Saleh's back. And there's open competition, KC, in training camp for the safety spots, for that linebacker job opposite of Fred Warner. And I love open competition. You're going to get the best of the best. Tig Brown at strong safety, it ain't guaranteed that he's going to be starting because Pinnock and Richie Grant are here. You know what I'm saying? Malik Mustafa's got an ACL. D. Winters, Bethune, Martin, who's going to want that job opposite of Fred Warner? So it's open competition, and I think those Niners, people keep disrespecting them, KC. They keep disrespecting them, and I'm loving it right now.
I'm ready. Look, I got 10 seconds, so I got to get out of here. But we got to get you back up to Doko. We got to get you back up to Doko, big dog. Come on through. You know you had a good time out here, Doko, big dog.
Hey, Doko treated me right, man. Hey, Doko's lit, man. I had a great time at the Golden One, man.
Dante, man, I appreciate you taking the time out, big dog. I know you had a busy day, man, so thank you, bro.
Absolutely, man. Shout out to the Chatty House, man. See y'all soon.
Yes, sir, man. Bonta Hill, NBC Sports Bay Area. That's my guy right there, man. And, man, it was a busy week. We got through it. We had a good time. D-Lo will be back here on Monday. No, we won't. We're going to do it again on Monday. D-Lo going to be at Disneyland on Monday. But we're going to have a good time on Monday. I got some special guests, some surprises coming through. And, yeah, man, I hope everybody has a great weekend, safe weekend. And I will see you guys back here, 10 a.m., ESPN 1320. The Insiders kick it off. D-Lo and KC right after that. Shout out to my man Jesse. Shout out to my man Leezy. Y'all did a fantastic job. You already know the vibes. Vamos Gigantes. I'll see y'all on Monday.
Welcome back, Michigan Wolverines. I saw him.
Yeah, well, thank God. Thank God.
I think he just got the 5-minute major because I went to go check in YouTube and he wasn't there.
The 5-minute major. That boy Leezy, wild boy. Leezy.
We were just chilling. Wait, Leezy. And I look to I look at StreamYard and it's like so-and-so has had their comments banned and blah, blah, blah. I was like, oh my gosh.
That was crazy, man. Hey, man, I got to make sure the other station is good, man. So thank you guys. You guys were fantastic all week long, man. And we'll get after it on Monday, man. And D-Lo will be back on Tuesday, man. So y'all have a great weekend. Y'all take care, man. Be good.